A massive black dragon had flown across the burning sky, and soldiers panicked as alarms screamed through the base. One yelled that a single strike from the black dragon Vritra had destroyed almost all their attack systems. The general watched in despair and muttered that it was the end of humanity. But then, as if on cue, a lone swordsman appeared. Agito, the sword saint of the 8 blades, had arrived. He stood there calmly, sword in hand, while Vritra unleashed its terrifying attacks. And guess what? The guy without magic blocked everything. No flashy spells, no tricks, just pure skill. Humans watched in disbelief as Agito crushed the dragon's spells with sword techniques that should have been impossible. Fast forward 100 years, and Agito woke up reincarnated into a new era. Same overpowered sword skills, same calm attitude, and still ready to face monsters that would make even S-rank mages cry. He tested his body by slicing a tin can in half and realized his skills had barely dulled. Soon, he found himself dealing with bullies, confronting insanely strong S-rank opponents, and recruiting allies while casually demonstrating powers that made everyone's jaws hit the floor. Humans were terrified, monsters were shook, and Agito? He just kept walking forward like nothing had changed. Guys, smash that like harder than Agito slashed a dragon and subscribe if you want to see him break reality all over again. Now let's continue. A huge black dragon flew across the burning sky and soldiers panicked as alarms echoed through the base. One soldier shouted in fear that a single strike from the black dragon Vritra had destroyed almost all of their attack systems. The general watched the devastation with despair and called the dragon a monster while wondering if this was the end of humanity. Vritra looked down on the humans with cold arrogance and mocked their fate before releasing another deadly attack toward the base. At that moment, a powerful presence descended, and the dragon's attack was cleanly blocked by a lone swordsman who stood firm without fear. The general recognized him at once and called out with shock and hope that he was Agito, the sword saint of the 8 blades. Agito apologized calmly for arriving late and told them to leave everything to him. The story of the world echoed in that moment as gates to other dimensions had appeared years ago, releasing monsters led by 6 powerful dragons. Humanity had gained magic, a mysterious power favored by monsters, and fought back while suffering great losses. After endless battles, the armies of monsters were pushed back, and now the final battle had arrived. A girl named Tensak landed beside the general and urgently reported the situation. She confirmed that the other 6 dragons had already been defeated, but the warriors who fought them were at their limits. Only the black dragon Vritra remained, and Agito was the only one still capable of fighting. With heavy hearts they admitted there was no choice but to entrust everything to him. Vritra laughed at the sight and questioned whether a human truly intended to challenge him using only sword skills. Agito stepped forward without hesitation and declared that he would cut the dragon down with everything he had. Tensak explained with awe that humans held vast hidden magic, but Agito was different. The general added that his magic was not even enough for a basic spell, marking him as the man without magic. Yet Tensak revealed the truth behind his strength, as Agito had created his own path by drawing the endless magic filling the air into his blade. This was the 8-blade swordsmanship, a power born from pure skill and will. Agito charged forward as Vritra sneered at his foolishness and unleashed a terrifying spell, covering the sky with the black rain of the abyss as the final clash began. Agito leaped high into the air and unleashed the 8-blade swordsmanship Thunderbolt God, sending a violent surge of gathered mana crashing into the black dragon. The general watched in disbelief and shouted in shock, unable to believe that someone without magic had damaged Vritra to such a level. The black dragon acknowledged it at last and admitted that this human was unlike any opponent he had faced before. Sensing the growing danger, Tensak moved quickly and told the general to stay behind her. Agito felt the overwhelming magical pressure pouring from the dragon and realized that this was Vritra's true power. Knowing he had no other choice, he decided to risk everything and activated the 8-blade secret technique known as Akatsuki's 8 reincarnations as he charged forward. The two forces collided again and again, and the air shook as their mana clashed violently. Tensak watched with trembling eyes and realized that Agito was fighting on equal ground with Vritra, or even pushing him back. She understood the terrible truth behind the technique, as Akatsuki's 8 reincarnations absorb elemental magic from the surroundings to create explosive strength, but the greater the power it drew, the more it drained Agito's life. She feared that with them behind him, he would be forced to protect them and lose his chance to win, so she desperately searched for a way to escape before Vritra noticed. The black dragon mocked their struggle and looked down on them as nothing more than insects throwing away their lives for meaningless feelings. Agito saw the incoming attack and understood that if he dodged, everyone else would die. Accepting his fate, he smiled softly and apologized to Tensak, telling her that he was counting on her to handle everything after this. Tensak cried out in panic as the dragon struck. Agito responded by releasing everything he had, activating the black curtain of annihilation through the full release of Akatsuki's 8 reincarnations combined with 8-blade swordsmanship. He declared that this was the end and raised his sword as both powers collided in a final, earth-shaking explosion. When the dust settled, a massive hole had been carved through the black dragon's body, and Vritra collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Agito's body began to fall, but Tensak caught him just in time and begged him not to move as she saw how severe his wounds were. The general asked in disbelief if it was finally over. With weak but steady resolve, Agito answered that he had shattered the dragon's core and that it would never rise again. The soldiers murmured with joy and tears as they wondered if humanity had truly survived. Tensak desperately tried to heal Agito, pouring her power into him without hesitation. In the middle of that moment, Agito suddenly heard a cold voice filled with pity that reached only his mind, making him realize something was wrong. The black dragon's presence lingered as it declared that their plan had not changed and that the strongest dragon god Rangna would still awaken. It revealed that the conditions had already been fulfilled and that through the dragon god's blessing, the 6 dragons would revive after 100 years. Agito realized in shock that even after defeating them, nothing had truly been resolved. As Tensak panicked and shouted that the healing was not working, Agito felt his consciousness slipping away. He wondered if he had overused Akatsuki's 8 reincarnations and begged desperately for one more chance, refusing to accept death because his battle was not over yet. Darkness slowly swallowed his vision. When he awoke, the scene had changed to a hospital room filled with unfamiliar machines. A doctor calmly stated that his vital signs were normal and that his consciousness had recovered, identifying him as Agito Mitsurugi. As Agito opened his eyes, he felt confused by the strange devices around him and wondered if this place was some kind of military facility. Soon after, he heard a broadcast announcing that the world had been saved and that the Sword Saint of the 8 Blades and 4 other heroes had brought peace, marking the 100th anniversary of that era. Shock washed over him as he realized that 100 years had passed. When he looked into a mirror and saw his own reflection, he understood the impossible truth that he had been reincarnated. Before he could fully process it, a news report announced the sudden activation of many new gates and widespread magical tremors, leading people to fear the return of the 6 dragons. Hearing this, Agito understood that the dragons had already begun to return and that the awakening of the dragon god Rangna must be close. Accepting this second chance as a miracle, he resolved with firm determination to stop Ragna's awakening and ensure that this time, the plan would fail. Agito quietly examined the student card in his hand and read that Mitsurugi Agito had lost his parents at a young age and was living alone. He felt uneasy as he realized how similar the name and situation were to his own past, yet he accepted it as fate. He decided that his priority was to inform the Sorcerers Guild of this era about the 6 dragons and Rangna as soon as possible. To steady his resolve, he tested his body by swinging his sword and effortlessly sliced a tin can into pieces, confirming that his skills remained. With renewed determination, he decided it was time to move forward. As he walked through the bright streets later that day, he overheard news reports stating that monster appearances were increasing, but the public was told not to worry since powerful S-rank and higher personnel had been dispatched across regions. The report suggested that strong monsters were being born beyond the gates, and that the cause was still under investigation. Agito judged that the response was swift, and concluded that this era's guild was competent. However, he also realized that going directly to the guild and revealing everything now might alert the 6 dragons to his existence, so he chose to live quietly as Mitsurugi Agito for the time being while observing the enemy's movements. He soon arrived at Kagura Magic Academy and reflected on its importance as a school that trained future Sorcerer Guild members. He felt fortunate to have reincarnated as a student there, knowing it would allow him to gather information easily and possibly build connections with the guild and high rankers. More than anything, he understood that he needed strong allies to face the 6 dragons. He decided that if he found a truly skilled student, he might consider sharing the truth with them. The scene shifted to the academy grounds where students practiced controlling mana under supervision. A professor praised one student for significant improvement, and encouraged him by saying that at this pace, reaching B rank was possible. The student reacted with excitement and gratitude, crediting the professor's guidance for his progress as the training continued under the clear sky. Other students continued practicing around the field, but Agito quietly observed them with disappointment. He realized that their strength was far below his expectations and felt that this level was weaker than what used to be called new recruits in his time. Doubt filled his mind as he wondered how he was supposed to find strong allies in a place like this, yet he decided not to rush and chose to carefully assess the situation first. When he entered the classroom, a student greeted him with a mocking voice and pretended to worry about his long stay in the hospital, hinting that it would be boring if Agito disappeared. For a brief moment, Agito feared that his true identity had been discovered, but he quickly calmed himself and decided to fully act as Mitsurugi Agito of this era. He casually apologized and claimed that he had forgotten who they were due to his time in the hospital. The mocking student burst into laughter and looked down on him with open contempt, angry that a mere F rank dared speak so casually. Without warning, he struck Agito and sent him crashing to the ground. The student proudly announced himself as Yuki Hibaha, an A rank candidate, and insulted Agito as trash who should know his place. Other students whispered nervously, warning that Hibaha was dangerous and that one Agito being bullied was already enough trouble for them. Hibaha continued his insults, sneering that a rusty sword suited someone who would always remain at the lowest rank. He mocked Agito for sharing a name with the legendary sword Saint of the Eight Blades, and claimed that dreaming of becoming like that hero was laughable. Hearing this, Agito calmly realized that his month-long hospital stay had been caused by this kind of bullying. When Hibaha tried to attack again, Agito casually pushed his hand away and told him that he was busy, suggesting that Hibaha should focus on improving his skills instead of wasting time on petty actions. Enraged, Hibaha released his mana and shouted in fury, threatening Agito. The surrounding students murmured in fear, convinced that Agito was insane and would end up back in the hospital once more. Hibaha charged forward in a rage and attacked Agito with killing intent, releasing an exploding flame orb as he screamed that he would grant Agito the death he wanted. Agito calmly unsheathed his sword and activated the 8-blade swordsmanship whirlwind slash, cutting through the spell and blasting Hibaha away. The surrounding students stared in shock as they realized that the powerful attack had been completely nullified. They whispered in disbelief, unable to understand how an F rank like Agito could cancel the magic of someone who was almost a rank. As Hibaha struggled to his feet, confusion filled his mind and he briefly wondered if this boy could truly be the legendary Agito, but he immediately denied the thought and shouted in fury, refusing to accept it. Just as the situation was about to explode again, a female student stepped forward and shouted for them to stop. She revealed herself as Amazaki Araha, an A-rank sorcerer and a descendant of the 4 great heroes. Students murmured in surprise as they realized she had just returned from an overseas expedition. Amazaki firmly scolded Hibaha for using attack magic indoors and bullying classmates for entertainment, warning him that she would personally deal with him if he did not stop. Hibaha clenched his teeth in humiliation and anger, then turned away and left without another word. The students immediately brightened and welcomed Amazaki back, praising her strength and her achievements abroad. Agito watched her closely and felt a stir of recognition, suspecting that she might be a descendant of someone he once knew. He considered that she could be someone he might trust enough to share his situation with. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the academy grounds, Hibaha vented his fury by burning a tree with his flames, swearing that he would kill both Agito and Amazaki for humiliating him. From a rooftop above, a dark presence observed everything in silence. Odium, a sub-commander of the 6 dragons, revealed his intent to eliminate the bloodlines of the heroes he despised. He took interest in Mitsurugi Agito, finding the name repulsive yet recognizing his unexpected value. Acting in the name of Lord Ruble, who was nearing full revival, Odium decided that he would personally deal with Agito. Hibaha raged with wounded pride and shouted that they should call Mitsurugi and Amazaki out after school. Other students panicked and tried to stop him, reminding him that Amazaki was a descendant of the 4 great heroes, but Hibaha refused to listen and swore that he would kill anyone who looked down on him. At that moment, Odium appeared with a twisted smile and praised Hibaha's corrupted spirit. The students demanded to know who he was, and Odium calmly introduced himself as a loyal subordinate of the Flame Dragon Lord Ruble, claiming he had come to see if they could be of use to him. Before anyone could react, Odium grabbed Hibaha's head and poured dark mana into his body. Hibaha collapsed to his knees as students cried out in shock and fear, asking if he was all right. Moments later, Hibaha stood back up as dark power flared around him, and in his madness he turned on the students and slaughtered them without mercy. Odium laughed in satisfaction as everything unfolded just as he planned, pleased that his pawns were finally in place and ready to begin. The scene then shifted to AC Rank 8 known as the third peak of Skull Mountain. A professor explained that the students would undergo a field test inside the dungeon, either alone or in teams, and that they must defeat at least 5 monsters to pass. To ease concerns, he assured them that an A-rank instructor had been invited to oversee the test. As Agito listened, he questioned whether students with such weak skills were truly capable of fighting real monsters. While preparing, Agito thanked Amazaki for stepping in earlier. She brushed it off casually, saying she only scared them a little and promised that if Agito ever got into trouble again, she would personally punch Hibaha in the face next time. Amazaki added that bullies only targeted those weaker than themselves and would never dare challenge a descendant of the 4 great heroes who once fought alongside the Sword Saint. Hearing this, Agito quietly realized that those heroes had gone on to live peaceful lives after the war. When Amazaki noticed his distant expression and asked what was wrong, he calmly told her it was nothing and said he would talk to her later, as his thoughts lingered on the past and the dangers that were once again closing in. Amazaki quietly reflected on what she had witnessed earlier, and realized that what Mitsurugi showed was not magic and not a failed spell either. She understood that it was true swordsmanship, where the exploding flame orb had been dispersed by a shockwave created from an unbelievably fast sword draw. She knew that not even an S-rank magic swordsman could achieve such a feat, and if only one person in history could do it, it was the 8-blade sword Saint Agito. With growing unease and curiosity, she wondered who Mitsurugi Agito truly was. Inside the third peak gate at Skull Mountain, chaos erupted as students shouted when an ogre appeared before them. Panicking, they fired spells wildly, unsure of what would work. The monster swung its massive arm and slammed a student to the ground, spreading fear among the group. In a flash, the ogre's body was cleanly cut in half, and Agito calmly sheathed his sword before checking on the fallen student. The others stared in shock and whispered in amazement at how instantly he had defeated such a powerful monster. Agito confirmed in his mind that the student's skill level was low and decided to finish the field test quickly. He hoped that along the way he might find a chance to connect with someone influential in the guild. As he moved deeper into the dungeon, he noticed scattered corpses and felt a sense of unease. When he saw the back of a familiar student ahead, he recognized him as Hibaha. Hibaha suddenly turned with bloodshot eyes and attacked Agito while screaming his name. Agito easily dodged and sensed that Hibaha's magical power was unnaturally amplified and his movements were wrong. He realized that Hibaha no longer felt pain, confirming that something terrible had been done to him. When Hibaha suddenly begged for help, Agito froze as memories of his fallen companions from his past life surfaced in his mind. Regaining focus, Agito stepped forward with glowing fingers and told Hibaha to leave everything to him. He pressed his fingers to Hibaha's forehead and stopped the rampage, catching him as his body collapsed. After laying him down gently, Agito called out to the hidden enemy and demanded that the fiend reveal himself. Dark mana surged as Odium appeared, declaring Agito the perfect plaything and introducing himself as the loyal deputy of Lord Rubel, one of the 6 dragons soon to revive. Odium attacked immediately, but Agito cut through the assault with a single sword swing. Odium was shaken as he realized that all of his magic had been severed. Agito calmly declared that the resurrection of the 6 dragons was near and vowed that he would cut down every scheme standing in his way. Odium continued attacking with excitement and challenged Agito to a cruel game. Agito kept running and dodging the relentless strikes while questioning why Odium took pleasure in harming humans. Odium answered with laughter and claimed that he did it simply because it was fun. He sent Agito flying with a powerful blow and continued ranting about the war 100 years ago, describing in disturbing detail how much he enjoyed hunting humans, giving them false hope, and crushing them at the moment they believed they were safe. He spoke of children screaming as their mind-controlled parents killed them, and declared that if the dragon god awakened, he would be able to relive that joy again. Agito's anger finally erupted as he cut off Odium's arm and told him to stop speaking, saying that his words made his skin crawl. Odium screamed in pain and cursed Agito as worthless human trash, vowing to burn him until nothing recognizable remained. He then unleashed the meteor shower, intending to destroy the entire gate along with everything inside it. Agito realized the danger and decided there was no other choice, activating the 8-blade swordsmanship-rending sky blade. He swung his sword repeatedly, cutting apart every falling stone, and then struck Odium directly, smashing him into the wall. As Odium collapsed to the ground, wounded and shocked, recognition filled his eyes. He realized that the technique he had just witnessed was the same one that had annihilated Rubel's forces long ago. Remembering that cursed memory, he understood that only one man could use such a move and questioned whether the sword saint of the 8 blades, Agito, had truly reincarnated after dying in the war. Agito coldly replied that there was no need to answer questions from someone about to be cut down. Odium burst into twisted laughter and mocked Agito's fate, claiming that even after reincarnating, he was destined to die again. He declared that with the dragon god Ragnar's awakening approaching, they had gained new powers. His body then transformed into a massive demon as the dungeon began to collapse around them. Roaring with power, Odium announced that he would show no mercy and claimed that this strength was the dragon god's blessing, eagerly asking what kind of despair Agito would show him. Agito calmly acknowledged that Odium was finally revealing his trump card. Now that his identity was known, he declared with unwavering resolve that he would end everything right there. Erika sensed something terribly wrong as the dungeon began to shake and a massive surge of magic filled the air. Realizing the danger, she shouted for everyone to escape at once and rushed deeper inside, certain that an extremely powerful presence had appeared. When she reached the source, she was shocked to see Mitsurugi there, and wondered why he was in such a place at a time like this. Agito calmly stated that since his identity had already been exposed, he would end the fight quickly. Odium rushed at him, but Agito met the attack head-on, slashing his sword and carving a deep cut across Odium's cheek, followed by countless strikes that tore into his body. Agito judged that the enhancement seemed limited to Odium's body alone and felt disappointed by it. Odium laughed as his wounds rapidly healed and claimed that with the blessing of the divine dragon, such swordsmanship would never be enough. He attacked again with overwhelming force. Erika watched in horror and realized that the monster's strength exceeded a rank level and demanded an S-rank response. As Odium continued his assault, Agito blocked each strike and understood that this was the power granted by the divine dragon, making even a deputy this strong. Odium mocked Agito as a relic of the past and accused him of failing to see through their plan, claiming that Agito had died believing he saved the world like a foolish hero. Erika cried out in concern as Odium slammed his hand down, declaring that there was no world left to save. In that instant, Agito cut off the attacking hand and followed through with another decisive slash that split Odium's body cleanly in two. Odium stared in disbelief as his body collapsed, realizing too late that the wounds were far too deep for his regeneration to keep up. Agito stepped forward, his resolve firm, and declared that he was no hero. He remembered how many comrades had sacrificed themselves in the previous war, and that the peace they had won had only lasted 100 years. Determined not to let history repeat itself, he vowed to save the world this time for the sake of his old comrades and their descendants. Odium rushed at him in fury, shouting, but Agito met the attack with his bare hands and blocked it. Odium could not believe it, and thought it was impossible that he could lose to a man who should have died long ago. He unleashed his Hikenryu sword technique, but Agito countered with Piercing Moon, forcing Odium to transform back into his human form before shattering into pieces. Erika stepped forward in shock, demanding to know who Mitsurugi really was. Meanwhile, in the Japan Chubu region at the Special A Gate Abyss, S-rank Eternal Glacier Toma Lina reported to the guild master that the monster claiming to be a deputy of the 6 dragons had been defeated. The guild master acknowledged that the revival of the 6 dragons had been anticipated and noted that without an S rank, there could have been serious casualties. Toma asked if they should next locate the 6 dragons and requested additional staff since they had not had a break lately. The guild master reassured her that candidates had already been found, including Mitsurugi Agito, an F rank who had reportedly defeated the deputy of the 6 dragons, Rubel, also known as Odium, on his own. Toma and her colleague Udo expressed disbelief, stunned that someone without magic in this age could solo such a powerful foe. The guild master told them to investigate Agito's skills for themselves and if they proved real, they had permission to recruit him into Seraphim. Udo agreed to go see Agito in person while Toma would handle the report. He prepared his magic, using Great Thunder, and smiled as he planned to witness Agito's strength firsthand. The scene shifted to the training grounds of Higura Magic Academy where Erika confronted Agito, and realized that he was the reincarnated Hakam Agito, and that the revived 6 dragons were plotting the return of the divine dragon. Agito confirmed her suspicions with a simple nod. Erika was stunned by the revelation and thought that normally she would have dismissed such a story as ridiculous, but Agito's swordsmanship rivaled even that of an S-rank magician. She felt there was no other explanation except that he was the sword saint Agito himself. She agreed to believe his story but insisted that she wanted to help in the battle against the 6 dragons and protect the world, refusing to merely stand by and watch. Agito reflected on her heritage and smiled, noting that she had inherited her ancestors' talent for magic. Erika asked what he planned to do next, and Agito explained that they needed to gather allies because 2 people alone could not face the threat. He hoped to find comrades as strong as those who had fought in the past, comparable to the 4 great heroes. Erika mentioned her great-grandmother, a member of Seraphim, and explained that such a team composed of the guild's S ranks and other skilled members had been investigating anomalies at the gates while she had been overseas assisting in their research as a Seraphim candidate. Agito concluded that this group was probably the strongest of the present day, but he worried whether they would believe his story. Erika reassured him that it would be fine because the Seraphim were a diverse group of people who valued protecting others and preserving the peace created by the Sword Saint and the 4 great heroes. She believed that their sense of duty and honor would make them accept Agito's mission and fight alongside them. Agito felt relieved knowing that there were new heroes in this era and thought that he would be glad to fight alongside people like them. Erika noted that some of the new heroes had personality quirks but that explaining the situation properly would help. Suddenly, Agito sensed an attack and quickly blocked it, warning Erika to be cautious. He realized that the attacker had frightening perception and informed her that they had a visitor. From the dust, Udo stepped forward with a smile and admitted that he had not expected much, but Agito seemed capable. Erika identified him as Udo Riku, an S rank in the guild, one of the world's top users of lightning magic, and a member of the Seraphim. Udo addressed Agito, acknowledging that he had defeated the deputy of the 6 dragons on his own. He also mentioned that he had defeated another who claimed to be a deputy, though a weak opponent. Udo challenged Agito to a test of his abilities, sending a powerful mana beam toward him. Erika realized the attack, Extreme Thunder Clash, was normally meant for large monsters like dragons and not for a single person. Udo told Agito he could use any means to defend himself and said that if he could withstand the strike, he would be considered a candidate for the Seraphim. Agito smiled and accepted the challenge, ready for whatever came. Udo unleashed Extreme Thunder Clash while Agito countered with Hack and Flowing Blade Art. The 2 powers clashed violently, shaking the surroundings. Agito admired the fight and thought that even 100 years ago, someone of this level would have been a true master and a remarkable talent. With a smile, he silently asked Udo to become his comrade. Udo smiled and admitted that Agito was impressive, saying it was unusual for someone to tell him to join them and still be so skilled. He was shocked that Agito had blocked the attack using only a sword. Agito replied that Udo had not gone all out either and that the spell he used, Thunder Spear, had been a disguised intermediate spell. He explained that if Udo had truly attacked with full power, the entire area would have been destroyed and that very few mages were capable of such a level. Udo was amazed that Agito had seen through the disguise instantly, and immediately declared that Agito would not just be a candidate but a member of the Special Forces Seraphim. Agito accepted and said he would welcome the cooperation as long as they could work together. He asked about Amazaki, confirming that she was a Seraphim candidate as well. Udo disagreed and said that Amazaki's magic power was naturally lower than theirs and that she was no expert in swordsmanship like Agito. He stated bluntly that she was nowhere near the level required to join Seraphim. Erika realized that her confidence had only applied to her academy skills and that she was far from strong enough to be part of Seraphim. Agito smiled and said that he would vouch for her because she had hidden talent that she had not yet realized. He believed her power would be essential in the battles ahead. Erika was surprised by this declaration. Udo scoffed and claimed that anything Amazaki could do, he could do as well. Agito firmly replied that even Udo could not match her in a certain area and that in that aspect, she even surpassed him. Ryoga. Udo explained that every year thousands of mages died on missions and that even 10 years after the war ended, the gates and monsters had not disappeared. Despite the Sword Saint and the 4 great heroes driving off the 6 dragons, people still lost their lives during investigations and subjugations. He said that as long as S ranks existed, they would prevent any more rookies from dying, which was why Seraphim had been established. He questioned Agito for still recommending Amazaki. Agito nodded firmly, insisting that her talent was S rank level and that she would be absolutely effective in Seraphim. Amazaki protested, realizing that Udo was right and that she still needed to continue honing her skills at the academy. Toma arrived and agreed, noting that if Amazaki truly had such power, she should have shown signs of it much earlier. Udo asked about their relationship, and Toma explained that they were old acquaintances. Erika observed that Toma was also skilled as a Seraphim member. Toma suggested that the four of them join the next investigation mission to teach Amazaki humility, but Udo dismissed the idea as too bothersome. Agito proposed a simpler solution, suggesting a duel between the two pairs. Everyone was surprised, but Toma agreed, saying they were not weak enough to fight while holding back for someone else. She suggested using the guild headquarters training grounds to avoid collateral damage during the serious fight between S ranks. Udo agreed, excited to go all out against Agito. Agito said there would be no holding back on either side, and Udo accepted the challenge. Erika hesitated, but Agito reassured her that she was stronger than she thought and that she should fight by his side. Erika felt encouraged, determined to show her true power in real combat. Agito smiled, declaring that with him and Amazaki together, they would defeat the S ranks. The scene moved to the Mage Guild headquarters where the announcer confirmed the participants for the duel. F rank Mitsurugi Agito and A rank Amazaki Yuka would face the S rank Soto Riku and Tomarina as soon as the protective barrier was deployed. Observers murmured in surprise at the matchup, wondering if it would be a proper battle. A man asked about Mitsurugi Agito, and Jinguji explained that he was an F rank who had defeated a deputy of the Six Dragons alone. Now that the revival of the Six Dragons was confirmed, they needed all the strength they could get, and this fight would test Agito's power. The announcer then began the countdown for the barrier deployment. Agito examined the barrier, and wondered if it was fully automated. Erika explained that most protective barriers were automated these days and took a little time to deploy, but anyone could use them. Toma added that in the past, Amazaki Yuka, who had fought alongside the Sword Saint, had her own powerful protective magic, but now machines were sufficient for most defenses unless someone was at her level. Agito thought that a defense mage as skilled as Yuka would be invaluable. Udo interrupted, saying that everything would be clear once the fight began. Agito told them to look forward to it. The barrier finished deploying and the announcer called the duel to begin. Udo immediately used Violet Thunder God Strike, and Agito rushed forward using Skies and Wind. Their mana clashed violently, and observers were shocked to see Agito block Udo's powerful spell with his magic sword, something none of them had ever seen before. Udo used his Thunder King's word attack, but Agito blocked it, and noticed that Udo had even created a sword with lightning. Udo explained that S ranks could do anything and attacked repeatedly, but Agito blocked every strike. Toma used her Ice Spear dance, and Agito acknowledged her as a worthy opponent, using his Earth Rift shockwave in response. Jinguji ordered the barrier strength to be increased because the state-of-the-art magical technology was being damaged so easily. He was amazed at Agito's hidden talent, realizing he was on par with Udo. Agito complimented Toma, and Toma joked that it was her line, while Agito warned her not to focus too much on him because her partner Amazaki could be in danger. Udo attacked Erika with Ultimate Thunder Shock, and Erika used her Sanctus Lux Excellens spell, channeling Protective Light to repel the attack. She created her Radiant Holy Shield, surprising everyone, as Jinguji realized that few mages could recreate the spell used by the four great heroes, and that Amazaki Yuka had mastered it. Agito reminded everyone that she had talent, and prepared to launch a counterattack. A few hours earlier, Erika was sitting in front of Agito and thinking that she was in a boy's room. She wondered if it was okay for her to be there right before the duel. She noticed that Mitsurugi had been quiet for a while and remembered that he wanted to talk about her talent. She thought for a moment that it might be about love but quickly scolded herself and told herself to stay focused as a member of the Amazaki family. Agito then spoke and told her directly that she had inherited her great-grandmother's power. Erika was shocked and asked for confirmation, and Agito explained that her talent was defensive magic, the same power that Amazaki Yuka of the four great heroes had. Erika was excited and repeated that she had the same power as her great-grandmother. Agito told her that the talent was still dormant, and that it would normally take years to awaken naturally. Erika worried that it would not happen in time and asked what they should do. Mitsurugi smiled and said they would handle it, and he began pressing her main body points on her back with his hands. Erika shouted at him to stop, saying it felt strange, and he quickly apologized. He carefully continued pressing her body points, and golden mana began to glow around her body. Erika murmured in confusion as she felt the changes happening inside her. Agito told Erika that he had activated her magic power, and that in her current state she should be able to use most defensive magic. He warned her that it was only temporary, and that she would need serious training to fully master it. Erika said she was ready for that, and Agito praised her answer and said they would go and amaze everyone. The scene shifted to the present, where observers shouted in disbelief as Erika stopped Udo's ultimate thunder shock. Jinguji thought about how Amazaki Yuka had once assessed her as a seraphim candidate with no outstanding qualities, yet Mitsurugi Agito had seen her talent. Agito declared on the ground that Amazaki's power was proven and prepared to act, using his magic technique 8-blade swordsmanship Thunder God's Wrath and rushing forward. Udo shouted that it was a double attack of thunder and sword strikes and praised Mitsurugi. Toma questioned if it was really the time for commentary and used the magic technique Water Spear Dance, but Erika created a protective shield and blocked it. Toma was shocked that she had blocked it with such a low-level spell. Udo then made magic circles on both his hands and launched another attack with the magic technique Thunder Spear. Agito asked Erika if she was ready, and she created a mirror shield that reflected the attack. Udo was surprised that her magic could do more than just defend. Erika thought that they could handle this and stayed focused. Toma attacked with sharp shards, but Erika blocked them again and reminded herself not to take everything head-on, thinking to deflect attacks and strengthen certain areas. She believed that they might actually win against an S-rank opponent. Agito and Udo clashed many times, and Agito asked how Erika was doing. Udo laughed and admitted that she had grown stronger, then decided to increase the challenge by using the magic technique Magnetic Manipulation. Agito drifted backward under the pressure and realized it was an auxiliary spell with no direct damage. Udo called out to Toma, and she rushed forward angrily, forming a crystal cage that trapped both Udo and Agito. Agito realized that this had been planned from the start. Udo explained that he wanted to face them one-on-one, saying that although Erika had grown, there was still an overwhelming experience gap, and talent alone could not beat an S rank. Agito, determined, said that he did not intend to lose on experience, and believed that together with Erika, they would defeat both opponents. Erika leaped high into the air and attacked Toma with a sharp strike. Toma calmly dodged and countered at once, forcing Erika to create a protective wall to block the return attack. Toma then used the water pillar strike, but Erika endured it by forming a radiant shield and quickly retaliated with attribute infusion Impulse Blade. While defending, Toma realized that every weak attack was being blocked and her relentless sword strikes were stopping any large move, making Erika a true magic swordsman and a troublesome opponent. Erika rushed forward without hesitation, but Toma coldly remarked that she was still too naive and unleashed a grand water storm. Erika barely managed to protect herself with a radiant holy shield, and she felt shocked as she thought about how strong the attack was and how an S-rank opponent could turn the situation around instantly. Seeing Erika still standing, Toma asked why she kept persisting, saying that talent alone and makeshift defenses would never secure victory and suggesting that surrender would be wiser. Erika answered with deep emotion, recalling how she had once given up on herself despite being from the bloodline of the 4 great heroes. No matter how much she trained, she remained only a rank and believed her future would never change. She remembered how one person once stood alone to face a threat that endangered everyone and protected the world from a future meteor shower. Admitting that she was not very strong yet, she declared her wish to grow stronger and protect everyone, vowing never to stop trying. As mana burst violently around her, Toma responded coldly, questioning whether effort could truly change the future, and calling such belief nothing more than delusion. Erika focused her magic while shielding her face, but she realized she could not move at all. Toma spoke firmly, saying that both the present and the future were built on layers of the past, and until Erika accepted her past, she would not be allowed to move forward. Toma then launched another attack, believing she had complete control of the battle. At that moment, Erika sensed her chance and released the magic technique Sacred Domain. The space around them changed as the power activated, and Toma was shocked when she realized that Absolute Zero was reflecting inside the barrier. Erika seized the opening and pressed her advantage, confident that she had trapped her opponent. From the sidelines, Jinguji observed in disbelief and noted that a thick barrier had formed that blocked all magic, making it impossible for Toma to attack from within. He understood that using powerful magic inside such a barrier risked self-destruction and recognized how incredible it was to use a defensive spell so effectively to neutralize an S-rank opponent, reminding him of Mitsurugi Agito and his hidden talent. Toma acknowledged that it was too late and questioned what power Erika still had to rely on. Before the fight could continue, Jinguji stepped in and ended the match, reminding Toma not to lose sight of their true goal and declaring that the investigation into the 6 dragons would continue. He officially announced Amazaki Yuka as a new member of Seraphim. Toma accepted the decision and retreated from the field as the surrender was confirmed. Erika realized they had won and expressed her joy, while Toma calmly congratulated her and remarked that she wished Erika had possessed such strength in the past. Elsewhere, Agito and Udo felt their mana clash violently as they heard that Toma had retreated. Udo laughed in excitement, praising the victory and asking Agito what kind of magic had been used. Agito replied calmly that it was only the result of proper guidance. Still smiling, Udo said that if both S ranks lost, it would send the wrong message, and his expression turned cold as he declared he would go all out. Agito accepted the challenge without hesitation and told him to bring it on. Jinguji shouted in panic and ordered Udo to stop, fearing that he would destroy the guild headquarters and declaring that they had already seen enough of Mitsurugi Agito's power. Agito responded calmly, accepting what was being said without protest. Udo laughed loudly and dismissed the warning as nonsense as his mana erupted violently around him. He released his full power, demanded Agito show his true strength without holding back, formed a massive magic circle, and unleashed divine thunder. Agito felt amazed by Udo's power and realized there was no way to block such an attack with a half-hearted move. Accepting the danger, he decided to face it directly by using the secret technique of 8-blade swordsmanship. As the attack struck, observers cried out in alarm as most of the protective barrier was destroyed, equipment began failing, and monitoring became impossible. Jinguji cursed Udo as the blast shook the ground and the entire area trembled. Udo mocked Agito, asking if that was all he had, still confident in his overwhelming attack. At that moment, Agito released the secret technique Radiant Eightfold Return, and a dark aura filled the air, shocking everyone present. Udo screamed in disbelief when he realized that his divine thunder had been completely erased. Even Jinguji was stunned, knowing that divine thunder was powerful enough to kill a giant dragon in a single strike. Agito calmly moved forward as another shockwave shook the ground. Udo clenched his teeth, but Agito's sword slashed through him, leaving him wounded and unable to continue. Agito apologized sincerely, admitting that against Udo he could not afford to hold back. As Udo fell to the ground, he responded bitterly, saying he would win next time. Agito answered with a quiet smile. Jinguji officially confirmed that Udo Riku was unable to continue the fight and declared Mitsurugi Agito the winner. The announcement left everyone in disbelief as an F-rank swordsman had defeated an S-rank opponent, proving that Agito's strength was far beyond anyone's expectations. Agito reflected quietly and realized that the output of Radiant Eightfold Return had increased, making him think that he might now be able to use another powerful technique as well. Later, in a recovery room, Toma was healing Udo, who loudly complained for her to be gentler. Toma scolded him and reminded him that he was the one who stubbornly left the medical room earlier and ordered him to stay still. The tense mood slowly eased as the battle came to an end. Jinguji then addressed everyone and acknowledged the extraordinary power displayed by both Mitsurugi Agito and Amazaki Yuka. From that day onward, he officially recognized them as members of the special forces known as Seraphim and instructed them to prepare for the battles ahead, warning that the 6 dragons were likely to return and that gate investigations would continue. Agito asked whether such dangerous investigations could be handled by a small team, but Jinguji assured him that it would not be a problem, explaining that Seraphim members held command authority and could mobilize a rank mages or even lead large squads if needed. Agito admitted honestly that he had little experience with commanding others. Udo reacted in disbelief and said that leadership was a core skill for modern mages, while Toma added that he should have practiced more during his tactics classes. Agito replied awkwardly that circumstances had prevented that. Erika watched quietly and thought about how 100 years ago she had left everything to Yuka, feeling a mix of emotions as the past surfaced in her mind. Jinguji suggested that they rest for the day and go over the details tomorrow, but Agito suddenly stopped him and said there was something he wanted to discuss about himself. Before he could continue, a young guild member rushed in and shouted that there was an emergency report. She revealed that the unit led by S-rank Mage Sakagami, which had been dispatched for a gate investigation in Shinjuku, had been completely annihilated by an unidentified dragon. Jinguji reacted in shock, realizing that Sakagami had been an S-rank leading experienced the ranks, and wondered what kind of threat could do such a thing. At that moment, Agito thought of the black dragons and understood that they had finally arrived. Agito stepped forward and declared that he would go to the mission without hesitation. Jinguji reacted in shock and questioned whether he could handle it, but Agito smiled calmly and said there was no time to rest when their comrades were in danger, adding that the others were clearly ready as well. Udo agreed strongly and said they could not leave Sakagami behind, while Toma stated that she was uninjured and ready to move. Erika also insisted that she could go. Seeing their resolve, Jinguji accepted and entrusted the mission to them, warning that the 6 dragons were stirring and ordering them to rescue the Sakagami unit before it was too late. The scene shifted to the special A-rank gate in the Shinjuku Underground 7th layer. A black dragon mocked the humans, laughing and claiming that he was not even trying yet. The deputy of the Sakagami unit, Ichikawa Koda, stared in horror and described the dragon as a monster that had wiped out an entire platoon in a single hit, desperately asking Sakagami what they should do. The S-rank gatekeeper Sakagami Misaki panicked and apologized repeatedly, blaming herself for the disaster despite being present. Remembering words once spoken by the hero sword Saint Agito about unfit leaders, she fell into despair and believed the only way to atone was to die there. Ichikawa desperately tried to stop her, reminding her that her teleportation had saved them and that even the sword saint had spoken about crises being chances to move forward. Sakagami corrected the quote in her panic, arguing loudly with herself before forcing herself to calm down. Realizing she was now the highest ranking officer left, she recalled another lesson about leaders stepping forward when the time came. Regaining her resolve, she ordered Ichikawa to rescue the wounded and retreat while she distracted the dragon. Ichikawa refused to abandon his captain and shouted in protest. The black dragon watched them coldly and spoke with contempt, saying that he had gone easy on them so they would not die so quickly. With that, he unleashed a bladeless slash toward the unit, ending their moment of resolve in a sudden wave of overwhelming power. The black dragon mocked the gatekeeper and asked if she was the captain, saying that coming alone took guts but she lacked true spirit, then showed her how one should attack as he unleashed Chaos Bringer. In the next instant, she appeared behind him and shouted in defiance, mocking his large body and claiming he was not as impressive as he looked. Enraged by the clear provocation, the dragon chased after her, eager to take the bait and crush her. As she rushed forward, she realized that her unit was far more injured than she had expected and that retreating would take too long, while running around would only put everyone in more danger. Knowing that this plan would drain all her magic, she accepted that it was her only chance and decided to risk everything. The dragon taunted her again, asking if the chase was over and demanding something more entertaining than the weak humans he had faced before. Drawing on her resolve, she recalled one of Sword Saint Agito's teachings about focusing all strength into a single decisive move. Gathering her power, she activated the Gate of Chaos, and the dragon was forced backward in shock as he realized she was connecting to an imaginary space. She believed that even a non-combat mage like herself could win depending on how she fought. As the dragon was pulled toward the portal, he roared in disbelief, furious that someone like her could defeat him. When the battlefield fell silent, she remained behind and declared that she had done it, then turned and scolded Ichikawa and the others for not retreating as ordered. The unit deputy argued that they could not abandon their captain and admitted that she was helpless outside spatial magic, then asked what had happened to the dragon. She smiled and explained that she had used her final trick with everything she had left, and somehow it worked. Her companions praised her, saying it was as expected of an S rank and that she truly was on another level. As the deputy questioned what kind of dragon it had been, she fell into deep thought. She recalled its unbelievable magic power and crimson scales and realized it was one of the 6 dragons that once tormented humanity during the Great War, just like the red dragon Lubel. However, she struggled to accept it, remembering that the Sword Saint had defeated that dragon 100 years ago, leaving her unsettled by the truth. The unit deputy wondered if the people approaching were reinforcements from the guild, but before anyone could react, a man suddenly appeared behind them and unleashed Chaos Bringer. The violent blast shook the ground and threw everyone away, leaving them wounded and helpless. The man cursed Vritra in anger, saying that just because he wanted information, he had forced him, Lubel, to pretend to lose earlier. Hearing his name, the gatekeeper realized the truth and confirmed that he really was Lubel. Lubel admitted that her knowing him saved time and demanded answers about the Sword Saint, asking where Eight-Blade Agito was. He revealed that before his deputy died, a thought message had reached him, claiming that Eight-Blade Agito had been reincarnated. The gatekeeper was shocked by the idea that the Sword Saint could have returned. Lubel insisted that Agito must have contacted the guild by now and ordered her to reveal everything she knew, promising to spare their lives if she cooperated. She refused firmly, saying that she knew nothing and that even if she did, she would never tell him. Lubel mocked her, saying the weak should obey instead of pretending to be brave while lying on the ground. Struggling to rise, she recalled one of Sword Saint Agito's words about striking down evil even when the world was swallowed by darkness. She declared that if the Sword Saint had truly reincarnated, she would trust him and wait. Lubel doubted her and suspected she was hiding something, then used crushing lava and warned her that this was her last chance to speak. She shouted that she would not tell him anything, even if it meant dying. Lubel accepted her answer coldly and decided to start by killing her comrades, throwing crushing lava toward them. She screamed out to Ichikawa and the others in despair as Lubel asked what she would do now. She attacked him in anger, but he mocked her and said it was useless, claiming that her beloved Sword Saint had not come to save her. With tears streaming down her face, she desperately prayed for the Sword Saint to take Lubel down. At that moment, a sudden sword slash cut through the air, shocking everyone. Agito appeared on the battlefield and used Eight-Blade Swordsmanship Dimensional Slash, turning the tide instantly. He calmly addressed Lubel and asked if he was ready to have his head taken again. Overcome with madness and fury, Lubel screamed Agito's name as he finally faced the Sword Saint once more. 100 years ago, during the battle to annihilate the 6 dragons, Eight-Blade Agito faced the Red Dragon Lubel in a fierce clash. Agito declared that it was over and rushed forward, using Dimensional Slash to cut down the Black Dragon. Even as he was defeated, Lubel swore that he would never forget the humiliation and vowed that one day he would kill Agito. That hatred endured across time and carried into the present. Back in the present, Agito ordered Lubel to stay down and unleashed Eight-Blade Swordsmanship's 6-star strike, causing a massive blast that shook the ground. The gatekeeper watched in shock and realized that Agito was attacking with all 6 elements at once, recognizing the legendary finishing move that only the Sword Saint could use. Doubt and awe filled her mind as she questioned whether this man could truly be the legendary Eight-Blade Agito. Lubel burst into laughter and admitted there was no doubt anymore, recognizing the technique and the killing intent as proof that Agito had returned. His aura flared violently as he declared his intent to kill Agito along with everyone else, and released a powerful flame storm. Agito immediately called out to Amazaki, and Erika stepped forward to create a radiant holy shield that blocked the attack. Toma quickly checked on Sakagami, relieved that she was safe, and urged her to retreat with her subordinates while introductions could wait. Lubel dismissed the others as weaklings and declared that he only had business with Eight-Blade Agito. Agito answered by slashing his sword and drawing Lubel's attention, stating that he was the one Lubel should be fighting. Lubel laughed cruelly and said he needed to clean up the trash first. Seeing the wider battlefield, Agito asked Udo about the situation at the entrance. Udo shouted back in frustration, explaining that countless monsters had appeared out of nowhere and that he was forced to secure the area despite being injured. Hearing this, Agito understood that there was no other choice as the battle spread on multiple fronts. Udo shouted in frustration, blaming the situation on Agito, and immediately unleashed his ultra-high voltage shock. He declared that he would handle the cleanup and told everyone to get Sakagami and the others out of the dangerous area. Agito quickly ordered Amazaki and Toma to help guide the wounded to safety. Toma admitted she felt uneasy leaving him alone but understood there was no other choice, while Erika questioned if he could really handle it on his own. Agito assured them that he was fine and told them to trust him. Erika nodded and understood. As they retreated, Sakagami shouted encouragement to the Sword Saint, and Agito waved in response, making her smile with relief. Left alone on the battlefield, Agito prepared for the fight and unleashed Eight-Blade Swordsmanship. Lubel countered with Explode Inferno Crimson 8 Clouds Flash Burst, rushing forward and declaring that he finally had a one-on-one fight with Agito. As their clash began, Agito told Lubel that this was his line, and Lubel admitted that only by defeating Agito at his best would his revenge be complete. They drifted backward as the battle intensified. Lubel then used Hellfire Inferno Array, surrounding the area with a fiery aura, but Agito dodged each attack. Lubel shouted that Agito could not escape, but Agito blocked every strike and realized that this Lubel was different from the one he had faced a century ago, noting the use of multiple high-level spells without incantation and the Divine Dragon's blessing, making him a formidable opponent. The ground shook violently from a sudden blast, and Agito activated his ultimate technique of 8-blade swordsmanship, challenging Lubel and asking if that was all he had, ready to face the full strength of his century-old rival. Agito rushed forward and used 8-blade swordsmanship's 6-star strike, charging at Lubel with full force. Lubel realized immediately that Agito's power was completely different from before and launched multiple attacks, but Agito dodged every strike with ease. Lubel then unleashed explosive light bullet, causing many small explosions that shook the ground, and followed it with scorching sphere, creating a huge blast that left the battlefield trembling. The reincarnated Lubel's abilities had been greatly enhanced, making him one of the strongest in the world, but even so, the power of the sword's Saint 8-blade Agito surpassed him further. Agito struck back with 8-blade swordsmanship Crimson Blade, cutting through Lubel's body. Enraged, Lubel attacked again, shouting that Agito had underestimated him after his reincarnation and gathering fiery mana around both hands to declare it the end for Agito. Suddenly, Udo intervened and used Divine Thunder, shouting that no one should dare harm his people. Lubel mocked him and tried to attack Udo from behind, but Udo blocked the attack. Agito reminded Lubel not to look away, saying that his true opponent was right there. Lubel responded with a furious attack using 8 swords, but Agito countered with 8-blade swordsmanship. Lubel began to freeze as Agito followed up with the magic technique Icy Flash, turning the tide of the battle. Agito asked Udo if Sakagami's team was safe, and Udo confirmed that they had all evacuated, leaving only the 2 of them behind. He thanked Agito for the help but expressed disbelief that Lubel could really be one of the 6 dragons. Agito explained that Lubel looked human now, but there was no doubt that he was the same red dragon defeated 100 years ago during the Great War by the Sword Saint Agito. He reasoned that Lubel had likely taken on a human form in his reincarnation. Udo was surprised and questioned Agito about why he seemed so familiar with past wars and the 6 dragons. Agito avoided giving full details, casually asking about Udo's injury and even commenting on the weather, which frustrated Udo. Udo demanded that Agito stop hiding things and reveal the truth, but Agito warned him to be careful with his injury. As he struggled to breathe, Agito considered whether he should reveal his true identity right there. Suddenly, Lubel spoke, revealing that he had figured out Agito's limits and believed he could win at this level. Agito warned Udo not to let his guard down because there was still more to Lubel's power. Lubel then explained that 100 years ago he had learned that humans were inferior creatures, but they excelled at magic manipulation compared to dragons. Dark mana surged around him as he revealed that he had combined the immense magical power of a dragon with human magical control into his new demon form, making him even more dangerous than before. Agito felt shocked as he sensed Lubel's power and realized it was even greater than Vritra's from 100 years ago. Lubel attacked with sharp beams and mocked Agito, explaining that he had not entered demon mode because ending the fight too quickly would be boring. Agito charged forward, but Lubel rushed at him with great speed. Agito narrowly dodged, noticed how fast Lubel was, and calmly blocked every strike while taunting him and praising his strange form. He then countered with the radiant 8-fold return. Lubel shouted in anger, surprised that Agito was still acting confident. At that moment, Udo raised his hand and yelled at Lubel for ignoring him before unleashing the ultimate thunder strike. Lubel leaped high into the air, looked down on them with contempt, and struck back, badly wounding Udo. Even as pain spread through his body, Udo refused to fall and forced himself to focus. He remembered his resolve from the past, when he had declared his plan to create Seraphim, an ultimate unit made only of S-rank fighters, so the world would never again face despair even after the war, the dragons, and the monsters beyond the gates. Remembering that oath, Udo decided that a few injuries meant nothing. Mana burst violently around Udo as he released his super high-voltage discharge with everything he had. After the attack, he wondered if it had any effect at all. When the smoke cleared, Lubel suddenly counterattacked, and the impact shook the ground. Udo was sent flying and slammed into a wall. Agito shouted in worry and asked if he was all right. Udo answered with burning determination that he could still fight, and would keep going. He declared that the peace won by the Sword Saint and the four great heroes would be protected by them, no matter the cost. Lubel mocked Agito after injuring his allies and claimed that eliminating weaklings was already done. He sneered that Agito's search for allies had only led him to such powerless companions. Anger rose inside Agito, and he answered with 8-blade swordsmanship Nocturnal Fawn of Light, releasing sharp mana beams toward Lubel. Their clash tore open the dark space around them, and both appeared high in the sky. Lubel laughed in excitement, impressed that Agito could cut through space, and responded with Blazing Flame Splitter, sending countless burning mana beams down at him. Agito did not retreat and activated 8-blade swordsmanship Phantasmal Sword Dance. Many glowing swords rushed toward Lubel as Agito slashed forward. Lubel scoffed, and claimed that Radiant Eightfold Return might work against the weak but was useless against him. Fiery mana exploded around Lubel's hands as he launched repeated attacks. Agito blocked them one after another, but in the end a sharp mana beam struck him and smashed him into the ground. As pain spread through his body, Agito realized that Radiant Eightfold Return alone was not enough. Lubel prepared another attack and declared the battle over, boasting that he had surpassed Agito. He unleashed Flame Dragon's Inferno Roar, and the massive blast shook the earth. Believing victory was his, Lubel laughed loudly and proclaimed himself the king of the planet, certain that he would only grow stronger. Suddenly, a burst of blue mana erupted before him, and shock filled his face when he realized Agito had survived. Agito emerged from the smoke with calm resolve and revealed that he had been planning this moment for 100 years, sharpening and refining his power beyond Radiant Eightfold Return. He declared that with his current body, he could finally use the ultimate technique of 8-blade swordsmanship. A girl complained while walking through the forest and urged Shiori to go home. Shiori stubbornly refused and insisted on staying until she found the golden Tsukinoko, saying she would not leave without an exclusive scoop. The girl sighed and muttered that this was exactly the problem with reporters. Suddenly, both of them felt a strange presence and cried out in shock, wondering if it was a sign of the golden Tsukinoko's appearance. They began running through the forest, and the girl shouted after Shiori, asking where she was going. Shiori called back excitedly and pointed toward the sky, staring in disbelief. Shiori, a 5-year-old newspaper reporter, witnessed everything from far away. Even at a distance where the scene was barely visible through a fully zoomed camera, she saw it clearly. She watched as powerful magic twisted space itself and a silver-haired youth swung his sword with overwhelming force, creating a magnificent and unreal sight. Agito declared the secret art of swordsmanship, True Dawn 8 revolutions, and charged forward. Lubel mocked him and questioned whether a modified and outdated technique could really defeat him. He answered with Dance of Death flames and slashed repeatedly, but Agito dodged every strike. Irritation grew inside Lubel as he realized his attacks were not landing. He sensed that Agito's power was on par with demon form, or perhaps even stronger. Agito then used a swordsmanship technique called Duel of Whirlwind's Judgment. Lubel blocked the attack and angrily hurled many fireballs, causing a massive explosion that shook the ground. In the next moment, Agito appeared behind him and unleashed a rapid chain of techniques: Thunder God, Purple Lightning, Lightning Flash, and Thunderous God. With one final slash, Agito struck decisively, and Lubel began to fall toward the ground. Agito rushed forward and realized something important about his body. After his duel with Udo, he had understood that he had no magic power at all. The less magic power a person had, the greater the output of True Dawn 8 revolutions became. Because this body was completely empty of magic, it held potential far beyond anything before. In that moment, Agito understood the answer clearly. This was a blade that surpassed True Dawn 8 revolutions, a sword capable of killing even a demon. Agito unleashed the technique called True Dawn 8 cycles. Blood spilled from Lubel's mouth as he screamed in rage and refused to accept his defeat, unable to believe that he could lose in his demon form. Desperate, Lubel released Flame Dragon's scorching roar and filled the area with overwhelming fire. Agito stood glowing with power and resolved not to repeat the mistakes of the past. With this strength, he believed he would save the world this time. Fiery mana and blue mana crashed into each other as Agito advanced. He formed a shield around himself and blocked the flames completely. Lubel's eyes widened in shock as Agito's mana grew even denser and more crushing. With a final surge, Agito overwhelmed Lubel and hurled him away. When the air finally cleared, Agito calmly sheathed his sword and bid him farewell. At the same time, a bus traveled along a forest road nearby. Shiori looked out in awe, her heart racing as she reflected on what she had just seen. She felt certain that she had witnessed something incredible and knew this moment would become an exclusive scoop. The next day after the battle with the Red Dragon Ruble, the scene shifted to the Tokyo Magic Guild headquarters. Sakagami calmly finished her report on the encounter and stated that Rokurio had finally begun to move. Jinguji thanked her for her hard work, and she replied lightly. Udo admitted that in truth the achievement belonged to Mitsurugi Agito, since he himself had been unable to fight in the latter half of the battle. Jinguji then turned his attention to Agito and said he wanted to ask him something. Nearby, Erika reacted in shock after seeing Agito appear on the news. Agito mentioned that during the battle he had felt a presence watching from far away, but since it showed no intent to interfere, he had ignored it. Toma reflected on how S-ranked heroes of the Magic Guild were often used as symbols and posters for those aiming to become the strongest. Jinguji stated that Mitsurugi Agito had become a major topic of discussion and made it clear that while it did not seem like an immediate problem, Agito's existence itself was abnormal. He explained that Agito possessed power beyond that of a normal S rank, easily drew out Amasaki's talent, and even had reports linking him to the 6th Dragon Ruble. He directly questioned what Agito truly was. Udo silently agreed, feeling that Agito's sudden appearance and strength could not be explained. Toma also felt uneasy, realizing that matching S-rank power without magic should have been impossible, something only a sword saint could do. Agito finally decided to speak and revealed that he was the reincarnation of Yatsuragi Agito. Shock spread across everyone's faces. He explained that during the war 100 years ago, he and Vritra had killed each other, and that he should have died then. He recalled how strongly he had refused to die at that time and admitted that he did not understand how reincarnation had been possible, calling it a miracle and a second chance. Jinguji reacted in disbelief and questioned whether Agito's soul had truly survived for 100 years. Udo expressed awe, realizing that Agito was a real legend, while Toma finally understood the strange sense of discomfort she had felt. Agito continued and said that although he did not know the reason for his reincarnation, the strange events around the gates and the sudden increase in monsters were happening because the 6 dragons were aiming for Ruble's descent. He warned that if this was left unchecked, even greater disasters would surely follow. He then asked everyone to lend him their strength. Jinguji bowed deeply and said they believed his words and would rely on him from now on, acknowledging him as the Sword Saint. Udo accepted the situation and declared that they would rely on Agito from now on, acknowledging him as the Sword Saint. Toma stated that she had no intention of giving him special treatment, but she would respect him. Erika felt relieved inside, thinking about her wish to show this truth to her great-grandmother one day. Suddenly, Sakagami burst out with emotion and excitement, convinced that the legend was real. She declared her admiration for the legendary Sword Saint Agito, saying she had read every record and document about him, and could not believe she was seeing him so closely. Udo teasingly held Agito back to stop her from rushing toward him. Agito calmly said that he had an important question and asked whether there were any good swords available, since he felt his current one would not survive the coming battles. Erika immediately defended the weapon, explaining that it was her grandmother's latest model made with the hardest steel. Agito questioned whether this truly was the best sword of the modern age. When she confirmed it was, he concluded that it was not enough and quietly wished that Tsukane were still around. Sakagami eagerly asked who Tsukane was, and Agito explained that he had once known a stubborn but excellent swordsmith who forged remarkable blades. Sakagami became even more excited and revealed that Tsukane Desetsu was a legendary swordsmith whose only goal had been to create a sword that could cut through anything. She explained that he had been unsocial and rarely forged weapons, but that his successor truly existed. She introduced Tsukane Mikoto, Desetsu's great-granddaughter, a genius swordsmith who earned the title of master at only 18. She confidently believed that if Mikoto forged the sword, it would be enough. Agito asked where Mikoto was now, and Udo explained that she was at Rengoku, a highly dangerous gate filled with magically imbued high-quality ore, where she lived to fulfill her ancestors' wish of creating the strongest sword. Agito understood immediately, and thought that her family was just as obsessed with swordsmithing as she was. He decided that he would head to Rengoku soon. Erika asked if he planned to go alone, and Agito replied that they could not predict when the 6 dragons would appear again. Toma added that they needed to preserve as much fighting power as possible. Agito silently accepted this, knowing his next destination was already decided. Shortly before Rubel's attack, the scene shifted to the North American Magic Guild. A professor ended a training session and prepared to return to Japan. Privately, he received a confidential message meant for Seraphim executives, stating that the Sword Saint Yatsuragi Agito had reincarnated in the modern era and had officially joined the Seraphim Corps. A screen appeared showing the telesphere, a magical tool once used by Agito and the four great heroes during the Six Dragons War 100 years ago, now held by their descendants. The professor was shaken as he realized the truth and reflected that the one who protected the world was none other than himself. He was revealed to be Shin Kujura, captain of Seraphim and a descendant of one of the four great heroes, Yukito Kujura. The scene shifted to the underground third floor of the S-rank gate called Purgatory. Agito arrived and calmly noted that Sukane's workshop was located ahead. At that moment, Shin appeared and questioned why Yatsuragi Agito was there. Agito recognized him, and Shin introduced himself fully as Kujura Shin, Commander-in-Chief of the Special Force Seraphim and a descendant of the hero Kujura Yukito. Shin explained that he had come only to retrieve his weapon from Sukane and had never expected to meet Agito in such a place. Agito reflected that he had contacted the others on a whim and had nearly given up, then asked if Shin already knew about him. Shin replied that the guild master had informed him and that he had heard everything about the Rubel incident. Agito said that he had simply come to visit Sukane and asked Shin to lend him his strength, believing they could resolve the world crisis together. Shin pushed his hand away and firmly stated that he had no intention of forming any connection with Agito. Agito questioned his refusal and warned that the six dragons were being resurrected and that conflict between them would only make things worse. Shin gripped his axe and declared that there would be no more chances for heroes of the past, stating that he alone would protect the world. Suddenly, diamond rain fell from above, but both Shin and Agito reflected it with ease. A mocking voice echoed, claiming that the timing had been perfect and that the presence of both the Sword Saint and the Seraphim Commander would make things interesting. The speaker revealed himself as Vajrayana Gildiga, the Earth Dragon and second of the six dragons. Agito immediately recognized him as a powerful enemy. Gildiga raised his hand, and many stone warriors rose from the ground as he welcomed their reunion and declared that he would bind them there. Shin showed no fear and said that having one of the six dragons appear before him saved him the trouble of searching. He confidently claimed that this battle would prove they did not need the Sword Saint. Shin unleashed the Kujura art of spear and destroyed the stone warriors before charging straight at Gildiga. However, Gildiga easily dodged the attack. Agito shouted for Shin not to rush ahead and activated True Dawn 8 revolutions to strike Gildiga. The Earth Dragon blocked the technique and remarked that this was the secret art that had killed Rubel, but dismissed it as weak, declaring that he was now ultra-hard. Gildiga unleashed Hell's Punch and swung his massive fist toward Agito, but Shin moved first and avoided the blow. As the clash continued, Shin carefully observed the situation and realized that Gildiga had deflected the Sword Saint's attack. He noted that the strike had been sharp and fast, just like the legends described, yet it had failed to land. Shin wondered if the sword had broken or if there was another reason behind it. Gildiga explained proudly that the area was filled with high quality or packed with magic. He revealed that his mastery was rooted in ore itself, and the darker the ore, the more magic it contained, greatly reinforcing his power. In this place, he claimed he could even surpass Rubel's demonic form. He added that the rock golems surrounding them were each strong enough to be considered lieutenant class and told them to take their time. Shin sensed that Gildiga was stalling and questioned what his true goal was. The stone warriors suddenly leaped into the air and crashed down, but Shin stepped forward and questioned whether they could survive even after being broken apart. He unleashed the Kujura spear Ardashura and shattered the golems into countless pieces, piling them on the ground. However, more stone warriors immediately rose from the earth. At that moment, Agito moved ahead. Shin snapped at him to move aside, mocking him as a sword saint without a sword. Agito calmly removed his coat and prepared himself. He used the Yatsuragi flow boxing technique Gale of Twin Palms and smashed through all the stone warriors. The golems collapsed and shattered across the ground. Agito declared that he had been fighting without magic all this time and asked if they truly thought he would be helpless without a sword. The stone warriors were completely destroyed. Shin watched in disbelief and realized that Agito was not holding back. He understood that Agito was using wind magic from Akatsuki Hachikai and channeling it directly into his strikes. Shin figured out that the golem's regeneration came from Gildiga's magic, wrapped around them like thin armor, and that breaking this magic would stop them. Gildiga mocked the idea and said it was easier said than done. Agito calmly replied that without the sword Gildiga was used to, it would be difficult, and warned that the next punch would crush him. Shin slashed his spear and calmly stated that once the logic was understood, the problem was simple. He activated Kujura's spear art Tenran, and all of the stone warriors shattered and collapsed onto the ground. Gildiga roared in anger, complaining that his precious golems had been destroyed. Agito rushed in and struck Gildiga with a powerful punch, sending him flying backward. Gildiga admitted that what came next was something he had wanted to avoid because it wore him out quickly. Stones gathered around his body, and when they shattered, he revealed his demon form and accepted that he had no other choice. Agito charged forward and punched him again, but Gildiga activated Ultra Hard and blocked the attack completely. Shin leaped into the air and unleashed Kujura's spear art Slayer Dragon, yet Gildiga hardened himself once more with Super Hard and resisted the strike. Agito sensed that Gildiga's abilities were sharper than they had been in Rubel's time, and realized that it was not just his defense that had improved. Gildiga rushed forward and released Hell's Punch Max, but Shin blocked it head-on as a powerful aura burst around him. Gildiga boasted again that he was ultra hard and raised even more stone warriors from the ground, admitting that he had only been buying time before deciding to kill them. Agito noticed that the golems had become stronger, and realized that Gildiga was attacking in waves with both magic and summon monsters. Even in demon form, Agito understood that the position of Gildiga's core did not change, and that piercing his armor was the key to victory. He shouted for Shin to get the timing right and focus their attacks on a single point to break Gildiga's defense. Shin shouted back with pride and determination, declaring that he was the one who would protect the world and attacking with all the weight and responsibility he carried on his shoulders. The scene shifted to Shin's childhood, when he once asked his great-grandfather if he had no desire to get ahead. Kujura Yukito, one of the 4 great heroes, reacted with mild surprise at the sudden question. Shin told him that he thought his great-grandfather should be more famous at school. Later, during a class, a professor explained how the 6 dragons were defeated by the Sword Saint and the 4 heroes, and mentioned that Kujura Yukito was Shin's great-grandfather. The students began to whisper among themselves, saying that the 4 heroes had probably just followed the Sword Saint and that the one who truly defeated Vritra was the Sword Saint alone. Some even mocked the fact that the first guild master had stepped down early, claiming that it showed a lack of ability. Anger rose inside Shin, and he started fighting with the students. His great-grandfather hurried to stop him and asked him to calm down. Afterward, Shin questioned why his great-grandfather had continued fighting and working hard to build the guild after the war, only to give up the position of guild master and live as an instructor. He asked if his great-grandfather had never wanted to be a hero. Kujura Yukito answered that there had been a time when he admired heroes, but that what the world truly needed now was not heroes, but young people who wished to follow in their footsteps. He explained that he was satisfied entrusting the guild to his talented apprentice, and that raising capable children was what made him most proud. Shin listened quietly as his great-grandfather reminded him that what truly mattered was not the title of hero, but what one wished to protect. He said that the world they had all fought to protect was still worth protecting. The scene then moved forward 5 years, to the day of his great-grandfather's funeral. As Shin stood there, he silently vowed to carry on his ideals. Around him, people whispered cruelly, saying that Kujura Yukito had been unimpressive until the end and expressing disbelief that one of the 4 heroes had become nothing more than an instructor. They also spoke about how the current head of the Kujura family was only a rank and claimed that the family was finished, even though the gates and monsters still threatened the world. Shin thought with surprise, wondering why everyone always praised the Sword Saint. He realized that while the Sword Saint had risked his life to win peace, those who fought alongside him, including his great-grandfather, had devoted themselves to maintaining that peace afterward. Shin felt that his great-grandfather should also be praised and questioned what their sacrifices had been for if they were forgotten. His father explained that this was the reality. Peace was something to be won, not something that could be taken for granted. With his grandfather gone, the Kujura family's influence would weaken, and his ideals might be forgotten. His father told Shin that he had no talent but that Shin could become a hero greater than the old Sword Saint and rebuild the Kujura family. He said that carrying on his grandfather's legacy was Shin's responsibility. Shin promised that he would do it, and from that day for 4 years, he pushed himself relentlessly. He defeated even the toughest enemies, determined to rebuild the family and carry on his great-grandfather's legacy. He vowed that he would be the one to protect the world. Back in the present, Agito shouted for Shin as an attack came from above. Shin slashed his sword and blocked it. Gildiga mocked them, asking if Shin was daydreaming in the middle of the fight. Shin realized that the enemy was blending in with his soldiers. Gildiga attacked again, but Agito stepped in, blocking the attack and punching Gildiga away, causing a blast that shook the ground. Shin was surprised and asked why. Agito told him that he did not know why Shin hated him but asked him to lend his strength, even for just now, to protect the world that everyone had fought to save. Shin's eyes widened as he remembered his past, realizing again that he wanted to keep protecting the world. Gildiga acknowledged Agito's punch but taunted that it showed his limit without a sword and that something was still missing to truly save the world. Shin said that he would not hold back and told Agito to get the timing right so they could break Gildiga's armor together. Agito nodded and agreed to leave it to him. Gildiga declared that in the end, only one of them could win. Agito and Shin rushed forward and attacked him together, but Gildiga blocked every strike. They realized they needed to move faster and finish him off in a single decisive attack. Gildiga noticed that they were starting to synchronize their attacks, but he believed that was all they could do. As they charged, Gildiga elongated his arms and caught them both, using Hell's Fist Ultra to try and stop them. Agito countered with Doppel Mirage and smiled, thanking Kajura, while Shin said he had repaid his debt. Agito then unleashed Yatsurugi Flow boxing technique Blossoming Inferno, aiming at Gildiga's core while appearing like a random barrage. Shin rushed forward with Kajura's Spear Art Slaying Dragon technique. Gildiga realized the real attack had come but tried to block it with one hand. Agito formed multiple reflections of himself and cut off Gildiga's arms, declaring that they now had the upper hand. Shin added to the assault by throwing mana beams at Gildiga, causing him to fall to the ground. Agito thought that Gildiga would not fall so easily, and Shin decided the only solution was to keep attacking until he did. They both launched a continuous series of attacks, striking Gildiga repeatedly. Gildiga laughed and prepared a final strike, saying that if this one worked, he would win. He gathered fiery mana and used Ultimate Earth Eruption Cannon. Shin told himself to stand back, explaining that he was fighting for the ideals of those he respected and would not let them go to waste. He countered with Kajura's Spear Art Secret Technique Piercing Spear of Rakshasa, and their energies collided fiercely. When the dust cleared, Shin noticed Agito was still fighting, and Agito revealed himself, striking with Yatsurugi Flow Boxing Secret Technique Dragon Slayer Palm, shaking the ground with energy. As the dust settled, Gildiga admitted he had hoped for a little more fun but had been defeated. He fell wounded to the ground, and Agito smiled at their victory. Agito asked Gildiga about his reason for coming there, and questioned his true purpose. Shin quietly thought that Agito was trying to buy time, yet Gildiga had fought as if he had already won, which made Shin feel that stalling was not his real goal. Gildiga then calmly explained how hot springs worked, saying that magma heated underground water until it burst to the surface, and hinted that a terrifying power was sleeping deep below the ground. Shin asked in confusion what he was talking about, but Gildiga revealed that beneath their base, under the Magician Guild headquarters, there was a place filled with dense magic energy. He asked them what could be sleeping there instead of magma. Agito felt shocked and thought it was impossible, then asked if it was Raguna. Shin realized it was the divine dragon the guild master had mentioned and remembered that the base was built there for defense because it had the highest magic concentration in the land. At that moment, a voice reached them reporting that the Magician Guild headquarters was under attack and that 4 of the 6 dragons were attacking together. Gildiga then explained that the strongest Sword Saint and the Seraphim Commander-in-Chief were held back there, and because he had the advantage at this place, he was the perfect one for this role. Agito thought that the timing was too perfect and realized their fight had been monitored. Gildiga calmly told them to hurry back, warning that if the defense failed then they would be finished this time. The ground suddenly collapsed and Gildiga fell into the lava below, yet while sinking he spoke with satisfaction and said that for the first time in 100 years he had enjoyed a fight. Agito shouted in panic that if they did not hurry the others would be in danger, and he felt that his fists could not endure anymore. He thought about Sukain workshop nearby and decided he needed a weapon no matter what, then shouted that the others would not last long if the dragons were attacking together, and urged them to move fast. Shin reassured him and said that he was not the only one from Seraphim who had returned after hearing about the 6 dragons, and believed the others would arrive in time. A few minutes earlier at the front gate of the Magician Guild headquarters, students talked nervously about the red dragon Ruble, and wondered if the 6 dragons had truly revived. Another student tried to stay calm and said it would be fine since the Seraphim Captain Kujura had returned to Japan from America. The first student agreed and added that not only the captain but other members had returned as well, and they believed there was nothing for them to do. At that moment a young boy stepped forward and calmly judged the situation, realizing that Gildiga was holding back the Sword Saint and Vritra was underground, so he decided to destroy the place himself. A student tried to stop him, and warned that unrelated people were forbidden from entering, but in the next instant that student was cut into pieces. The boy looked down on them and mocked humans for treating him like a child, revealing himself as one of the 6 dragons, the wind dragon Arshifa known as the storm-destroying dragon. Arshifa spoke with a mocking tone and said that people probably treated him like a child because of his appearance, even though Rubel and Gildiga had adult forms. A student panicked and shouted that the enemy was attacking the front gate. Arshifa then calmly considered flattening the building so the divine dragon could come out more easily, and as mana burst wildly around his body, he declared that the 6 dragons had arrived and that the humans were powerless. Elsewhere, Zelbad, the adjutant of the diamond dragon Gildiga and the man closest to the 6 dragons, laughed as he sensed the battle beginning. He remembered Gildiga telling him that he was going to Purgatory to play with the swordsmen and ordering Zelbad to guard the guild, crush any reinforcements, and stay careful of Seraphim, noting that while people of this era were mostly weak, some could still be useful. Zelbad now felt confident and believed that even Gildiga had acknowledged his ability as the best among all lieutenants. With the Sword Saint absent, he thought there was no way humans could trouble them. He also believed that since Rubel was missing, there was an empty seat among the 6 dragons, and after a great victory in this battle, he planned to claim that position for himself. In that moment, Zelbad was suddenly killed by a man who coldly apologized and told him to give up on his dreams of promotion. The man revealed that the 6 dragons had been found and ordered his people to move, saying it was time to work. He was revealed to be the Seraphim Vice Captain and S-rank second known as Yagi Wolf Tetsuya. The scene shifted to the Central Command Office where Udo said he had fully recovered and thanked Toma for the help. Jinguji then said that since Udo was better, they needed to talk again about countermeasures against the 6 dragons, admitting that even with Seraphim power it was shocking that the 6 dragons had revived. Udo explained that after seeing Rubel demon form, he had been thinking about whether humans could manipulate magic and reach a similar demon form. Suddenly everyone sensed a terrifying magic and felt shocked. Udo realized that the magic felt just like Rubel power, yet even stronger, and he shouted in fear that a new member of the 6 dragons had appeared. Sakagami reacted in panic and said that the Sword Saint was not there. Jinguji immediately shouted that there were non-combatants in the lower base and ordered everyone to hurry and intercept the enemy. Erika quickly judged the situation and thought that if the other 6 dragons could take human forms, they could easily infiltrate the city, and with Yatsuragi absent, they might be facing more than one opponent. Udo shouted for Amasaki to deploy a shield, and Erika instantly created a barrier around everyone and blocked the incoming attack. She asked if everyone was alright, and Sakagami thanked her sincerely. Toma warned them not to lower their guard because the real battle was only beginning. At that moment, the water-deep dragon Nissi appeared and calmly asked if they were Seraphim, saying that as the deep dragon she would play with them. Udo sensed that her magic was different from the others, while Sakagami realized in shock that they were facing 2 enemies at the same time. Nissi told them not to worry and said they could play until Raguna woke up, and as her mana flared, she casually warned that she might kill them in the middle of the fight. The scene then shifted to the basement of the guild headquarters where the black dragon Vritra stood. He confirmed that the underground cavern truly existed, a secret known only to previous guild masters, and revealed it was a gate to Hades. After a long time, he declared that the one who would become one with the dragon, become the next king, and control everything would be the black dragon Vritra himself. Students rushed through the area in panic, shouting about an enemy and calling for Seraphim to find the intruder. At that moment, the light glorious dragon Oreos appeared with a relaxed smile and thought that he was glad he had tampered with the lottery, since being assigned as a guard like this allowed him to slack off. He casually assumed that Arshifa would deal with the small enemies and believed he could sit back and read manga instead. Suddenly, Tetsuya attacked Oreos from behind, and a powerful blast shook the ground. When the dust settled, Oreos calmly commented that even though he had planned to skip this fight, it looked like he would not be able to avoid it. Tetsuya sensed his strength and remarked that Orio's was different from the weak opponents they had faced before. Nagi Sasahi, a Seraphim Squad member known as the Grim Reaper, stepped forward and said he would handle this enemy since Orio's was one of the 6 dragons, joking that he wanted the subjugation reward to buy new clothes. Mia Asami, another Seraphim Squad member, happily agreed and said she wanted to go shopping together since her clothes were always ruined because of missions like this. Orio's looked at them with interest and said they must be the rumored Seraphim, admitting he was excited as well. He asked if he could finish them quickly because he really wanted to read the latest chapter of Graduate Mercenary. Mia smiled and said it was nice because they were thinking the same thing. Nagi then used a magic technique and summoned a shadow servant, while Mia raised her hand and activated her intensifying magic, with their companions also releasing their power. Oreo sensed that their magic suddenly grew stronger and realized that Mia was an enhancer. Nagi gave the order to attack, and the shadow rushed forward as a powerful energy blast shook the ground. Meanwhile, Agito asked if the Seraphim members who came back were with Shin. Shin explained that to plan a counterattack against the 6 dragons, he and 3 other S-rank members had returned in a hurry. He said that the Vice Captain Wolf was especially powerful and the best fighter in Seraphim. Shin added that he had come to Purgatory to meet Sukain, and believed the others should already be at the headquarters and could hold on until they arrived. Agito nodded and said he understood. Suddenly, a girl shouted angrily at them for causing chaos in front of her workshop and ruining her new masterpiece, demanding that they take responsibility. She revealed herself as the weapon craftsman known as the Invincible Steel Smith Suhain Mihoto. Agito wondered if she was a descendant of Sukain. Shin urgently shouted that it was an emergency and that the 6 dragons had returned, but Suhain angrily dismissed it and yelled that nothing was more important to her than crafting weapons. When Shin mentioned that the guild headquarters was under attack, she grew even angrier and scolded him for saying he would come home next month, accusing him of lying and forcing her to stay up all night. Shin apologized awkwardly, while Agito quietly thought that Kajura was being completely overwhelmed by her. Suhain then pointed at Agito and said she had never seen him before, yet recognized him as the Sword Saint Yatsurugi Agito. Agito asked in surprise if she knew him, and she explained that his aura left no openings even when standing still, and that despite having no magic, he emitted one of the strongest sword spirits she had ever felt. She admitted she never expected someone like him to truly be the Sword Saint. Agito sensed that something about the revived enemy had changed, feeling that its magic had suddenly grown stronger. Suhain proudly shouted that this was exactly what one would expect from a descendant of Sukain. Agito then looked at his broken sword and realized it was the one from the recent fight. Suhain held the damaged sword with emotion, comforting it as if it were alive, saying it must have suffered and worked hard, and promised that everything would be fine now. She declared that she would fix it right away. Suhain Mikoto was introduced as the legendary swordsmith skilled in the special magic of weapon forging. Sukain Desetsu was known as an S-rank magician who had inherited those skills as a weaponsmith, and while her hands were exceptional, her personality was said to have serious issues according to the Magician Guild database. Agito quietly asked if she was always like this, and Shin calmly replied that she had always been this way and told him it was time to go. They moved into the basement where countless weapons were hanging all around them. Shin asked about his order, and Sukain immediately pointed out a spear and said it was finished, proudly naming it Kajura Ultra Gungar Mk2. Agito thought the name was extremely lame and believed that even someone from 100 years ago would find it embarrassing, imagining that Kajura would be angry if he heard it. Shin, however, happily praised the name as wonderful, while Agito silently questioned everyone's sense of naming. Sukain then scolded them and pointed out that the target dummy nearby was the hardest one, and reminded them how expensive each one was. Shin calmly accepted the spear and said he would take it. Sukain then turned to Agito and said that his weapon was also finished. Agito asked if she had been expecting him, and she explained that her grandfather used to talk about him whenever he was drunk. She recalled her grandfather blaming himself and saying that if only he had given Agito a better weapon, Agito would not have died. Returning to the present, Sukain explained that for 100 years since the war, they had been tempering a single sword while crafting other weapons, preparing for the day another war might begin so they would have no regrets. She revealed that this was the Sukain family masterpiece Metsuryu, the ultimate weapon crafted for the hero of this era, and she handed it to Agito, declaring it was his now. As Agito held the sword, mana flared around him and he felt overwhelmed, thinking that the sword felt deeply familiar, like a partner who had fought beside him through countless wars. He felt that the emotions poured into the blade were like a prayer, and he could not ignore the message to not die again this time. With a small smile, he silently thanked Desetsu, then loudly called out to Kujura and everyone else, declaring that it was time to go. Nya happily praised the attack and said it was perfectly done, while Nagi calmly agreed. A powerful blast shook the upper floors of the headquarters, and Tetsuya realized that the entire base would be destroyed if they did not act quickly. He decided they should split up and told Nagi to handle that enemy. Nagi nodded and accepted the task. Tetsuya then tried to take Nya with him, but she suddenly apologized, saying her friends were in danger, and rushed off toward them. Tetsuya shouted for her to wait, but Nagi asked if he should bring her back. Tetsuya stopped him and said to let her go, reminding him that their only order was to survive by any means. The scene shifted to Nissi, who attacked fiercely and ordered her enemies to run. Erika quickly raised a shield to block the attack and called out to Sakagami to move closer. Toma and Edo fired mana beams at Nissi together, but she smiled and said she was happy her prey was so lively and worth playing with. Sakagami panicked and said nothing was working. Erika calmly asked if they had noticed something, and Edo realized that Nissi was dodging attacks instead of taking them directly. He thought her weakness might be lightning and believed that if they could break her defenses and strike with it, they might win. He decided to try manipulating magic to reach a demon form, and his mana flared. Nissi attacked again, but at that moment Nya appeared in front of them and blocked the strike. She greeted them cheerfully and told them to leave the rest to her. Elsewhere, Nagi calmly called out and demanded Oreos show himself, believing he was not dead yet. Oreos appeared and complained that it was troublesome, asking why he could not be ignored. A shadow suddenly wrapped around Oreo's neck, and Nagi declared that he wanted to defeat the light dragon Oreos and buy new clothes with the reward. He summoned many shadow servants and coldly told Oreos to die. Oreos only complained again about how troublesome it was. At another battlefield, Arshifa stood surrounded by defeated mages and said they were weak and boring, regretting not going with Gildiga. Tetsuya confronted him and asked what he wanted. Arshifa noticed that the enemies he had beaten had vanished and suspected it was this man's skill, then asked who he was. Tetsuya introduced himself as Yagyu Wolf Tetsuya and declared he would destroy Arshifa. He suddenly appeared behind the dragon, surprising him with his speed. Arshifa thought he could still see him, but Tetsuya leaped high and unleashed a powerful magic attack that cut through everything, sending a massive mana beam at Arshifa. When the dust cleared, Tetsuya muttered that Kujura was taking too long. Arshifa emerged alive and praised the attack, saying he had been bored since his revival and wanted to fight to the death in a serious battle. Tetsuya responded with anger, ready to continue the fight. After the 6 dragons attacked the Magician Guild, 3 major battles began at the same time, with Miyasami facing the deep dragon Nissi, Sakaki Nagi confronting the glorious dragon Oreos, and Wolf Yagyu Tetsuya fighting the storm dragon Arshifa. The scene shifted to the time before the attack at the Magician Guild headquarters. Vritra explained the plan to his companions, saying that based on the information they received from Rubel, their greatest obstacle was the Sword Saint Agito. He said they needed to lure and stall the Sword Saint in a remote place first, then raid the guild headquarters and awaken the Divine Dragon, killing anyone who stood in their way. Nissi mocked Rubel and said he was an idiot who died before the real fun even began. Oreos casually complained that if Rubel were still alive, he could have taken it easy. Arshifa asked what was wrong, and Gildiga answered that dragons only understood fighting and power, where the weak were devoured by the strong. However, he admitted that humans possessed a different kind of power that had shaken his heart, even though they were weak and fragile. He wondered if there was any other path besides endless fighting and killing, finding the idea strangely interesting. Arshifa responded that he did not care at all, saying that as long as he could fight someone strong when Ragana was resurrected, the world would naturally turn into chaos and become fun. Gildiga then asked if the Sword Saint alone was enough. Arshifa replied that he wanted to fight the Sword Saint the most, but believed someone else strong would appear soon, and that winning too easily would be boring. He questioned whether there were humans even more worthwhile than the Sword Saint. Gildiga quietly said that he somehow understood what Arshifa meant. Back in the present, Arshifa reflected on the speed of his opponent, and wondered if it was some kind of skill, finding it interesting. He praised Tetsuya and said it was impressive for a human, then asked if he was stronger than the Sword Saint. Tetsuya calmly replied that he did not know and mockingly asked if Arshifa was scared now, calling him a brat. Arshifa rushed forward in anger and declared that he was not a kid, firmly believing that he was the fastest among the 6 dragons and that as long as he stayed alert, there was nothing he could not keep up with. He was determined to force his opponent to reveal his true ability. Tetsuya suddenly used the technique and appeared behind Arshifa, catching him off guard. Arshifa narrowly avoided the strike and realized that Tetsuya had become even faster, then countered by unleashing a violent tornado. Tetsuya noted that Arshifa reacted well, as expected of one of the 6 dragons, and wondered if he was aware of the hidden seeds of his power. He launched another technique that sent a dark barrage rushing toward Arshifa. Arshifa skillfully dodged every attack and admired how Tetsuya could control the path of his strikes. He guessed that Tetsuya's style focused on reading and countering enemy movements and suspected teleportation or other advanced tricks. Arshifa then released a stronger tornado technique to block all escape routes, convinced that whether Tetsuya teleported or not, he would die there, and confidently declared the fight was over. At that moment, Tetsuya calmly told him to stop. Arshifa froze as countless golden arrows suddenly flew toward him. He smiled as he evaded them, while the arrows struck the building and caused small explosions. From this, Arshifa finally understood Tetsuya's ability and realized it was time manipulation. He figured out that the strange speed, the narrowed flow of time around him, and the sudden stop were all part of that power. Tetsuya casually confirmed it. Arshifa admitted that Tetsuya was strong and realized that there were humans more interesting than just the Sword Saint. Tetsuya asked what Arshifa planned to do next and mocked him by asking if he would run away. Arshifa refused and said he wanted to keep playing, claiming that no matter how long Tetsuya could stop time, he would shred him in every second. He then released his demon form, letting his power explode. Tetsuya recognized this form from reports and judged Arshifa to be a troublesome opponent. Accepting that he had no other choice, he calmly stated that stopping brats was an adult duty as he prepared to fight seriously. Arshifa reflected that the wind attribute was useful on any battlefield because of its speed and flexibility, allowing it to be used for offense, defense, and support. However, he also understood that it was slightly weaker in raw attack power compared to other attributes, which was why he had once been defeated by the Sword Saint Agito. Activating his technique, he unleashed Catastrophe and sent Tetsuya flying away. Tetsuya realized that Arshifa's power had suddenly increased and wondered if the demon form was the reason for this surge. Arshifa pressed the attack again, but Tetsuya narrowly dodged and noticed that Arshifa's speed had also increased. Tetsuya countered with his Tenebrae attack, yet Arshifa blocked the arrows with ease. Arshifa was only 151 years old, which was around 14 in human years, and while he was already on par with Rubel and Gildiga, he was still extremely young. He had become one of the 6 dragons not because others feared him, but because his combat skills were unmatched. It was believed that if Arshifa had matured 100 years earlier, even Agito would have struggled far more against him. Arshifa continued to dodge every attack without slowing down. Tetsuya was shocked by how quickly Arshifa adapted and said so aloud. Arshifa confidently replied that he would not fall for the same trick twice and unleashed another technique, creating a red whirlwind of power before landing firmly on the ground. He then asked Tetsuya if he had any other secret weapon besides stopping time. Tetsuya admitted that he did have one but refused to reveal it. Arshifa laughed and said it would be more fun if he did, and when Tetsuya demanded the same in return, Arshifa revealed his own trump card. He said it was Lizluka, a technique that summoned countless tornadoes and storms that could not be dodged, a move created to kill the Sword Saint Agito. With confidence, Arshifa declared that this was where the fight would end for Tetsuya. Tetsuya firmly declared that there was no way the battle would end there because he was carrying the will of his comrades. The scene shifted to about a year ago in the suburbs of a certain city, where people shouted for rescue squads and praised the team for holding on while calling for recovery magic. Budo shouted that more victims were appearing and said that for large-scale operations like this, they were short on people and needed more magicians than Seraphim currently had. He insisted that they could not allow any more civilians to die and said that this was the very reason Seraphim had been created. Tetsuya stepped in and told Budo Riku to calm down, explaining that the gate activation had caused a flood of monsters and that they should be thankful Seraphim had been deployed in advance. He said they had managed to protect many civilians and that some sacrifices had sadly been unavoidable. Nagi spoke with pain and reminded them that the soldiers who died also had friends and families, questioning whether such losses could be accepted so easily. Tetsuya answered seriously and said they must never betray the trust of their comrades. He explained that Team Q had gone in first and held the line with everything they had until reinforcements arrived. He said they fought because they wanted to reduce the number of victims and believed that holding the enemy back mattered. He reminded Udo that those soldiers shared the same feelings and that Udo had been entrusted with the future, so what he needed to do now was move forward without regret. Udo then ordered each squad leader to report damages and apologized for pushing everyone so hard, saying they needed to reorganize quickly. Nagi asked for the topographic map of the area and said they could do better by revising their strategy. Watching this, Tetsuya thought that they had to keep moving forward without stopping, because this was the will of the Sword Saint that they had inherited. Back in the present, Tetsuya warned Arshifa that he could end him in 3 moves. Arshifa laughed confidently and charged forward, unleashing his Lazluka technique. In response, Tetsuya activated his own ultimate magic, Ars Magna, as their powers clashed. There was a theory that humans could predict the future because there was a small lag between thought and action, and the brain and body. Normally, there was about a 10-second delay, which made predicting the future possible in theory. Tetsuya, however, could accelerate his thinking to the maximum and move far beyond an ordinary human, allowing him to predict a few seconds ahead and react in ways others could not. Tetsuya analyzed Arshifa's first move, seeing a complex barrage of wind. At first glance, it looked impossible to escape, but he noticed a green time fuse. Moving carefully, he rushed forward, dodged the blast, and thought the first move's siege was over. Arshifa believed Tetsuya was acting as he expected and used his next technique, Volar, forming many sharp glass shards that slashed Tetsuya's body. Arshifa said it did not matter if Tetsuya stopped, it would not change how he died. Tetsuya realized that rushing in or stopping would both be deadly, but he saw the path and charged for his second move. Arshifa acknowledged that Tetsuya had escaped the attack but said that this was the end. The sudden changes in atmospheric pressure affected the inner ear and autonomic nervous system, which could disturb balance and cause issues normally negligible, but in high-speed combat between talented individuals, it was enough to create an advantage. Tetsuya realized he had seen this effect but had not processed it in time. For his final blow, Arshifa did not use a tornado or Kursnaya, but simply slashed with his hand. He was certain that at close range his hand sword, the fastest and strongest of his techniques, could cut life itself. Smiling, he declared that he would kill Tetsuya. Tetsuya suddenly raised his hand and used his third eye move, releasing a mana beam that struck Arshifa directly. Arshifa screamed in shock, realizing too late what had happened. Tetsuya landed on the ground and explained that the attack came from outside his conscious control, so he aimed and fired first exactly as he had planned, using advice he had learned from someone before him, and he declared it his victory. Arshifa shouted in anger, accusing Tetsuya of cheating and claiming the win should have been his without question. Tetsuya shouted back that doing everything possible to win was natural, and questioned whether Arshifa demon form was not cheating as well. Arshifa dismissed it, saying the fight tired him out anyway. Tetsuya replied that he was so exhausted he could die and asked if Arshifa had anything else to say. Arshifa then asked why Tetsuya was so strong even though he was human. Tetsuya instead asked what Arshifa was fighting for. Arshifa answered that he fought simply because he wanted to. Tetsuya told him that was why he would never understand, explaining that humans could push past their limits for their comrades, and that was what it meant to be human. Arshifa realized that humans possessed a different kind of power than his kind. He decided that he would hunt Tetsuya down one day, saying he had memorized his techniques and smiling as he promised to win next time. Before he could continue, Tetsuya used the magic technique Mugenvoinia and blasted Arshifa away. As Arshifa disappeared into the air, he said that losing today was fine because he had a lot of fun, and invited Tetsuya to fight again. While flying away, he admitted that he understood a little more now and found humans interesting. Left behind, Tetsuya noted that Arshifa had escaped and that it was impossible to chase him in his condition. He reflected on how 6 had been killed, thought about the Sword Saint Agito as a true monster, and realized Agito was surely older than himself. The battle ended with the victory of Seraphim Vice Captain Yagi Wolf Tetsuya over the Storm Dragon Arshifa. The scene then shifted as Sakagami and Erika shouted in shock upon seeing Asami and demanded to know why she was there and what she was planning to do. Mia stopped them, saying she would apologize later and that for now they had a customer to deal with. Nissi exploded with anger, furious that she had been kicked, and released her mana while swearing she would never forgive the girl and would make her regret being born. Mia responded with a bright smile, saying regret did not suit her because her life was amazing and she had no intention of living with regrets. Nissi attacked fiercely, saying they had been made fun of and that her opponents seemed eager to die, and she used her magic technique, Abyss of Azure Tide. Nakagami realized that a barrier technique had been used and that it had split them up. Toma told Udo that she was fine and that there were friends she needed to talk to, and Udo said he understood and would leave that one to her. Erika was shocked that Nissi could put up such a barrier so quickly. Toma realized that they had been dragged into unfamiliar territory and wondered where they were. Mia told them that she knew it was not the best time, but there was something she needed to say, referring to something that had happened in the past. Erika nodded in understanding, and Toma said there was no way they could forget. The scene shifted to 2 years ago at Kagura High School during a junior high field exam. Toma hesitated, wondering if they were really going to fight a lesser demon to top the exam. Mia encouraged her, saying she was a fighter, and Erika reminded her that she had already defeated a mid-level boss, so this should be no problem. Toma thought about her younger self, remembering how she had always been pulled along by the others who formed the party, Amasaki and Mia. She felt like a C-rank failure compared to them and worried that if she held them back, they would be in danger. Mia reassured her with a smile, saying not to worry about being C-rank and that her magic still worked. Toma realized she just needed more experience. Mia promised that her amplifying magic would support her, and Erika said they should do it like always and trust their friends. Toma remembered how confident she had felt back then, thinking there was no way they could lose, but suddenly a demon appeared in front of them. Erika shouted in alarm that the magic power had suddenly surged and that the lesser demon was far stronger than expected. She ordered them to fall back to the gate entrance, and thought that the monster's strength might be linked to the resurrection of the 6 dragons. Mia and Erika were soon defeated and lying on the ground. Erika shouted for Asami to run, but the demon attacked her, spraying blood into the air. In the present, Toma reflected deeply on that event, thinking about who was at fault. She concluded that the biggest culprit had been herself, wishing she had fought properly back then to prevent what had happened. Erika admitted that it had been her fault back then because she had been too proud of the Amasaki name and had overestimated her own abilities. Mia immediately denied it and tried to speak, but Nissi suddenly appeared and revealed that they were inside her barrier, Abyss of Azure Tide. She explained that there were no space or light users left to interfere, so she could take her time and torture them to death, and she attacked without hesitation. Toma calmly responded that throwing water at an ice user was a bad choice and declared that she was no longer the same as before. She believed she could handle this alone and end it quickly. Erika shouted back in worry, saying that Toma was being unreasonable because they did not yet know what the enemy was truly capable of. Nissi mocked them, saying that in their current state they were not even worth calling insects, and she attacked again with killing intent. Erika quickly created a shield around them and realized that the barrier was not just meant to separate them from Udo and the others. She understood that while all of the 6 dragons had gained new powers from the divine dragon's protection, Nissi had chosen a large-scale barrier instead of a demon form. Anyone trapped inside could be slowly killed with endless magic, making it a perfect technique for someone who enjoyed torture and murder. Nissi laughed confidently and compared their struggle to trying to cut down a forest with a saw or burn a planet with a single candle, saying they were fighting the ocean itself and could never win with their strength. Erika reinforced her shield as Nissi increased her attack power and mocked her stubborn resistance. Erika urged Toma to think calmly and said that if they worked together, they could still find a way. Toma rejected the idea and insisted that next time she would defeat Nissi with her strongest spell. Erika shouted for her to stop, saying she could not win alone. Toma snapped back, recalling how she had been the first to fall in the past and how Mia had been badly injured because of it. Erika shouted that it had been a mistake in her own judgment, while the others were fighting. Toma screamed that she had been unable to do anything and that she wanted to leave her weak past behind. She declared that this time she would protect her friends, because otherwise she could not move forward. Erika realized that Toma's words were meant to convince herself more than anyone else. Mia finally spoke with tears in her eyes, saying that both of them were wrong and that the fault had been hers alone. She asked them, from now on, to place their blame and hatred on her instead. Udo told Sakagami to move with him, but Nakagami worried about whether Toma and Amasaki would be alright. Udo answered that their friend had told them to leave it to her, which meant their battle was not here. Nakagami asked him to wait, then pointed out the magic surrounding them, and realized it belonged to Captain Kujura. She smiled and said she would do her job at full speed and asked Udo to take her to Captain Kujura. Udo agreed and left it to her, hoping in his heart that Toma would be safe. The scene shifted to 2 years ago in an isolation ward of a guild in a foreign country. Mia slowly woke up and Tetsuya introduced himself as a magician of the guild, saying he had something important to tell her. Mia felt confused because she remembered being in the middle of the field test and challenging the boss together with her friends. Shin then explained that during the field test, boss-level monsters had suddenly gone berserk, and that the cause had been Mia herself, as her talent had lost control. Mia remembered the battle and trembled as she realized it was her fault. Shin explained that the information had been classified, but the guild could not let her go until her immense power was brought under control. She would remain under guild surveillance and have no contact with the outside world. Tetsuya reassured her and said they would take proper care of her, but the process would take around 5 years and she would have to start from the basics. Mia refused and said that 5 years was too late. She could not stay in bed while Erika and Toma were suffering because of slander. She begged to return to Japan as soon as possible to apologize to them and promised to endure any kind of training if they would teach her. After that, Mia began training with Shin. During one harsh session, Tetsuya shouted at her that she was still controlling magic the wrong way. He warned her that if she continued like this, she would never reach her goal and that next time she might end up killing her own friends. Shin hit Erika and threw her away. He thought that this was the natural result when an S rank fought a B rank and that even a child would know it. He knew it was nice to have hope, but it was reckless. He told Tetsuya that this was enough for today, warning that at this rate her body would be harmed. Mia, however, said she wanted to try one more time. At that moment, Mia's heart burned with regret for her friends and anger at herself, but she realized that the feelings Amasaki and Toma had back then were the same. She wanted to apologize to both of them, and with that thought, she endured intense training for 2 years, enhancing her magic and becoming one of the best in Seraphim. Now in the present, Mia apologized for all the bad things that had been said about Erika's family, and the slander against Rina. She asked her friends to hate her if they wanted but pleaded for them to be friends again. Erika and Toma, holding her, asked why she hadn't said it sooner. Toma shouted that he had tried to contact her many times and had always worried about her. Erika said she had been thinking about what to do if Mia didn't forgive them and realized that Mia had not contacted them because she felt scared. Mia, with tears in her eyes, apologized repeatedly. They hugged each other and thanked Mia for coming to see them. Mia asked if they had forgiven her, and Toma said it was obvious. Erika added that they were friends, and Toma noted that Mia's judgment had been wrong back then and reminded her that he was now S rank. Erika said that was beside the point, and Mia laughed. Suddenly, the barrier shattered into pieces. Nissi appeared and remarked that the curse looked familiar, realizing that Mia had been with the Sword Saint 100 years ago and was a descendant of that girl. She noted that the defense spells were powerful but pitiful against someone like Mia and asked if she was grieving the Sword Saint. Mia asked when they had last laughed together. Erika groaned, and Toma asked if Mia and Amasaki were ready to work together again. They flared their mana and prepared to take Nissi down. In the midst of the battle, Nissi shouted that it was an emergency, and questioned what teamwork could even do. Mia, Erika, and Toma rushed forward, dodging Nissi's attacks. They moved with incredible speed using magic techniques that let them walk on water and break ice into pieces. Mia boosted her magic power, Erika activated her 2-second sword master technique, and Toma entered chant-free mode. Nissi attacked fiercely while they used magic techniques like sonic blaze and avalanche to avoid her strikes. She was surprised at how quickly their power was increasing. Mia then used a magic kick called Leg Boost Shooting Star, which pushed Nissi backward. Despite their efforts, Nissi prepared her strongest spell, declaring she would no longer see them as weaklings. Toma and Erika realized how tough she was and that they might not be able to beat her at this rate. Erika thought that their only chance was to use a powerful technique that combined all 3 of their magic abilities. Mia thought that boosting their strength anymore would put too much burden on them and they might still not defeat Nissi. She worried about what would happen if the 2 of them fell like before. Erika smiled and said they should go for it. Toma reassured them that they had this and that the 3 of them would go home together. Mia nodded with a smile and agreed. They rushed forward as Nissi declared it was useless, and that defeating them was impossible as long as the space was not frozen. The three of them burst into mana and used a combined technique called Cocytus X, pouring their magic on Nissi. Nissi realized that they had focused all their power, and wondered if it would cover the space completely. The three of them remembered Agito's advice from before when he told them to remember what was on his note if they ever fought a powerful enemy without him. Toma thought it must be advice from Sword Saint Agito, and hoped they would not have to use it. Erika thanked the Sword Saint for the useful advice she had received before, while Agito had entrusted the base to them. In the present moment, Toma reflected on Agito's words and realized that although she had trained hard in combat, her magic was her true strength. She understood that when she felt weak, she had to trust in Amasaki and her friends, because belief would strengthen their bond. With that realization, Toma felt no fear, not even of self-destruction. Nissi unleashed her powerful Abyss Break attack, and Toma called out to Erika. Erika understood immediately and prepared to strike, remembering the band technique Agito had entrusted to her, one that consumed immense magic and carried great danger. She declared that she would not lose again and moved forward with resolve. Nissi believed she had struck them head-on, but when the dust cleared, the three stood protected by a powerful shield. Shocked, Nissi sensed a power even greater than what she remembered from 100 years ago, and began to panic. Toma and Erika stated that strength alone did not decide victory or defeat. Nya completed their words by saying that what truly mattered was having friends to rely on, then rushed forward using her enhanced leg boost attack. Nissi screamed in disbelief as she was frozen and shattered into pieces. After the battle, Nya reflected on the many times she had wanted to give up over the past 2 years but endured and reached this moment. She silently thanked her former leaders and then smiled warmly, as she told Erika and Rina that she was finally home. Nya sat on the ground exhausted and thought that it was finally over, realizing how close they had been to failure with just one wrong move. Erika asked if they were behind the guild, while Toma noticed that they had arrived in a different place from where they had entered. Suddenly, Nissi rose again, and Erika shouted in shock that she was still alive. Nissi declared that their good times would end and threatened to take them instead of the Sword Saint. Nya worried that they did not have enough magic to fight. Nissi attacked Nya, but Toma and Erika rushed to protect her. Nya felt glad that she had finally reunited with her friends despite the danger. Erika shouted for them to run, but before Nissi could strike again, someone hit her. Nissi realized she had lost once more to Sword Saint Agito. Agito told Nissi not to touch his friends, and she shattered into pieces, turning into smoke. Agito smiled and apologized to Amasaki for keeping her waiting. Erika, crying emotionally, thanked Mitsurugi and called him a great hero, noting that he had arrived just in time. Agito praised them for their efforts and credited Sakagami for helping them reach this point. Toma felt amazed as she realized that Agito was even stronger than before, even though he had not been fighting seriously. Nya also understood clearly that he truly was the Sword Saint. Agito sensed new arrivals, and soon Shin appeared, explaining that just as predicted, reinforcements had been summoned from various places and that Nissi must have been the cause. Agito agreed and allowed Shin to handle them, trusting him not to fail this time. As enemies approached, Shin recalled familiar memories of the place, thinking about Takamiya from the security team and the hot dog stand he used to visit every day as a student. With his emotions rising, Shin cut down a large group of enemies in a single sweep, declaring that anyone who trampled on the people he cherished would never be forgiven. Watching him, Nya noticed that Captain Kajura had changed and felt that he had somehow become better. Erika asked if something had happened to him, and Agito replied that many things had occurred. Inside, Agito worried that if Laguna awakened like it did 100 years ago, terrible destruction would follow. He resolved that he would not let history repeat itself, and decided to end everything there. Agito sensed that multiple powerful forces were colliding, and realized that one of them was Odo. Erika urgently told him she needed to say something important. She spoke about her great-grandmother, remembering how she always looked sad whenever she mentioned the Sword Saint. Her grandmother had said that he was a fool who did reckless things even without magic and had died alone despite others caring for him. Erika explained that she too had felt responsible for healing him, but he had gone ahead and sacrificed himself. She wanted Agito to understand that no matter how much he cared for the world, he had to cherish his own life, because if he died, it would all be meaningless. In the present, Erika asked Agito to promise that he would come back alive so that everyone could be happy, and she smiled as she said it. Agito's eyes widened as he remembered his past life, realizing that after this battle only Vritra of the 6 dragons would remain, and that Vritra was extremely strong, making this a crucial moment. Yuka reminded him that while he was fighting for everyone, he was also part of that everyone and must not forget to protect himself too. Agito was surprised when Yuka spoke to him and asked why she was acting so out of character. She punched him and told him to listen. Agito admitted that he did not want to die, but he was willing to give his life if it meant protecting everyone. Yuka clenched her fist and demanded that he promise to come back alive. In the present, Agito smiled and promised her that he would not die, meeting her hand to show he meant it. The scene then shifted to Oreos. Udo arrived to help Nagi, but Nagi found him stronger than expected and used a magic technique called Blast Nova Behemoth to summon a shadow. Oreos expressed his confusion with humans and slashed the shadow away. Nagi realized the situation was difficult, while Udo shouted that an invisible slash made it impossible to reach Oreos. Oreos smiled and said that only Sword Saint Agito could reach him, preparing a large mana ball and expressing a wish to see a swordsman close to Agito's strength in the future. Udo realized the danger as Agito suddenly appeared and blocked the attack using the Yatsurugi sword technique Thunder God. Agito asked about his strength, and Oreos smiled, acknowledging that the Sword Saint had finally arrived. Nagi was surprised to realize that Agito was the legendary Sword Saint. Oreos spoke proudly, saying that 100 years ago he had claimed humans would always be inferior to dragons, but admitted that was a lie. Since reviving, he had learned about human culture and found it fascinating, enjoying manga, social media, and anime music, which would never have existed in his hometown beyond the gate. Udo and Nagi realized that even among the 6 dragons there were beings like Oreos. Oreos declared that he hated losing and the only thing he had ever lost to was human strength, which he could not accept. Mana burst around him, revealing his wings, and Nagi shouted in shock, realizing that the invisible attacks they had seen were from his sword wings. Agito recognized that this was Oreos' demon form. Oreos said that the time had come to fight Agito at his absolute best, having endured hardships and saved all his energy for this moment as payback for 100 years ago. He attacked, but Agito slashed his sword and blocked the strike. Udo smiled, impressed that Agito could see the attack so clearly. Agito realized that breaking the invisibility was intentional, meaning all of Oreos' magic would now go into this attack. Oreos said he could not be picky about what he used and began by trying to destroy Agito's weapon. Nagi shouted in alarm at the overwhelming number of attacks coming at them. Agito realized that all of Oreos' attacks would have destroyed his old sword, and he silently thanked Mikoto and Desetsu. He used the Yatsurugi sword technique 6-petaled blade burial, declaring that this sword, made by 3 generations, would not break easily. Nagi was amazed by Agito's power and speed, thinking he was stronger than any S-ranked magician he had ever seen. Udo remembered that their previous duel was nothing compared to now and that Agito had even broken his sword to protect him. Nagi resolved that they could not keep being protected and recalled his childhood promise to reach this point. Oreos and Agito clashed repeatedly. Oreos praised Agito as their nemesis and launched an attack, sending sharp shards toward him, but Agito crushed them. Oreos used a magic technique called Heaven's Judgment, and Agito countered with Yatsurugi sword technique Crimson Clouds, shaking the ground with the impact. When the dust cleared, Oreos acknowledged Agito's skill, but mana began to break the ground, and Agito realized it might be the Divine Dragon's magic awakening. Oreos taunted him, questioning why he was not moving, but Agito attacked and Oreos dodged, blaming the lack of a successor as his fault. Agito mysteriously said that a successor did exist, and shadows of crows began to attack Oreos. Nagi attacked alongside Agito, calling Oreos greedy and mocking him as a smartphone junkie. Oreos responded, challenging them both, but Nagi, Udo, and the others encouraged Agito to focus, insisting they could handle Oreos themselves. Oreos was frustrated by their interference, and both Nagi and Udo declared that they were disciples of the Sword Saint. Agito's eyes widened in surprise. 6 years ago at the Magician Guild headquarters in the Hall of Heroes, Jinguji stood before the students and proudly greeted them as the guild master, praising them for clearing the hardest test and reaching S rank, calling them the future of the guild and reminding them of their responsibilities. Udo loudly declared himself the best among the best and boasted that he should be called the modern-day Sword Saint, showing his pride and confidence. Nagi immediately argued with him, feeling annoyed and competitive, saying Udo only won by luck and claiming the Sword Saint title for himself while pointing out that Udo did not even know the real master of the Sword Saint. Udo angrily tried to prove himself by naming famous techniques, but Nagi rejected his words and accused him of knowing nothing, which made their argument grow louder and more childish. Jinguji suddenly lost his patience and shouted at them to get out, filling the hall with heavy silence. As they were thrown out, Udo and Nagi both remembered how they once admired the legendary hero and dreamed of becoming just like him, and while blaming each other, they slowly began to understand as they grew older that being called the Sword Saint was not only about strength but also about responsibility and meaning. A few years later, Udo calmly spoke after hearing news about a newly discovered S-rank gate, and the students around him reacted with fear and disbelief, remembering how many people had died at a special A-rank gate and feeling certain that anything beyond that level would be impossible to face. Udo spoke with confidence and told everyone not to be so scared, saying that even if the mission seemed impossible, it was still a chance to make a name for themselves, and he proudly reminded them that he and Sakaki had already crushed a special A-rank gate, which eased the fear of the students and made them agree with him. Suddenly the mood changed when Nagi reacted in shock after hearing that one student was quitting, and the student firmly explained that he no longer wanted to be S-rank and planned to return to school instead. Nagi angrily questioned his choice and mocked the idea of going back, saying that becoming a hero like the Sword Saint was the reason they had come this far, but the student exploded in fear and frustration, admitting that a genius like Nagi would never understand, confessing that he felt he would die if he continued, and rejecting the dream of fame and the Sword Saint, choosing to walk away and leave it to the others. Later, Nagi quietly asked Udo if he was feeling depressed, and Udo answered honestly, saying that wanting to be strong was not enough anymore. He spoke about how humanity had been pushed into a corner, how the black dragon Vritra had destroyed 90% of their forces in a single attack, and how they could not even touch it as their last city nearly collapsed. He remembered how the Sword Saint appeared like a miracle in that hopeless moment, and asked how everyone had felt back then, and Nagi replied that people believed that if it was the Sword Saint, he would surely save them. Udo continued with heavy emotions, explaining that the Sword Saint was not alone, that he had the 4 great heroes, the swordsmith Desetsu, and countless soldiers beside him, and that strength alone was not enough to become the Sword Saint because no one could keep up with him alone. Nagi reflected on this and admitted that people only saw the Sword Saint's strength, while what he truly wanted as a child was the life of a swordsman who could protect everyone, believing that was the right path. Hearing this, Udo suddenly made his decision and declared with passion that they could not wait for another Sword Saint to appear, and that instead they should become the Sword Saint disciples and follow the life he lived. He spoke about the new S-rank gate and the many battles still to come, promising that they would carry on the Sword Saint legacy, help as many people as possible, and one day stand proudly beside their master. Nagi smiled at Udo's resolve, admitted that his words made sense, and decided to follow him, declaring himself a Sword Saint disciple as well. From that day on, they changed, no longer chasing strength for its own sake, but looking up to the great heroes, accepting their beliefs, and focusing their hearts on a single shared goal. In the present, they shouted together that they were the Sword Saint disciples, and Agito reacted with clear confusion, saying he did not remember taking any disciples at all. Udo answered boldly that Agito would not understand and told him to leave everything to them, which made Agito pause before deciding to entrust the situation to them with caution. Nagi stepped forward with strong resolve and told Agito to leave it to them just like he had done 100 years ago, promising that this time would be different, declaring that it was now their turn as his disciples, and urging him to trust them and go, calling him Mitsurugi no Sword Saint Agito, which made Agito's eyes widen in shock. Oreos prepared his attack and coldly mocked them, saying he was curious to see how strong these so-called disciples really were, and that this fight had nothing to do with weaklings like them. Agito stepped in, agreed to leave on one condition, and blocked Oreo's attack with the Yatsurugi sword technique's 6-star cluster, releasing a powerful blast that shook the ground. He then warned them not to die and called it their first assignment as his disciples, making it clear that surviving was their duty if they truly followed him. They nodded in agreement as Agito began to move forward. As the battle pressure grew, Nagi told Udo not to get too excited, while Oreo spoke with twisted excitement, saying he had always looked forward to a rematch with Agito and blamed them for ruining it, laughing as he unleashed golden mana beams toward them. Udo shouted for 1 minute, asking Nagi to give everything they had, and Nagi fired back with fierce spirit, asking if Udo was fired up. Udo answered with a nod as mana exploded around his body. As the fight continued, Nagi realized that the move Udo was preparing was predictable, and with sharp focus he decided to go all out as well. Oreos coldly warned them that even if they were disciples, they were still not as good as the Sword Saint, and told them to back off before unleashing the magic technique Desperdo. Nagi answered with burning determination, admitting that they were not equal to the Sword Saint yet, which was exactly why they trained so hard, and he rushed forward while activating Dark Knight mode. Nagi's true nature as a dark magician came forth, his magic closely linked to the 6 dragons and the demons under their control, and although he usually restrained this power to avoid losing control, using Dark Knight placed heavy strain on his body and risked a magic rampage, but in return it gave him the fighting style he desired. With unwavering resolve, Nagi declared himself the Sword Saint first disciple who would never betray his master expectations, and he unleashed the Yatsurugi sword technique Shadow Sword 6-petaled burial. Oreos was shocked as he recognized the technique, realizing that Nagi had recreated the Sword Saint's signature move on his own without a teacher, and he spoke in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Nagi continued attacking with fierce pride, shouting that he had said it from the beginning and that he truly was the Sword Saint first disciple, but Oreos narrowly dodged the strike. Inside, Nagi felt the crushing burden of maintaining the Dark Knight form while recreating his master technique, pushing his body to its limits, yet he felt inspired, believing that if they could even approach the Sword Saint level, they could overcome any challenge. Gathering his remaining strength, he prepared another strike and formed the Yatsurugi sword technique Shadow Sword Crimson Cloud's Dark Flame, ready to press the battle even further. Oreos stared in shock, badly wounded, and admitted that he never expected Nagi to make it that far, acknowledging him as the Sword Saint first disciple, yet still coldly stating that Nagi was far from matching his master and that the fight would end now. Nagi answered with stubborn pride and demanded 1 more minute, saying he had earned it and calling out to Udo. At that moment, a violent surge of mana exploded behind Oreos, making his eyes widen again as Udo appeared and praised Nagi for living up to the title of first disciple, then activated his Udo-style extreme enhancement, and entered the God of Thunder form. Udo understood that Mitsurugi Agito was the true Sword Saint and remembered how Agito used a legendary and mysterious technique in battle, knowing that the Twilight Spiral could not be copied. He realized instead that the Sword Saint altered his body by forcing the magic stored within to its maximum, gaining overwhelming power for a short time, and by learning this principle, Udo created his own version known as the God of Thunder form. Oreos was shaken by the impossible amount of power overflowing from Udo, while Udo calmly admitted that the form was not magic efficient and that he only had 10 seconds to finish the fight. Oreos smiled with twisted excitement and launched Heaven Judgment toward Udo, but Udo blocked it, and the pressure alone shook the ground. In the next instant, Udo appeared in front of Oreos and struck him again and again with crushing punches, pouring all his strength into each blow. In his heart, Udo thought about Mitsurugi, remembering how happy yet terrified he felt when he learned the truth and fought him, accepting that he was still immature despite being a disciple. With fierce resolve, he chose to prove himself through this battle, and with a final punch filled with violent mana, he declared with absolute conviction that he was the Sword Saint disciple, Udo Riku. Oreos crashed onto the ground, defeated, and Udo felt a deep sense of relief as he realized they had finally brought down one of the 6 dragons. Nagi immediately warned him not to lower his guard and mocked him lightly, saying their master would scold him for being careless. Udo accepted it and calmly told Oreos that it was over, offering to listen if he had any last words. Oreos weakly asked for his smartphone, and Udo reassured him that it was fine since there was no power left in it. Oreos looked at the phone with relief and began to shatter into pieces, thankful in his final moments, while Udo noticed the screen and shouted in shock after realizing it was a manga, which led Nagi to complain that Udo had spoiled it since he also read it every week. As his existence faded, Oreos admitted that he never imagined losing to anyone other than Sword Saint Agito and confessed that he had underestimated their strength. Udo replied that the victory did not belong to them alone but also to their comrades who fought the other 6 dragons and to their master who saved them at the last moment, declaring that the win belonged to everyone. Oreos laughed and spoke calmly about how humans grew faster than dragons ever could, comparing them to the rapid improvement of smartphone batteries, and accepted that his defeat came from that terrifying growth. As he disappeared, he reflected that he had always found life boring and full of pointless wars, but after meeting the Sword Saint and his disciples, he felt for the first time that life was truly interesting. The result of the battle was decided with Sakaki Nagi, and Udo Riku declared the winners against the Radiant Dragon Oreos. Far away, Vritra sensed Oreo's defeat and coldly accepted it, questioning whether he could trust anyone else. He thought about Blade God Agito and the forgotten homeland of the dragons where the great dragon god once ruled, a world falling into chaos, and declared that to restore order they needed the power of the divine dragon Ragna. At the same time, Agito reflected on how much remained unknown about the divine dragons and questioned Vritra's true goal in reviving one of them, but he focused on the single duty before him. He broke through the roof and entered the hall where Vritra stood, charging forward and shouting that he fought for the comrades who had entrusted him with their hopes, while Vritra roared back that to restore true order he would end everything there. Toma sensed the moment had begun and spoke with tension, while everyone called out Mitsurugi and silently prayed for his victory. Facing him, Vritra recognized Agito as the man who had once struck him down and expressed bitter disbelief that he had reincarnated and stood before him again, questioning how long Agito would continue to block the dragon's path. Agito observed the situation closely and became certain that if the seal being awakened, it would truly be the dragon god, and Vritra declared without hesitation that such an awakening would lead to the destruction of the world. Agito demanded to know why Vritra was so obsessed with wiping out the world and whether he truly hated humanity that much, but Vritra laughed and dismissed humanity as meaningless, claiming that whether the world fell or humans went extinct did not matter to him at all. When Agito pressed him about reviving the dragon god and his true goal, Vritra revealed the ancient past, explaining that the dragon god once ruled supreme over the divine realm where order and glory flourished, until 3 gods betrayed him and sealed him within the human world. He spoke with fury about how the divine realm had since fallen into chaos and endless conflict, declaring that he would merge with the resurrected dragon god to judge the traitorous gods, and that humanity would serve as the sacrifice for that revival. With murderous intent, Vritra rushed forward and unleashed the black dragon sword-style Black Gale, but Agito blocked his path and answered with the 8 sword-style Crimson Lotus 8 Clouds. Their powers collided violently as the battle began in full force. Vritra admitted his surprise, acknowledging that Agito's strength was far greater than it had been 100 years ago, yet he transformed his arm with a demonic technique empowered by the dragon god blessing and declared that Agito should not believe victory was possible, as the true battle had only just begun. The dark power surrounding Vritra revealed its true nature as a force that corrupted all phenomena and nullified attacks, showing why humanity attacks had barely worked against him before. Now empowered by the dragon god, Vritra possessed an arm that could even cancel out Agito's strikes, making him nearly untouchable. As Agito rushed in, he realized that his magic was being absorbed and the force neutralized, and when his attack was blocked, he understood that he could not truly harm Vritra unless he dealt with that arm first. Vritra mocked Agito, saying that all his efforts after reincarnating had been meaningless, and explained that the dragon god fed on the mental energy and emotions of living beings, especially regret and despair, which he intended to offer as a sacrifice. He unleashed a powerful black dragon sword-style attack and followed it with the Black Annihilation Burst, but Agito narrowly dodged the devastating strike. Vritra believed the evasion was useless, yet Agito countered and managed to wound him with a clean slash. In that instant, Vritra realized that the attack had not been neutralized by the devouring arm, and Agito calmly understood that depending on how he struck, his attacks could break through the nullification. With renewed confidence, Agito declared that he would show why he was called the Sword Saint, focusing his intent on Vritra's arm and promising that his next strike would sever it. 100 years ago, during the early days of the War of the 6 Dragons in the mountains of a distant province, Agito faced the problem of Grand Mana Ore, a material whose inner mana formed a barrier so strong that even the slightest mana-infused attack could not break it. As he trained, he realized with frustration that if he could not cut through this ore, he would never be able to protect everyone. He understood that all humans carried mana within their bodies, even if it was invisible, and because mana was involved in everything, the Grand Mana Ore was believed to be unbreakable by human hands. While practicing with his sword, Agito reflected on the Yatsurugi sword style, a technique that drew mana from the air into the blade and allowed even someone with very little mana to fight monsters equally. However, memories of the last battle haunted him, where Yuka and the others were injured, many soldiers died, and even a squad captain was powerless against overwhelming strength. He realized that challenging a dragon in his current state would be impossible, and that the Yatsurugi sword style was still only swordsmanship. To truly master it, he needed to strike with 0 mana and gain the ability to cut even Grand Mana Ore again. With firm resolve, he decided to reach greater heights and trained relentlessly without rest. After 1 full week of non-stop training, Agito gained a deep realization, understanding that he had been swinging his sword without purpose. Through 7 days and nights of hardship, he learned that what truly mattered was seeing the enemy clearly, sensing the smallest cracks, knowing what was tough or brittle, recognizing blind spots, and cutting in the exact place needed to end the fight. Upon reaching this state of inner clarity, often called the inner eye, the young swordsman awakened and became known as the Sword Saint. Later, one of the 4 great heroes, Kujuri Yukito, wondered quietly whether Agito training was going well, while another, Amasaki Yuka, expressed her frustration and worry, complaining that he had not sent a single word and doubting that even he could truly cut mana ore. Yukito agreed with the thought that if Agito truly managed to cut grand mana ore, he would be beyond human, and at that very moment they saw Agito with their own eyes and reacted in shock as he cleanly split the massive mana ore with a single slash. From that day on, Agito became known as the only human to ever cut grand mana ore, and through that moment and the dragon hunts that followed, the name Yatsurugi Agito spread across the world as the Sword Saint. Back in the present, Vritra sensed a sudden change in the air and realized that his arm of corruption only worked on things infused with mana or power, understanding that Agito was attempting to strike with a completely mana-less attack. Vritra still believed it was impossible and launched formless dark magic toward Agito, confident that swordsmanship alone could not cut such power. Unlike his usual battles, Agito did not surround himself with ambient mana and fought using only pure physical skill, where even the smallest hit would mean instant death. What Vritra did not know was that Agito Inner Eye had evolved enough to see even the weaknesses within formless magic. With perfect precision, Agito slashed through Vritra corrupted arm and the incoming dark mana using the Yatsurugi-style colorless white blade formation, causing Vritra to scream in agony. Agito declared that the left arm was sealed and charged forward, believing the battle was nearing its end. However, Vritra admitted that he had been holding back for the dragon fusion, acknowledged Agito as truly worthy of the Sword Saint title, and decided that defeating him was equal to claiming the divine dragon itself. With murderous resolve, Vritra abandoned all restraint, transformed into his demonic form, and swore to destroy Agito's soul completely as the final battle escalated to its peak. Agito sensed that Vritra magic had changed and become far stronger than before. Vritra fired a dark beam with his dark flash technique that passed through Agito's body, knocking him to the ground. Agito realized he could not see or anticipate the attack and thought that even the true Akatoki Yami could not handle such power. Vritra praised him for dodging but noted that Agito was still not fully accustomed to his body. Vritra then prepared to unleash his ultimate form, Black Erosion Infinite, which absorbed vast magic from others and represented the strongest state he had ever achieved, and he declared that he would not let Agito die easily. Agito stood up as mana flared around him, and Vritra immediately recognized Agito's stance as the same technique used to defeat him 100 years ago. Agito unleashed the 8-blade sword style the utter end glorious finale, but Vritra blocked the attack. Agito noticed that his strike had not been absorbed or cancelled, only dispersed. Vritra explained that Black Erosion Infinite was originally meant to be used against the 3 gods and struck Agito with a punch that sent him crashing into a wall, claiming that such power was beyond any human to surpass. Agito recalled when Sukain warned him not to use the ultimate move, explaining that the sword he wielded 100 years ago, Masamune, had become a holy blade with the Dragon's Slayer attribute, capable of destroying a dragon's core. She also warned that releasing its full power would consume all his life force and destroy his soul completely, leaving no chance of reincarnation. Smiling, Agito felt reassured by the blade's power and prepared to act. In the present, Vritra insulted Agito for his defiant eyes and launched another attack while threatening to kill his allies, intending to repeat the events from 100 years ago. Agito dodged the deadly attack and called upon Dragon Slayer, begging the blade to lend him strength so he could protect everyone this time. He activated the Dragon Slayer release Radiant Light form the Storm God technique, causing a massive burst of mana that shook the ground and marked the beginning of his ultimate counterattack. Vritra watched Agito and thought about how strange his form was and how no matter how hard they pushed him, he kept getting back up. He wondered if it was the willpower of a human and called it fascinating. He wanted to see if his ambition could overcome Agito's human resolve. Agito thought about the potential in this era and felt that if it was to protect the future, he had no regrets even if he died. He felt sorry to Yuka for breaking his promise again. Suddenly, Yuka appeared and shouted at him, shocked that he was ready to sacrifice himself again. She explained that they were inside his mind because his body was nearly in a soul-only state, which allowed them to talk like this. She grabbed him and scolded him for overdoing it, reminding him that Vritra was incredibly strong and that risking his life might not be worth it. Agito thought about why he had been trying to protect the world all this time and then praised Yatsurugi for cutting through the mana ore. Yuka looked at him and noted that he and everyone else were all beat up from the fight. Agito thought about the simple reason he had been fighting. He just wanted to laugh with everyone in a peaceful world. Even though the old crew was gone, he had found comrades he could count on in this era. He told Yuka that he had found a student who would carry on his will and that if someone like him could even be a master, he wanted to keep watching them grow. He remembered every moment with his companions. Yuka held his hand and told him that this time she would not let him shoulder everything alone and that she would stake her soul too because they were comrades. Agito smiled peacefully. Back in the real world, Agito clashed with Vritra and thought that he would not break his promise again and that even if Vritra had become equal to a god, he still would not lose. Vritra used all his mana and could not believe that a mere human could face him like that in such a desperate moment. He screamed and forced his magic, creating a blast that shook the ground. When the atmosphere cleared, Agito was standing holding his sword, and Vritra's body began to shatter into pieces and disappear. Agito murmured to himself that he was still alive and smiled, thanking Yuka. The earth suddenly started shaking and a large egg rose from the ground. Agito was surprised and thought that it might be the divine dragon. He began to fall and landed on the ground, feeling the immense pressure around him. Sakagami appeared and apologized for being late, and said she had come to help, but Agito noticed that the wind had stopped. She worried that she had not arrived in time. As the egg began to break, Agito thought that Vritra had been defeated, but his anger and regret might have given the final push for the revival. When the egg fully broke, Nakagami realized with surprise that it was the divine dragon Ragna. Ragna spoke, noticing the human world and wondering how long he had been asleep. The revived Ragna was unstable because the power Vritra had given was not enough for him to fully return, and many parts of his memories and will were missing. He decided to return to the divine realm. A magic circle appeared under his feet and mana burst from it. Budo shouted in confusion, while Nagi worried that they had not arrived in time to help their master. On the ground, Jinguji ordered the nearby residents to evacuate as fast as possible. Reports came in from around the world about massive earthquakes, monsters entering through gates, rapid tectonic shifts, and countless sunspots appearing on the sun. Jinguji realized that these were signs of a massive magnetic storm forming. Shin thought that the planet was finished but believed that Sword Saint Agito would not lose to someone like Vritra and wondered what he must do next. Meanwhile, Sakagami asked Agito if Ragna was planning to destroy humanity. Agito explained that Ragna did not care about humans at all and did not even see them the way people usually see others. He said it was like how humans do not pay attention to ants at their feet, and that Ragna was simply opening a gate to return to his homeland. Sakagami was surprised and realized that Ragna was on another level and that his very existence was beyond them. Agito flared his mana and told Sakagami to stay back. He thought to himself and apologized to Yuka, calling on the Dragon Slayer to grant him power once more. Suddenly, a voice told him to stop because facing the divine dragon like this would only lead to a pointless death. Agito, confused, realized it was the Dragon Slayer speaking. The Dragon Slayer appeared and explained that their souls had synchronized so Agito could finally hear him. Nakagami shouted in shock that a person had come out of the sword. Agito asked if the Dragon Slayer had a plan since charging in would be a pointless death. The Dragon Slayer told him that he consumed human souls to turn them into power, and that he needed 1 billion souls. He said that if Agito truly wished to stop the divine dragon, he would have to offer 1 billion souls, which left Agito wide-eyed with surprise. The planet's various energies like geothermal energy, gravity, and rotation were being converted into power by the divine dragon, and the world was heading toward destruction. Ragna smiled and felt his old domain, the sacred winds. The Dragon Slayer told Agito that if he truly wished to stop the divine dragon, no matter the cost, he needed to offer 100 million souls. Nakagami shouted that it was impossible to gather that many. Agito realized that it was not just about numbers but about the strength, and will equal to 100 million. He remembered the immense power he felt when Yuka appeared and understood that what mattered was the strength of will. The Dragon Slayer explained that most of the divine dragon's soul was still sealed by the three gods, and if Agito could cut through its soul, its temporary body would vanish, and it would return to a sealed state. He challenged Agito to show that he could gather 100 million souls. Agito thought about souls filled with such overwhelming willpower, and then offered his own soul. He called out to King Hall and everyone, and Udo smiled, saying that they heard him and would offer their strong souls as well. The Dragon Slayer told Agito that even though he had trained and was full of confidence, he was nowhere near ready. Udo said not to underestimate them because they were seraphim, and even if they were weak, that was no reason to run away. Shin said that for humans there were moments worth risking life for, and watching Agito live had taught them that. As seraphim and his captain, they entrusted everything to him. Agito smiled and thanked the heroes of the era, telling the Dragon Slayer to take their souls with all the strength they had. The Dragon Slayer began to take their power, and they felt an insane strain as it drained all their magic and stamina. Nagi thought about how he finally got to meet Sword Saint Agito and that as his disciple, he would not give up. Nakagami remembered how the Sword Saint had once saved her and felt it was now her turn to help. Shin thought about protecting the tomorrow entrusted to them by heroes, and Erika resolved never to give up. The Dragon Slayer was surprised by the quality of their souls but said it was still not enough because they faced a being no different from a god and that at this rate the planet would be destroyed. Agito thought that it was not over yet because he could still hear everyone, their voices and their prayers. Reporters shouted about a massive assault by a mysterious group at the Mage Guild and a pillar of light erupting from underground. The guild HQ was on the verge of total destruction. They reported that the Seraphim members, having finished a fierce battle, had descended underground and that the incident might be connected to the rumored return of the 6 dragons. Residents in the surrounding area were urged to evacuate immediately. A mother prayed for the protection of her child's future, and soldiers lamented that only the great hero could help. Some argued about whether it was the 4 great heroes or another hero they meant. The scene shifted to an old man who prayed to God to grant them power to face the crisis like the great hero who had carved his own fate as the sky glowed. Reporters expressed their excitement, saying the scene was incredible and that they had to record it properly. One reporter noted that even though the world might end, there was still energy and hope. Another reporter smiled and felt certain that a hero who once saved the world, just like Sword Saint Agito, might be able to do something about it. The scene shifted to Agito as the Dragon Slayer thought about how even in the hardest situations, he never gave up and always pulled victory within reach. The Dragon Slayer praised him, and then absorbed back into the sword. Agito, surrounded by bursting mana, called to the Dragon Slayer and reflected on how he had cut down a divine dragon and protected the world to the very end. Even Ragna, who had never regarded humans as important, acknowledged Agito's presence. The vessel created to devour and absorb all forms of existence transformed the underground space into a dark, gluttonous void. Nakagami thought about the immense spatial manipulation and realized that even her strongest spell could not compare to it. Erika understood that being swallowed by it would erase a person's existence completely. The Dragon Slayer explained that Agito understood, and Agito nodded, realizing that the moment he grabbed the Kusanagi sword, everything became clear. He understood that the Kusanagi sword was intangible, beyond the interference of even the most skilled magician, and could sever the soul itself. Agito knew that to sever Ragna's soul and seal it once more, only he, as the one chosen by the Dragon Slayer, could accomplish it. The Dragon Slayer thought that Agito was incredible. Not only had he solved a billion impossible problems, but he had also instantly mastered the Kusanagi blade. Agito told the Dragon Slayer that it was not over yet and that the real battle was starting now. The Dragon Slayer explained that with Agito's last strike, Ragna should now see him as a real threat, and he told him to evade Ragna's next attack and strike his soul directly. Agito nodded, feeling ready. He reflected on how he had earned the title Sword Saint by overcoming the handicap of having no magic and protecting the people he cared about. He had never cared much about the title itself, but now, if he could save the world with the sword he had honed, he felt it was not such a bad title after all. The event that determined Ragna's fate involved both the prayers of all humanity, which had manifested the impossible Kusanagi sword, and the existence of Sword Saint Agito in this era. Agito attacked Ragna with a mana beam, but Ragna created a shield. Agito broke through the shield, causing Ragna to shout in surprise and ask who he was. Agito then used the 8-sword-style sword technique combined with the Kusanagi sword and shouted that he was the Sword Saint, unleashing a sudden blast that shook the ground. Agito, a Sword Saint beyond time, carried the will to protect humanity for 100 years. That unshakable will, combined with the prayers of 100 million, became a blade that slashed through the soul of the divine dragon. Ragna shouted in surprise, realizing Agito was a manifestation of the war god, and then shattered into pieces from the attack. The dragon slayer smiled, impressed, and Agito bid farewell to the divine dragon. His companions rushed forward, happy, and hugged him, and everyone smiled. On the ground, reporters announced that the elite Seraphim unit had returned from underground, that the pillar of light had disappeared, and thanked the Seraphim. Agito smiled, feeling that he had finally reached the site he could not reach that day. A reporter mentioned that messages were pouring in from all over the world, saying that the Seraphim had saved the world and were heroes of a new era. Shin responded that while the Seraphim had done their part, there was one person who truly deserved praise. Agito thought that he was never meant to exist in this era and that even his body belonged to Mitsurugi Agito. He felt that simply seeing the world now was enough for him. Shin said that the Seraphim had poured everything they had into stopping the crisis, fighting without regard for their lives for the sake of the world. He felt proud of his incredible comrades but said that the true hero of the incident was not the Seraphim. It was an individual who lent them their power, possessed strength beyond even S rank, and never gave up no matter the adversity. Shin said that if it had not been for him, the world would have ended, and for various reasons, he would keep his name hidden, but people should remember him as the true hero who saved the world. The crisis had passed. The nightmare of the 6 dragons returning after 100 years was repelled by the Seraphim, and the divine dragon that nearly destroyed the planet had vanished. Peace slowly returned. Reporters asked for one more interview to learn about the hero Shin mentioned, wondering if someone stronger than the Seraphim existed. Udo refused to reveal any information, and Nagi said the captain's statement was all they would have to live with. When asked about the man who stood beside Kajura, rumors spread that he was the reincarnation of the Sword Saint, but Udo and Nagi said that was classified. Observing from above, Agito laughed at how quickly things had returned to normal after nearly ending, and he thought about how, without the Dragon Slayer's aid, they did not know what would have happened. He called out to the Dragon Slayer, wanting to talk for a little, and when the Dragon Slayer appeared, Agito asked him how to reach the Divine Realm, knowing that the next threat was the 3 gods. The Dragon Slayer asked Agito why he thought the 3 gods were a threat. Agito explained that they had not killed the Divine Dragon, but only sealed it again. Now that there was no trace of the Divine Dragon in the human world, it could only be in the Divine Realm. The Dragon Slayer nodded and said that by now, the 3 gods must have realized that a hero strong enough to slay a divine dragon existed in the human world, and their next move would likely be to act as guests. Meanwhile, Nagi repeated that no interviews were allowed, but suddenly his eyes widened at the sight of a sword. Udo blocked the sword, and a man commented that even holding back, it was impressive to block it without a soul arm. He asked if they were the ones who had defeated Vritra. Udo scolded him for not introducing himself first, and Nagi asked who he was. The man apologized and introduced himself as Vala, servant of the war god Odin and ruler of the Divine Realm. They realized with surprise that the Divine Realm was where the Divine Dragon and the 6 dragons had come from. Vala said that he wished to meet the hero who had slain the Divine Dragon, the Sword Saint Agito. Udo refused and said no, which led Vala to declare it a divine order and attack without hesitation. Udo and Nagi dodged the strike, and Nagi noticed that Vala's speed was equal to S rank, but he felt that his swordsmanship was nothing compared to Mitsurugi. Udo leaped high and used Lightning Edge, while Nagi followed with Shadow Sword Claymore, but Vala easily slashed their attacks away and sent both of them flying with a single strike. Nagi realized in shock that Vala had defeated them instantly, and felt that he was on par with the 6 dragons or even stronger. Vala explained that only a soul arm could counter another soul arm and that they had no chance against him. At that moment, Agito appeared and attacked Vala using the 8-sword style swordsmanship. Vala recognized him as the Sword Saint and rushed forward, eager to test his power. Agito criticized his rude greeting and asked what he wanted. Vala introduced himself as the servant of the war god Odin, one of the 3 gods, and said he had come for Agito. He explained that for the peace of the world, the Divine Dragon could no longer be allowed to live, and Odin and the other gods had decided to completely erase it. Vala said that Agito was the key, a swordsman who could cut even gods, and that with Agito's power combined with the 3 gods, they could destroy the Divine Dragon forever. He said their goals aligned and asked Agito to come with them. Agito asked Vala what he would do after defeating the divine dragon. Vala explained that the divine dragon was the spirit of living creatures that consumed mental energy, and as long as weak hearts and souls existed, another divine dragon would be born. He said that Lord Odin intended to wipe out the weak in the divine realm and create a world of only the strong, which meant humanity would not survive. Vali added that Agito had no choice, and if he said no, they would use force. Agito's eyes widened, and then he used the 8-sword-style colorless sun blade. Vala was surprised that his soul arm had been cut by a single strike. Agito told him to go back and tell Odin that they had no need for gods who trampled the weak. Vala felt his mind explode as anger rushed through him, believing Agito had just insulted Lord Odin while the god himself was watching. To Vala, that disrespect was unforgivable, and he moved with killing intent, releasing the magic technique Soul Gear Pharnix while shouting that Agito would pay with his life for mocking his master. Before the attack could land, a powerful presence appeared and commanded the fight to stop in the name of God. Vala immediately bowed his head, realizing it was Lord Odin. Agito felt shock deep inside as he recognized one of the 3 gods standing before him. Vala hurriedly begged forgiveness and tried to blame the human, but Odin only laughed, saying he never expected someone to call him unnecessary and found it amusing, praising Agito's spirit. Vala was filled with awe at Odin's calm and kindness. Odin then explained that from the perspective of the 3 gods, the existence of humans did not truly matter, and if anyone other than Agito had spoken those words, the human world would have already been reduced to ashes. Udo and Nagi felt chilled as they realized how little human life meant to him. Odin continued by declaring that among all humans, only Agito was special, and said Vala would leave now because he wanted to speak to Agito personally. Vala accepted the order without question and stepped back in silence. Agito felt a clear difference in values and realized that the gods believed without doubt that humans were lowly and worthless beings, nothing more than rotting garbage. He openly told Odin that not only him but all 3 gods should listen, and that the idea that human existence did not matter was foolish and needed to be changed from the very roots. Vala reacted angrily to Agito's sharp words, but Odin only laughed and called the idea ridiculous in an amused way. Odin then revealed that a meeting of the 3 gods was about to happen, where they would discuss the slaying of the divine dragon, and casually compared it to a board meeting. He offered Agito the chance to attend and speak his thoughts directly to them. Agito accepted without hesitation, feeling it was the perfect opportunity. Odin agreed and settled the matter on the spot. Vala was left in shock, unable to believe that a human would attend the 3 gods meeting, something that had never happened before. Udo also felt overwhelmed, sensing that the scale of events had grown far beyond anything he could grasp. Agito turned to Udo and Sakaki and calmly told them he would talk with the 3 gods, asking them to rely on Seraphim if anything happened in the human world. They responded with firm nods, showing their trust. Odin smiled and explained that Agito would enter his space and fly straight to Valhalla, then ordered Vala to lead the way. Vala bowed and accepted the command. Odin told Agito they would meet again in the holy area, and Agito nodded back with confidence, looking forward to facing the 3 gods and overturning their arrogant way of thinking. Agito stepped through the portal and realized he had entered the divine realm, sensing at once that this place was far beyond the human world. Vala ordered him to follow and coldly stated that even killing Agito countless times would not be enough to satisfy his anger, yet he was obeying Lord Odin's command and nothing more. As Agito moved forward, he noticed the strange and unreal architecture, while his body felt soaked in dense magic essence, making the realm feel completely different from anywhere he had been before. Vala questioned Agito about his knowledge of the sanctuary, and warned him not to insult Lord Odin again, insisting that such disrespect must be avoided at all costs. Agito casually admitted that he knew almost nothing about the divine realm, which shocked Vala. Agito added that the only thing he knew was that the divine dragon Ragna once ruled this world. Vala exploded in anger, unable to believe Agito dared to speak so boldly to Odin with such little knowledge, while Agito quietly thought that Odin himself had appeared without warning. Vala then forced himself to explain, saying the divine realm was now ruled by the 3 gods who sealed the divine dragon 10,000 years ago. He described them as soul-devouring embodiments of destruction, starting with Fenrir, the soul-eating divine wolf who endlessly reincarnated no matter how many times it was destroyed. Next was Phoenix, the divine bird of reincarnation that also returned endlessly. Above them stood the strongest being of all, the god of war, Lord Odin. Vali admitted that although the three gods were said to be equals, Odin's greatness far surpassed the other two. He spoke of Odin's greatest feat after the divine dragon was sealed, when chaos threatened to erupt and Odin gathered the entire sanctuary faster than anyone else, proving he stood above all not only in battle but in authority. Still, Vala acknowledged that Fenrir and Phoenix were also terrifyingly powerful, and when the three gods gathered to decide the fate of the world, it was called the Three Gods' Meeting, the will of the world itself. As they reached a massive gate, Agito realized it belonged to the god of war. Vala explained that the gate nullified all magic and was made from enchanted ore, originally meant to repel weak beings who could not even use soul gear, before coldly questioning whether Agito could endure what lay beyond. Agito calmly unsheathed his sword and swung it forward, declaring that he had come to speak with the three gods and that anything standing in his way would be cut down without hesitation. He released the 8-blade sword-style colorless white blade and slashed through the gate, showing his resolve to carve a path no matter the obstacle. Vala watched the result and admitted that Agito seemed capable, while Agito quietly felt annoyed by how much Vala talked. Afterward, Vala explained that the meeting would take place there and that there was still time before it began, then stated that his role as guide was finished. He told Agito to wait and to at least show respect to Lord Odin, warning him not to be rude. As Agito stood before the massive gate of the god of war, the Dragon Slayer spoke, commenting that Odin still enjoyed testing people's strength. Agito asked the Dragon Slayer if he had once lived in the sanctuary, pointing out that he had not appeared when Vala attacked or when Odin arrived, and sensing that there was a deeper connection. The Dragon Slayer admitted that it was an old story from 10,000 years ago, back when the divine dragon had not yet been sealed, and that he had once agreed with the three gods until everything went wrong. Agito realized this was why the Dragon Slayer knew so much about the divine dragon. The Dragon Slayer explained that the three gods were arrogant and did not believe in humanity's potential, and that no matter what words were used, they would not change their minds easily. Agito smiled and hinted that there was another way. The Dragon Slayer smiled back and told him to show the gods what true greatness looked like. When the door finally opened, he announced that it was time to go. Agito nodded and said he had brought some nice souvenirs for the three gods, asking the Dragon Slayer to leave the rest to him. The Dragon Slayer warned him that his opponents were the three gods themselves, but Agito replied that he understood and added that since the Dragon Slayer belonged to the divine realm, this was a human world problem that humans had to solve. The Dragon Slayer accepted this and told Agito to return safely. Agito then walked forward alone. Odin welcomed him and apologized for making him come so far. Fenrir reacted with anger, saying that inviting humans without permission made his bloodlust rise, while Phoenix calmly stated that if there was going to be a fight, she would rather not be present. Odin raised his voice and announced the beginning of the three gods' meeting, the future prediction between the divine realm and the human world. As those words echoed, Agito's eyes widened, fully realizing the scale of what he had stepped into. Agito looked at Fenrir and felt a strange sense of familiarity, thinking that Fenrir resembled who he himself had been 100 years ago, but he pushed that thought aside because removing the gods' belief that humanity was unnecessary came first. Odin declared himself the chairman of the meeting and stated that the main topic was defeating the divine dragon, then asked Fenrir about the progress of the Arkansas. Fenrir replied that everything was going smoothly and there were no issues. Phoenix explained that the Ark was a massive ship that could move freely across the world, serving as a powerful battleship against the divine dragon and also as a shelter meant to protect humans. Agito questioned this, pointing out that humans were supposedly meant to be wiped out. Fenrir responded that human culture held value, that magic was no longer exclusive to the divine realm, and that the human world contained many cultures worth protecting, adding that safeguarding valuable humans was the natural role of gods. Agito then asked Odin how many humans the Ark could hold. Odin answered that it could carry around 100 people, explaining that it was originally planned for only 10 but that number seemed too small. Fenrir complained that even 100 humans were too many and questioned whether they were really needed. Phoenix calmly said it would be fine and added that those 100 humans could be useful to the divine realm and were worth keeping. Hearing this, Agito stood up and firmly declared that if this was how they thought, he would not cooperate, stating that gods who trampled on the weak should not exist. Fenrir's mana flared as he mocked Agito's refusal, saying it was delusional to think he had the right to reject them, and shouting that they did not need his strength before threatening to kill him. Phoenix immediately stopped Fenrir with her flames and smiled as she scolded him, telling him that losing his temper was his worst habit and reminding him to act with the dignity of a god. Odin agreed with Phoenix and said this was a place for discussion, warning Fenrir that even he would not stay silent if Fenrir truly wanted to fight. Fenrir snapped back with harsh words, while Phoenix responded just as sharply, threatening to roast him alive and mocking him in return. Agito cut through their argument and asked if they were done fighting. Phoenix then turned serious and stated that the divine dragon was not only a threat to the divine realm but to the entire universe. She explained that to completely destroy it, every trace had to be erased, and bluntly added that humans who would only serve as fuel for the divine dragon were not needed at all. Odin laughed openly and said that their views were running on parallel lines, admitting that the gods did not truly care about the human world while Agito clearly wished to protect it, and added that if so, the one who needed to propose an idea everyone could accept was Agito himself. In response, Agito unsheathed his sword and slashed the wall repeatedly, carving a clear mark into it. Phoenix reacted in shock and shouted, demanding to know if he even understood the meaning of that mark. Agito calmly replied with a smile that he knew very well, explaining that it was a signal for Einherjar. He stated that although gods possessed overwhelming power, they were bound by absolute rules to prevent that power from consuming them, and when the gods were divided, they settled matters by having their subordinates fight to decide the outcome. He declared that Einherjar was one of those absolute laws and confirmed that for the gods, it was an unbreakable rule. Phoenix felt shaken, realizing it was unheard of for a human to invoke Einherjar, and questioned just what Agito truly was. The difference in power between gods and humans was obvious, and there had never been room for negotiation, yet Agito had seized that single absolute rule and used it as his only chance to stand against the gods. Odin grew serious and told Agito that it had been many years since the last Einherjar, warning that it was a war disguised under another name. He stated that if a mere human wished to invoke divine rules, the gods would respond without mercy, and asked if Agito was truly prepared for that. Agito answered without hesitation that he was ready and formally invoked Einherjar against them. Fenrir accepted with a cold grin, saying that running away from someone like Agito would only disgrace the gods. He confirmed that according to the rules, only the dependents on each side could fight and that the gods themselves were forbidden from participating. Phoenix added that this restriction did not protect Agito, since he was human, and said that after making such a declaration, he would not be allowed to sit safely on the sidelines. Agito replied that he had planned to fight from the very beginning and had no intention of putting his comrades in danger. With firm resolve, he declared that he would make full use of this chance, and that from this moment on, it was war. Odin explained that Einherjar was a one-on-one battle fought between two teams. Fenrir immediately declared that he would be the one to fight Agito, while Phoenix stated that the opponent would be chosen from among the three gods. Heavy tension filled the air as they decided through a ritual of rock, paper, scissors, shouting together as they threw their signs again and again until a result appeared. This ritual was known as trial by decision and was treated as something equal to Einherjar, where only pure luck mattered and not authority, soul gear, or any special senses, and anyone who failed to restrain their power would be disqualified. Odin realized the situation had turned bad, and Phoenix announced that Odin had been eliminated first. Fenrir mocked Odin, saying his sharp eyes had worked against him this time. Watching this, Agito felt mentally exhausted and wished he could just go home. In the end, Fenrir was chosen as Agito's opponent, and Odin declared that the event would take place in 7 days, allowing Agito to return to Valhalla with his companions. Phoenix clearly stated that if Agito won, the gods would reconsider how they treated humans, but if he lost, humanity would be completely erased. Fenrir added that Agito would obey their will if he failed. Agito calmly nodded and said that this outcome was exactly what he wanted. The scene shifted back to the human world, where Agito stepped out of the portal and admitted that he had been terrified. The Dragon Slayer commented that Agito had boldly challenged the three gods out of anger and praised his courage. Agito replied that it was only possible because the Dragon Slayer had taught him the rules of the sanctuary. The Dragon Slayer then warned him that Fenrir's kin were terrifying enemies and asked if he truly believed he could win. Agito confidently answered that he could, and stated that for his own side he would choose the strongest from the human world, Seraphim, adding that during the past week they also needed to learn how to use soul gear. Agito explained that he had realized this the moment he fought Valley, understanding that if he could use the 8-blade sword style in the divine realm, then humans were also capable of using soul gear. The Dragon Slayer smiled as he grasped Agito's plan and acknowledged that this was how he intended to win. Agito declared with conviction that the gods believed humans were incapable of anything, but they were completely wrong, and that he would prove the true potential of humanity to them. The Dragon Slayer listened in shock as Agito's resolve burned brightly. The scene then shifted to 10,000 years ago, right after the divine dragon had been sealed in the human world. Odin questioned Azura, asking why he wished to remain behind in the human world now that the dragon was sealed and their era should have begun, and demanded to know the reason behind that decision. The Dragon Slayer spoke to Odin and said that he had realized something during the fight, admitting that the gods were too perfect and that after thinking on the scale of thousands of years, their growth had become too slow. He warned that when 10,000 years passed and the seal finally weakened, the divine dragon would awaken, and the gods alone would not be enough to stop it. Odin questioned whether he was placing his hopes on humans, pointing out that they could not even use magic or soul gear and were nothing more than nourishment for the divine dragon. The Dragon Slayer argued back that he had seen humans rise during the battle between the gods and the divine dragon, protecting their friends by blocking attacks with defensive spells they did not even know existed. Odin doubted this, saying humans did not even understand the concept of magic. The Dragon Slayer insisted that humanity's potential went beyond anything the gods could imagine and declared that humans were the true key to subjugating the divine dragon. He asked Odin to wait and see, promising that when the divine dragon returned 10,000 years later, a strength different from that of the prideful gods would appear, the true potential of humanity. In the present, the Dragon Slayer reflected that the time had finally come and that humanity's potential had begun to bloom, with Agito standing as a diamond in the rough. Feeling his own limits approaching, he decided there was no reason to hesitate anymore. He told Agito to hold out his hand and assured him it would be quick. Agito agreed and extended his hand. The Dragon Slayer formed a ball of mana and released it, and in that instant Agito's eyes widened as understanding flooded his mind. He grasped the connection between the divine realm, the soul, and armament, and felt that he finally understood the three gods more clearly. The Dragon Slayer announced that the intersection was complete and admitted that this was as far as he could go, saying the process took a heavy toll but that he had passed on everything he knew. He then asked Agito if he could guess what kind of kin Fenrir would bring to Einherjar. Agito nodded with confidence and said he finally understood, explaining that he had been unsure which seraphim to choose before, but now he knew exactly who was needed for Einherjar and for humanity to win. The scene moved to the guild training grounds where Agito gathered everyone and explained that in order to fight the three gods, he wanted them to come with him to Einherjar. Nagi reacted in shock, saying it was far too sudden, while Udo complained that what was meant to be a meeting had already turned into a full war. Sakagami stepped forward with excitement and praised Agito, saying that instead of being crushed by the gods, he had used their own rules against them. She declared that facing gods required full preparation and strong support, and even if she could only act as a bluff or distraction, she would give everything she had to support him. Agito accepted her words and thanked her simply. Shin then spoke up and told Agito to explain the rest, saying there had to be a reason he gathered everyone there. He stated that no matter where the battlefield was, his role would never change, as he would always fight to carry on his great-grandfather's will, and even joked about coming up with a team name. Agito quietly thought that Shin's naming sense was terrible. Udo expressed doubt, saying that even together he and Sasaki could not land a single hit on Valley. Nagi added that Fenrir's familiars would likely be just as terrifying, and that they would stand no chance against them. Agito then revealed the truth behind Vala's strength, explaining that it came from soul gear and the invisible divine energy surrounding him. He said that with proper refining, humans could definitely create soul gear, which would raise their base strength. He explained that while humans could not use soul gear in the human world, they could use it in the divine realm, comparing it to a game where the people of the divine realm simply had higher base stats. Holding his sword, he told them that if they could master soul gear, they could do it too. Agito explained further that when he went to the divine realm, he realized the realm's aura empowered the three gods because of soul gear. Unlike gods, humans could not normally use soul gear because they lacked divine energy, which was why gods viewed humans as failed life forms and looked down on them. However, he declared that even with zero internal magic, humans could still use magic by drawing on the elements around them. He concluded by saying that if they could use the eight-blade sword style, then even humans could use soul gear, and this was the path that would allow humanity to stand against the gods. Everyone reacted with shock, and Shin immediately blurted out his concern about the repair costs. Agito replied that even though divine energy was scarce in the human world, it could be amplified through the eight-sword style, and he declared that he would teach all of them the eight-sword style. Udo laughed in disbelief, while Nagi eagerly declared that he would learn the eight-sword style from his master. Sakagami expressed how glad she was that she had stayed with Seraphim. Agito told them that they only had 7 days, warning that the training would be harsh, but promised that if they trusted him and endured it, he would make them masters of soul gear. In his thoughts, he judged that Captain Kajura could handle it, and that Udo and Sakaki were the strongest among them. Sakagami optimistically said that if that was the case, Einherjar would be easy, but Agito quickly denied it. Agito explained that Fenrir's familiars were ranked by strength and that one of them, Hattie, was special. He honestly admitted that he was not confident he could defeat Hattie himself. The group was stunned, and Shin asked if the enemy was really that powerful. Agito clarified that it was not raw strength that made Hattie dangerous, but his unique ability. He explained that Hattie was a master of space manipulation who fought while submerged in another dimension, allowing him to attack freely while their attacks could not reach him. Nagi shouted in frustration, calling it unfair, while Udo concluded that such a monster would definitely appear in Einherjar and urgently asked what they should do. Shin wondered who could possibly fight an opponent that even Agito struggled against. Agito then smiled calmly and said that he already knew who could handle it. He pointed directly at Sakagami and declared that she would be the one to fight Hattie. Everyone reacted in disbelief, loudly insisting it was impossible and claiming that Sakagami's fighting skills were poor and that she would only become a disposable pawn. Agito immediately stopped them and firmly stated that she would not be a pawn. Inside her own mind, Sakagami panicked, questioning why she was chosen when she was not strong and knowing that the Sword Saint understood that better than anyone. Agito looked at her seriously and told her that only she could do this, asking her to lend him her strength. Sakagami froze in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Agito asked Sakagami if she could teleport from Japan to America, and she confidently said that she could, recalling that during a previous test they had said she could jump as far as Jupiter. Nagi was shocked, exclaiming that Jupiter was far beyond any world record. Agito continued to ask how many times she could teleport in a day, and Sakagami estimated that after calculating magic consumption, she could probably do it 1,000,000 times. He then asked about the upper weight limit she could teleport, and she replied that it was about 10,000 Tokyo domes. Nagi, Udo, and Shin were all astonished, realizing that Sakagami was a genius at spatial manipulation but worried that her abilities seemed almost too much to be true. Agito explained that her spatial skills were incredible, not only allowing her to counter Hattie, who used similar abilities, but also giving her the potential to control him. Nagi worried that Sakagami did not have enough attack power, and Agito agreed, but he said that her low attack could be fully compensated with soul gear combined with teleportation, meaning she should be able to defeat Hattie. Sakagami thought to herself that she had always been told she had no talent for fighting, yet now someone as great as Agito believed she could be useful in battle, which filled her with determination. Agito added that although sending her against such a strong enemy seemed reckless, it was the best solution given the circumstances. The scene briefly shifted to Sakagami's childhood, showing her finding comfort and strength in a book whenever she felt sad or scared, and she declared that the Sword Saint was her hero. Returning to the present, she felt grateful to Agito and resolved that now was her chance to repay him by taking care of Hattie herself. She also thought that defeating Hattie could be an opportunity to show the Sword Saint her true strength, and maybe even impress the gods. Nagi remarked that Agito seemed to know too much about the Absolute Five and Hattie, and Shin agreed, suggesting that the information could have come from the three gods meeting, but that Fenrir would never reveal his subordinate's skills. Udo accused Agito of hiding something again and demanded he share it. Agito remembered the Dragon Slayer telling him that the intersection was complete but that it had taken a toll, and he realized that the information he had received about the Divine Realm and the three gods was immense. He thought that if he shared it with everyone, the upcoming battles would be much easier to handle. The Dragon Slayer reminded Agito that he only had 7 days and urged him to gather the Seraphim quickly. Agito agreed but said he would share the information sparingly because of the Oath of Silence, an ancient rule in the Divine Realm meant to protect dangerous knowledge that could destroy the world if mishandled. He explained that revealing such information carelessly could harm, or even destroy the souls of gods who had taken the oath. Agito promised to be careful with the knowledge the Dragon Slayer had given him, and said that as an important comrade, he would never let him or anyone else die. The Dragon Slayer called him a foolish kid. Back in the present, Agito apologized to his group, saying he could not reveal the source of the information due to circumstances, but he assured them that he would guide them. Udo commented on Agito's stubbornness but acknowledged that no one doubted him. Agito smiled and thanked everyone, saying that after 7 days they would defeat Einherjar together. 7 days later, the group arrived in Odin's domain in Valhalla. Shin remarked on the incredible density of divine energy in the realm, while Nagi noted that the concentration of magic was on a completely different level, which would make activating the Dark Knight easier. Vala appeared and, stepping forward, challenged them, expressing disbelief that Agito would attempt Einherjar with such a group. Agito confidently said that his group would win and warned Vala not to underestimate his comrades. Vala scoffed at their perceived weakness, pointing out that they could not even use soul gear and mocking the Sword Saint for relying on them. Nagi teased Udo about hearing that, and Udo jokingly commented that Odin must be blind to have someone like Vala as a subordinate. Vala angrily demanded what Udo had said, and Udo replied teasingly that Odin was not a big deal. Agito quickly intervened, telling Udo to stop and reminding everyone that this was not the real battle and that they should finish the display quickly. Udo released his magic, using the technique Thunder God Release, while Vala countered with his Soul Vanish technique. Their mana clashed violently, destroying everything around them. Vala shouted in shock, unable to believe that a human was wearing soul gear, and Agito reminded him not to underestimate them. Agito explained that the Eight-Sword style was a technique that allowed him to freely control the surrounding magic. He had developed it as an outcast with no magic of his own and had gone on to defeat 6 dragons, eventually becoming a hero. He said that soul gear worked on the same principle, allowing humans born without divine energy to pull it from their surroundings. Valley, observing them, thought in disbelief that the humans had mastered soul gear in just 7 days, and all of them had done it. Agito then said it was time to begin, as the real challenge was Einherjar, the war against Fenrir. The scene shifted to the special Einherjar venue, where a massive crowd had gathered. People shouted about 3 gods t-shirts and photocards, complaining that tickets were sold out and regretting not buying them earlier. Udo and Nagi were amazed by the excitement and the crowd's energy, while Shin compared it to a festival. Sakagami was surprised at how many people were there, and Agito explained that Einherjar was a major event where the best of the best fought, the ultimate entertainment in the divine realm. A man offered them extra tickets, explaining that it had been thousands of years since the last Einherjar and that Fenrir was fully prepared. He added that the human team was led by a bold figure called the Sword Saint, who had challenged the 3 gods to protect humanity. A girl announced that bets were starting at 100,000 runes, and that if the humans somehow won, it would make someone a millionaire overnight. The crowd murmured, saying there was no way humans could beat Fenrir's familiars and that the human team would be crushed, almost like a public execution. Sakagami suggested to Agito that maybe they should go back, but Agito laughed and said it was too late for that, and even if he was okay with it, Fenrir would not allow it. The crowd shouted Fenrir's name as the human team appeared, commenting that they were ordinary humans and questioning whether it would be a real fight. A boy encouraged the humans to fight to the end, even if they lost limbs. A demon man noted that the Sword Saint looked weak and that he sensed no divine energy or magic from him, but that he was apparently a hero in the human world, showing how low the human world's level was. Agito thought that this was the perfect stage to demonstrate humanity's potential, and there was no better place than Einherjar to do it. Fenrir observed the faint remnants of divine energy around Agito, and wondered how he had learned to use soul gear in only 7 days. The crowd began to murmur as they noticed the 3 gods gathering in one place. Odin and Phoenix both thought that Agito was impressive, but they believed that simply using soul gear would not be enough to win, as the divine realm was not so easy to conquer. Fenrir extended his hand and greeted Agito, welcoming a good fight. Agito accepted the handshake and said that Fenrir had finally accepted the challenge, promising that the battle would not be boring and that his team would win. Fenrir calmly invited them to try. The announcer declared the long-awaited start of Einherjar and introduced himself as Baldur. He announced the Red Corner, led by Fenrir, featuring the Absolute 5, the top-ranked elites of Fenrir's army who had existed since ancient times and always maintained their positions as the strongest. He then introduced the Blue Corner, calling it unprecedented, as a human team was challenging the gods for the first time in history. He named Sword Saint Agito as the representative of the human world and mocked the obvious outcome, questioning how far the weak humans could go while stating that the entire divine realm was watching. He explained the rules, saying that 5 familiars from each side would fight, victories would decide the outcome, winners could continue fighting, losers could no longer participate, and the team that defeated the opposing commander would be declared the winner. He then ridiculed the human team's name and doubted their sense. Agito observed the opposing lineup and thought that he had expected these members, but noticed that Russia, the commander, had not existed 10,000 years ago and questioned who that person was. The Absolute Five mocked the humans one after another, calling them weaklings without divine power and questioning Fenrir's decision. Hattie, however, smiled and enjoyed the excitement, eager to make the first Einherjar in 4,000 years a fun spectacle. Fegna confidently declared that his soul gear Garzus was invincible and that he would defeat all 5 humans in an instant. Nagi called out to Agito, and Agito admitted that he had expected this reaction, knowing that everyone believed humans could not win. He asked Nagi if he was nervous. Nagi stepped forward without hesitation and declared that neither the Sword Saint nor his disciple would allow themselves to be underestimated. He vowed to win and shock everyone watching. The announcer declared that Einherjar was finally starting and that the human team's chances of winning were almost zero. The audience expected Fenrir's team to win, but hoped the humans would at least put up a good fight. Fegna summoned his soul gear Garzus while Nagi prepared for battle with her own soul gear. The announcer pointed out that Sakaki, a human player, was using soul gear and that both she and Fegna were using beast form soul gear, making it a rare matchup between 2 skilled users. Fegna was surprised that a human could use soul gear, but dismissed her as weak and commanded Garzus to crush her. The announcer noted that Garzus had defeated many powerful enemies in a single attack, but Sakaki's nether servant was just as strong. Nagi smiled and taunted, questioning if that was all Sakaki had, while Fegna dismissed humans' chances and summoned more beasts, declaring that the fight would end immediately. The announcer explained that Fegna used his signature move, summoning multiple soul gear beasts at once, and that Sakaki seemed to have no options left. However, Sakaki surprised everyone by summoning her beasts at the same time, far more than expected. Agito noted with a smile that Sakaki could summon 100 beasts at once, far more than Fegna anticipated. The soul gear rushed forward to attack Nagi, but Nagi countered with mana, shaking the ground with pressure. Nagi admitted that she had new moves prepared, but thought the fight was over. In the end, Nagi and Sakaki won the match, defeating one of the Absolute Five. The announcer expressed astonishment that a human had defeated such a powerful opponent. Agito thought that in the first fight, they needed to win as dramatically as possible. He planned that when Fegna summoned a second beast and everyone thought Sakaki was finished, she would counterattack spectacularly with 100 beasts at once and completely overwhelm him. The crowd exploded in anger and shock, shouting accusations of cheating and demanding the human be killed and their money returned. Odin calmly observed that the human was extremely skilled at using divine energy, while Phoenix found it amusing that Fenrir's side started with a loss. Fenrir silently admitted that Agito had trained an excellent fighter in such a short time and felt growing interest in him. As Nagi walked out, the announcer questioned why she was leaving since winners could continue fighting, but Agito explained that their goal was not only victory but to show the potential of humanity, so they would switch fighters after each match and allow only one win per person. The announcer warned that Agito would regret this decision, while the audience hurled insults and death wishes at the human team. The opposing side mocked the humans and downplayed the fallen fighter, and Skull stepped forward, declaring that the real Einherjar was about to begin. Udo confidently stepped into the arena, excited for his turn. Meanwhile, Valley assumed Agito was embarrassing himself, but his thoughts were shattered when the announcer revealed shocking results. Shin Kujura had already defeated Kalvar of the Absolute Five with ease, and Udo had knocked out Skull in just 2 seconds by overpowering him in speed. Vala stood frozen in disbelief as the replay showed the human team deliberately challenging the Absolute Five in their strongest areas and defeating them head-on. The audience fell into chaos, torn between disbelief and rage, screaming curses at the humans and condemning the Absolute Five for their failure. Shin quietly asked if this violent atmosphere was what Agito wanted. Agito confirmed that by defeating the enemy in their own specialties, the divine realm would be forced to acknowledge human potential. He then turned to Sakagami and told her that she was next, assuring her that everything would be fine if she followed his training. With tears in her eyes, Sakagami gathered her resolve and promised to do her best. In the arena, the announcer shouted about the unexpected turn of events. The Human World Team had defeated the Absolute Five in the vanguard, second guard, and center positions, surprising everyone. Hattie, the Absolute Five's vice captain, appeared and promised not to let the crowd lose energy. The audience cheered loudly for him. Agito encouraged Sakagami, telling her that Yoli had trained harder than anyone else over the past 7 days, and that she should win this fight. The crowd supported Hattie, urging him to defeat the humans. An old man in the audience shouted angrily that he had bet all his fortune on the Absolute Five and blamed the humans for ruining his life, saying he wanted to kill them himself. Hattie silenced him by tossing him into another dimension, enjoying the chaos of the fight. The announcer then described Hattie's dimensional slaughter technique, explaining that he could throw people into another dimension with ease, showing terrifying skill. Nakagami thought about the human weakness according to the divine realm values. Hattie noticed Nakagami and asked if she was related to the Sword Saint and if she could handle his attack. Nakagami remembered her previous moments and firmly said that she would not lose to him. Hattie responded by saying he would see her power, and the announcer declared the start of the vice-captain match between Hattie and Sakagami Misaki. Hattie started the fight by testing Sakagami with an attack. The announcer warned that Hattie's all-directional attack was coming, and that Sakagami would be in trouble no matter where she ran. Nakagami noticed the gaps in his attack and dodged carefully, thinking through each move. The announcer explained that the Human World Team had already faced opponents with skills similar to the Absolute Five and that this fight was another clash between two spatial manipulators. Hattie realized that Sakagami was deliberately dodging at the last second, possibly to give the audience an exciting fight, and admitted that it fired him up. Nakagami figured out his attack pattern and decided to keep striking while Hattie still underestimated her, using her magic technique Soul Gear Hesperides and firing at him. Hattie responded with his backworld dive, and their mana clashed fiercely. Hattie showed his extraordinary spatial manipulation, submerging into the backworld where no one except him could see or touch. He teased that the crowd's cheers were affecting her and attacked again, determined to shake things up and keep the fight intense. The announcer declared that Hattie had unleashed his special move, the Luminous Dance Hall, making him completely invisible, while his attacks came relentlessly from one side. In the past, countless warriors had tried to face him but ended up helplessly dodging until they died, and Sakagami was in serious danger. Hattie boasted about the chaos of the fight, but suddenly a sharp beam passed through him. He realized he was in a completely different dimension and that no matter how many attacks he launched, they could not reach him. He regretted not being able to show his full power to the audience but believed it was impossible for a human to break his technique. He prepared another attack and fired many bullets towards Sakagami, causing an explosion that shook the ground. Nakagami shouted and fired 2 beams, catching Hattie by surprise. He thought it was impossible that she could enter the back world, the dimension only he could access, and realized she had copied his submersion technique after seeing it just once. Agito noted that by taking hits she had learned the trajectory and space ripples of Hattie's attacks and had locked onto his position to counter him. Nakagami then shouted again and fired a blast at Hattie in the back world, shaking the ground with the force of her attack. When the dust cleared, Hattie was shocked that his luminous dance hall had been broken. The announcer shouted in disbelief, saying it was impossible and that Hattie, the Absolute Five's secret weapon, was in tatters and might be out of options. Sakagami told him that his trump card would no longer work and demanded that he surrender. Hattie laughed and refused, saying that if he was not the star of the party, he would destroy everything. He unleashed his magic technique Soul Gear Final Curtain Spacetime Firefly's Light. Sakagami warned everyone to run as far as they could as the dark space Hattie created began sucking in the audience, and even divine energy. She reminded him that the people were cheering for him. Hattie shouted that the party was over, that the venue did not need anyone, and that those who died this way would become fodder for the divine dragon, saying he was simply getting rid of trash that would get in the way. Meanwhile, it was revealed that the pharmaceutical company Pandora, known for running a charity protecting orphans, was actually an illegal organization that subjected children to mana enhancement experiments, and then sold them to the underworld as enhanced soldiers. A doctor asked Sakagami why she had known about Pandora's dark side but had not run away until now. Sakagami weakly explained that if the Sword Saint had been there, he would never have run away alone and would have done everything to save everyone. The doctor mocked her loyalty, and said she would be treated like a guest while being forced to watch the others suffer, explaining how after a few days they would cry and beg to be saved. Sakagami broke down in tears, begging them to stop, feeling powerless and calling out to the Sword Saint for help. At that moment, the heroes' team stormed in and Shin attacked the doctor. A man apologized to Sakagami for arriving late and introduced them as the Mages Guild, an organization created to carry on the will of the great hero Sword Saint Agito and protect peace. Sakagami realized that the Sword Saint's will was still alive and remembered how she had joined the guild to get even a little closer to the man who gave her hope. Returning to the present, she resolved to defeat Hattie for the Sword Saint. Hattie declared the party over and attacked, trying to blow the entire venue apart. Sakagami rejected the Divine Realm's cruel ways and formed a shield around herself, blocking the attack. Hattie laughed and claimed she was finished, then turned his attention to Agito, saying Sakagami was dead and that Agito was next. Agito smiled calmly and told Hattie that his opponent was still standing. Hattie reacted in shock as he realized Sakagami was erasing his space-time firefly light by sending it into another dimension, and he noticed something even more troubling. Sakagami calmly said the fight was becoming exhausting and decided to end it, causing all the people who had been banished to other dimensions to return safely. Hattie was stunned because even he never knew where the people he banished ended up, yet she had brought them all back. Laughing in disbelief, he admitted that she was the main character of the night. Sakagami attacked him and rejected any future battles with him. Hattie finally admitted his defeat. The announcer declared that Hattie had surrendered and that Sakagami had won, explaining that she had completely nullified his ultimate move and rescued all the spectators caught in the chaos. The audience murmured in awe and gratitude, praising her strength and pledging their support. Sakagami stood there breathing heavily until Agito caught her and praised her choice and effort, telling her she had done well, and she nodded in response. Hattie admitted he had lost completely, and confessed that he had underestimated humans and would have to change his view. Suddenly Rusha struck him down and called him pathetic, saying that her father demanded only victory from the Absolute Five and that failure meant death. Agito immediately stepped forward and ordered her to take her foot off Hattie. The announcer explained that Rusha, the captain of the Absolute Five, had delivered the finishing blow to the defeated Hattie. She was not just anyone, but the daughter of one of the three gods, Lord Fenrir, and the rightful divine successor, known for her unmatched determination to win for Einherjar. Rusha questioned why Agito was protecting Hattie, calling him the enemy. Agito responded that he did not agree with Hattie's methods but reminded her that Hattie was still her comrade and should not be treated cruelly while injured. Rusha criticized Agito's approach, saying that although he had slain the divine dragon, his methods were too soft. She claimed that if he had been more ruthless from the first round to the third, the spectators would have feared humans, and if he had sent the people saved during the fight with Hattie back to the other dimension, they would have understood that the weak are disposable pawns. She began to attack Hattie, intending to kill him. Sakagami shouted for her to stop. Agito noted that Rusha had perfectly inherited Fenrir's arrogance and pushed her back, declaring that he would be her opponent and would knock that arrogance out of her. The announcer proclaimed that both fighters were ready and sparks were already flying before the match even started. The main event was set, the human world's hero, Sword Saint Agito, facing the leader of the Absolute Five and daughter of Fenrir, Lady Rusha, a fight that no one could miss. Rusha had been raised as the successor to the divine throne, and for her, the values of the divine realm were absolute. The moment the Einherjar tournament began, she had quickly climbed to the top of the Absolute Five in a single day, all to crush Sword Saint Agito, who had defied the divine realm. The audience whispered in fear and admiration, saying that Hattie had treated them poorly, but Rusha was far more dangerous. Many sided with the humans, grateful for the help Sakagami had given them. Nagi asked Sakagami if she was okay, and she admitted that she was, but she had never expected someone like Fenrir's daughter to be waiting as an opponent. Shin noted that even Mitsurugi had not seen Rusha coming and wondered how they could face an opponent they were unprepared for. Udo reassured him that Mitsurugi had turned many hopeless situations around before and would find a way this time as well, and he silently hoped for his success. The announcer declared the start of the captain's match between Rusha and Sword Saint Agito. The two clashed swords repeatedly, blocking each other's attacks with incredible skill. The announcer admitted he could not see anything, saying this fight was nothing like the earlier battles and that even someone confident in dynamic vision like Baldur was completely blinded. Phoenix praised Agito, saying his movements were unlike his teammates, and worthy of being called the Sword Saint. Odin noted that Agito had not even used his soul gear yet, possibly saving it for a crucial moment. Fenrir commented that once Agito used his soul gear against Rusha, it would be the end of him. On the battlefield, Rusha admitted that Agito lived up to his title as the hero of the human world. She then summoned large monsters, demanding that he reveal the soul gear he had been hiding. Agito replied that someone so weak did not need his soul gear, and used his 8-sword style technique, colorless sun blade, to destroy the monsters without revealing anything. The announcer noted that even without using his soul gear, Agito had easily cut through the soul beast. Nagi observed that Rusha seemed like a soul gear beast user but could not match a master, while Shin realized it was more than just soul gear beasts. Rusha flared her mana and prepared an attack, and Agito quickly realized she was using a copy ability. Rusha's unique soul gear, Mirror Eyes, allowed her to mimic any skill she saw, a power she gained through a divine ritual called the Oath of Invincibility, which granted immense strength but would kill her instantly if she lost a battle. Udo shouted in shock at her ability to copy anyone's skills, and Shin feared the danger if she replicated Agito's skill. Rusha explained that she could replicate anyone's powers, making the chance of winning against her zero for someone who was not even a spatial user. Agito, however, thought carefully and realized the way he could beat her. Sakagami shouted in alarm, recognizing Hattie's attack being replicated. Shin realized that Rusha's ability to copy other skills made the fight extremely dangerous. Agito used his 8-sword style technique, colorless white blade, but Rusha's dark mana soon surrounded the area. Sakagami saw in shock that Rusha was replicating Hattie's attack perfectly, and at that level, only a spatial user could fight back, not even the Sword Saint. The announcer described Agito as panicking while facing the full power of Lady Rusha, the divine successor. Phoenix commented on how anticlimactic it seemed, while Fenrir believed even the Sword Saint could not beat her Mirror Eyes. Odin, however, trusted Agito's skill and urged him to show why he was humanity's hero. Rusha flared her mana and stopped holding back, activating her magic technique Spiral Hell. Sakagami realized with surprise that Rusha had activated 2 soul gears from another world at the same time. Agito calmly stated that he already knew how to beat her and formed a mana ball, shaping it into a hammer. Rusha was shocked to see a white soul gear. Agito swung his weapon with a slash called Dawn, cutting down all the bullets and deactivating Rusha's luminous dance hall. The announcer was stunned, explaining that Agito's soul gear had just torn through space. Rusha could not believe that a mere swordsman could do this, and Agito explained that his Dawn technique could sever dimensions, making it a blade capable of cutting through anything. Rusha thought in disbelief that the skill she had worked so hard to master, Hattie's attack, had been taken down by Agito in a single swing. Sakagami watched with excitement, thinking he was perfect. Udo remarked that Agito could have easily beaten Hattie because he was Mitsurugi, while Shin wondered about Agito's earlier comment that he might lose. Rusha angrily demanded why he had held back with a soul gear that strong. Agito explained that fighting at full power was exhausting and that he was a relic from the past who should not even exist now. He said he had saved his strength for the future of the world and for when his time was almost up. Rusha reflected on the humans being treated as fuel for the divine dragon and how the Einherjar tournament was more than a fight. It was a holy war deciding humanity's fate. She thought it was disgraceful that Agito was already considering what would come after winning. She activated her mirror eyes and replicated Agito's soul gear Dawn, clashing with him as mana pressure shook the ground. She realized that even a soul gear that could sever dimensions could be matched when she replicated it, and she rushed forward using Replicate's Soul Gear Soul Quartet, trying to overwhelm him with multiple attacks. Agito slashed through her replicated attacks, and she was shocked, thinking it was impossible because she had more soul gears than him. Agito explained that relying on numbers was not enough, and stacking moves was not just her specialty. He reminded her that he was the Sword Saint and could not be beaten with swords alone. Rusha realized she was at a disadvantage in a sword fight, and launched an attack using her replicated Soul Gear Lightning Reaper. Agito leaped high, and their weapons clashed, but he threw her away. She followed with her replicated Soul Gear Guilty Whip, but he slashed through the roots. She tried attacking with a sharp mana ball, but he cut it, and her mana beams were blocked as well. She thought about how all the soul gears she had were topped her weapons handed down from the heroes of the divine realm, yet no matter how hard she copied him, she could not match his level. Seeing his strength, she knew this was the Sword Saint Agito, and resolved that she could not lose. Fenrir shouted for her to stop, but Rusha ignored him, declaring that even if it cost her life, she would not lose. She activated her Mirror Eye's ultimate release Afterglow. She thought about the memorial service held once every 100 years for those who fell fighting the divine dragon Ragna, and how the divine dragon devoured souls to gain power. She knew that weakening and sealing the dragon required a sacrifice beyond imagination. Rusha reflected that everyone had lost so much and vowed that the next time they faced the dragon, they had to kill it no matter what. Fegna shouted in disbelief, asking if she really wanted to take the oath of invincibility. Rusha explained that if she mastered Mirror Eyes with the oath, she could become much stronger, possibly even inherit the soul gears of the fallen warriors, and help defeat the divine dragon, which was the divine realm's greatest wish. She believed they needed to unite and strike the dragon together. Hattie spoke calmly, saying that with Rusha they would be safe and that it was time for him to hand over the top spot of the Absolute Five. Rusha warned him not to say cowardly things about retiring and declared that she would inherit the hopes of the warriors watching her. She then launched a fierce attack on Agito, and he realized how fast she had become. Agito understood that Afterglow greatly boosted all her abilities like multiple cycles of dawn, and that after 66 seconds, when the power faded, the oath of invincibility would kill her, making this her final trump card. He narrowly dodged her attacks as she called on the echoes of fallen heroes and unleashed her replicated super mode attack, knowing her time was running out and that she absolutely could not lose. Fegna shouted in alarm, warning that her body would be destroyed at this rate. Hattie admitted that he had expected Rusha to do this and blamed himself for not winning earlier, apologizing to her. Phoenix observed that if they won, they would gain Sword Saint Agito and make the fight against the divine dragon easier, but it would come at the cost of Rusha's life. Rusha shouted that if the divine dragon fully revived, the world would end, and that defeating it without sacrifice was nothing but idealistic nonsense. She gathered all her mana and resolved to crush Agito's spirit so the divine dragon would never revive again, silently apologizing to her father as she prepared her final move. Agito blocked her last resort attack and realized that their soul gears were resonating, understanding that her will to protect what mattered was the same as his. Accepting this, he unleashed his 8-sword-style dual blades 8-winged flash blade and declared that the fight would end there as he struck Rusha. Rusha began to fall from above and the whole arena froze in shock as her body crashed down and shattered the ground tiles beneath her. The announcer declared the end of the match and announced that Sword Saint Agito had defeated Rusha, the successor to the divine throne, and the audience erupted in loud cheers as they celebrated his victory. Fenrir watched with anger and fear, believing that the afterglow Rusha had used was an ultimate technique that burned her life and that the punishment of the Oath of Invincibility would soon bring her complete death, while Odin calmly told him that it was too early to decide such a thing. Moments later Rusha opened her eyes in confusion and realized she was still alive, leaving her companions shouting in shock and relief as they checked her condition, unable to believe she had survived. Hattie sensed something strange and realized the punishment had not been triggered, while Agito calmly explained that Rusha would not die because he had severed the Oath of Invincibility itself. He revealed that the oath granted overwhelming power in exchange for never being allowed to lose and was created through long prayers and a mark engraved on the body, and that by using the power of dawn for a single instant, he had achieved a divine feat by cutting only that mark. Hattie laughed in disbelief at Agito's madness, and Rusha smiled with acceptance as she admitted that not only had he defeated her, but he had also saved her life, acknowledging that Sword Saint Agito had surpassed her in every way and declaring her defeat, after which Shin concluded that the matter was settled. Sakagami praised the outcome and recalled how incredible it felt to master the soul gear in only 7 days, something she had never imagined would be possible, while Udo added that the training had been extremely brutal. Rusha then spoke with a light smile and admitted that she had always believed strong men made good husbands, and since they had defied the divine dragon together, she declared that they were now bound by fate and boldly asked Sword Saint Agito to marry her. Fenrir shouted in shock and anger at Agito, while Odin laughed warmly and admitted that Agito had gone far beyond all expectations by severing the Oath of Invincibility, an act that broke the absolute laws of the divine realm and forced them to abandon their plan to erase humans who were meant to be nothing more than nourishment for the divine dragon. Phoenix calmly agreed to follow the rules but reminded everyone that the promise was only to reconsider how the human realm would be treated, stating that the details would be discussed later, and Odin nodded before asking Fenrir if he accepted this decision as well. Phoenix sharply remarked that things would have been easier if Fenrir's followers had been more reliable from the start. Fenrir then made his decision and stepped forward into the arena, causing the audience to erupt in awe at the sight of one of the three gods. Rusha apologized to her father for causing such a scene, and Fenrir embraced her with relief, expressing his happiness that she was safe as she smiled back at him. Fenrir then turned to Sword Saint Agito and sincerely thanked him for saving Rusha before addressing his followers, declaring that the Absolute Five were warriors worth 1,000 men and that the power of the human who defeated them was truly astonishing. He announced that the three gods, in accordance with the laws of the divine realm, had nullified the decree of the human world's annihilation, and he solemnly declared that Fenrir of the three gods would grant Sword Saint Agito's wish for the survival of the human world, pledging that his entire nation would stand beside him and offer its full support. The audience murmured in disbelief as they realized that Agito had managed to win over the three gods, and Udo reacted with excitement as he praised Agito, calling him an unbelievable charmer and admitting that this outcome was far beyond anything he had expected. Fenrir then warned Agito not to relax yet, explaining that Rusha had risked her life to challenge him and that there were still things he could not simply let go, admitting that under the current situation he could not completely abandon human sacrifice. Agito calmly replied that he finally understood Fenrir's position, realizing that the divine dragon had forced him to endure unbearable losses and that if the true goal of the divine realm was to completely erase the divine dragon, then it made sense to cut down those who were weak. Fenrir then made his proposal and suggested that Agito fight him, explaining that the three gods were perfectly balanced in power and that the current system existed because they restrained each other as equal deterrents. He declared that if Agito could display power equal to theirs, the three gods would change their stance without hesitation and Agito could become the fourth god, though he warned that such power was difficult to control and that the three gods alone were already more than enough of a challenge. Agito answered with a confident smile and accepted the proposal without hesitation. Agito declared with firm resolve that he could do it, and Fenrir sensed that Agito had been hiding something all along, responding with satisfaction that this was what he wanted to see. Phoenix shouted in anger, complaining that Fenrir had gone too far by pushing an alliance with the Sword Saint and even arranging another match, while Odin laughed and remarked that Fenrir truly had deep faith in Agito. The people murmured in confusion and shock as they wondered if the whole nation was really backing the Sword Saint and whether the other gods had agreed to this outcome. Fenrir announced that even if the three gods chose to side with a human, no one would easily accept it, so he declared that he and Sword Saint Agito would fight in a special match right there and then, believing that once everyone witnessed a human blade capable of reaching the gods, all complaints would fade away. The audience erupted in excitement at the thought of Fenrir fighting live, while Odin silently warned that Fenrir might see this as a way to win hearts. But a single mistake would cost both Fenrir and Agito their lives. The announcer excitedly declared that the Einherjar tournament had already been filled with shocking twists, and that an unexpected exhibition match was about to begin between Sword Saint Agito and one of the three gods, Fenrir. Udo stared in disbelief and shouted in frustration, wondering what Agito was thinking by facing Fenrir after everything had seemed to end peacefully, while Shin calmly told him to let Agito be and expressed his belief that Agito would never challenge the three gods without a plan, urging everyone to watch and see what hidden trump card he possessed. As Agito felt his stamina fully recover, Fenrir called for the match to begin properly, and Agito noted his surprise at Fenrir's fairness. Fenrir explained that defeating an exhausted opponent would prove nothing and that although he did not wish to kill Agito, holding back would fail to set a proper example for the other gods. Agito responded that if he fell there, a fourth god would never exist anyway, telling Fenrir not to worry and pointing out that Fenrir himself had been longing for a true fight. Fenrir agreed with a nod, and as he lowered into a battle stance, the entire arena fell into deep silence. Everyone present instinctively felt it at once, the overwhelming power of one of the three gods and the vast difference in rank that separated Fenrir from all others. Agito realized that if he failed to grasp even a small part of Fenrir's strength, death was certain, because in this world no one could surpass the divine wolf Fenrir in speed. Neither Rusha at her peak, nor the divine bird Phoenix, nor even Odin the god of war could match Fenrir when he moved at full speed, and Agito was no exception even with his eight-sword style. He understood that a direct clash would not even count as a fight, so against Fenrir's divine speed he chose the fastest technique within his style and activated his soul gear Dawn. Fenrir immediately saw its true form and understood that powerful soul gear normally drained stamina to maintain, but Agito had solved this by wrapping the soul gear around his sword, reducing the cost and turning the excess energy into pure combat power. This allowed Agito to focus on striking faster than anyone and delivering a slash meant to sever everything, revealing the ultimate form of his soul gear. Fenrir admitted that Agito would have earned full marks if his opponent had been anyone else, while Sakagami felt the terrifying pressure just from watching and Hattie sensed the overwhelming power of the gods who ruled the divine realm. Fenrir then charged forward and unleashed his god speed technique, while Agito answered with the flash of his flight sword style, and in that instant Fenrir realized that Agito's soul gear had evolved to a level capable of cutting even the three gods. Even so, against the fastest being in the divine realm, the divine wolf himself, Agito still fell short by a single move. Fenrir followed up with a devastating soul gear attack of countless thunderous slashes, and Phoenix declared that it was over, believing the outcome was decided. Yet Fenrir suddenly widened his eyes as he sensed the truth, realizing that Agito's real trump card was not speed or the soul gear itself. In the next moment Agito burst forth in brilliant golden mana and released his Dragon Slayer power in the Aurora form Susanoo. Aurora form was a technique that activated by burning the soul, and using it in the human world required an enormous sacrifice, but Agito was able to reach it temporarily by using the dense divine energy of the divine realm as fuel. Fenrir widened his eyes in shock as he realized what Agito had done, while Phoenix sensed danger and quickly acted together with Odin, releasing mana that shook the ground and formed a protective barrier just in time. When the shield faded, Budo admitted that it had been a close call and that everyone would have died if the three gods had not protected them, while Hattie stood in disbelief at witnessing such a battle, and Rusha anxiously called out to check if her father was safe. Fenrir smiled and admitted that Agito was impressive, praising him as the first human who had ever disturbed his soul gear. Phoenix reflected on Fenrir's signature style, which focused on instant annihilation through overwhelming speed where opponents usually died to the first strike or were finished by merciless follow-up attacks, and she realized that Agito had not only stopped those follow-ups but had also landed a direct blow. Odin reached the same conclusion and understood that someone had been guiding Agito from the shadows, finally recognizing Azura as the one behind it. Fenrir roared that he was still standing and that there was plenty of time left, urging Agito to continue the fight, but Agito calmly pointed out that Fenrir's legs were already outside the ring. Shock spread across Fenrir's face as the announcer confirmed that Fenrir of the three gods had stepped out of bounds and declared Sword Saint Agito the winner. Rusha cried out in joy that the Sword Saint had won, while Fenrir angrily protested and demanded a rematch, refusing to accept defeat. Agito apologized and explained that the rules allowed only one decisive exchange, yet he honestly praised Fenrir's strength and admitted that even his Aurora form had failed to finish him, then extended his hand with a smile and promised to fight him again someday. Fenrir struggled to accept that he had lost to a mere human, but the next day the chaotic Einherjar tournament officially came to an end, and the divine wolf Fenrir formed a pact with Sword Saint Agito. Phoenix reflected on the light she had felt and realized it was made from human souls, admitting that she had once seen humans as nothing more than fuel for the divine dragon, but now believed that a race with such hidden strength might even surpass the divine dragons, meaning their plans needed to be revised. The scene then shifted to a hall where Vala sensed a level of fury in Odin that he had never witnessed before despite serving him for many years, and Odin coldly ordered Vala to bring Agito to him immediately, declaring that they needed a statement from him at once. Later Odin welcomed Agito and smiled as he praised the final battle, admitting that while it was already shocking for humans to defeat the Absolute Five, watching a human overcome Fenrir forced him to rethink what humanity was truly capable of. Agito replied calmly and told Odin not to be overly polite, pointing out that what he really wanted was a private talk between the three of them. Odin agreed and suggested that Azura should speak, and Agito supported the idea, reflecting from his own experience that chances to talk with old friends should never be wasted because waiting too long only leads to regret. At that moment the god Slayer appeared and mockingly called Agito a noisy brat, greeting Odin and remarking that it had been 10,000 years since they last met like this. Odin noticed how weak Azura looked and wondered if the thin divine energy of the human realm could no longer sustain his body, then confessed that over those 10,000 years he had constantly questioned whether Azura had been right. He admitted that seeing Agito of Einherjar had convinced him that the divine realm alone was not enough to defeat the divine dragon and that joining forces with humans might be necessary, openly acknowledging that he was the one who had refused to believe and tried to abandon humanity, before asking Azura to fight alongside him once again. Azura responded that Odin was far too late, and that he had believed Odin had given up on him long ago, but he accepted the decision and agreed to fight together again. Agito smiled quietly and felt satisfied as the dragon slayer finally returned, and Odin openly thanked Agito for reuniting him with his old companion. Odin then declared that although there was no time to relax yet, once the divine dragon was defeated they would all drink together for 3 days and nights, causing the dragon slayer to cross his arms and refuse at once. Odin reacted in surprise and tried to tempt him with the promise of the best sake, only for the dragon slayer to shout back and remind him how many times he had been banned for saying such things, firmly rejecting the idea. Agito reflected on the past and explained that he had once killed the revived dragon, but afterward only knew that he had sealed it somewhere within the divine realm, believing that a dragon revived only halfway would need a place to rest. He then asked Odin about the current state of the divine dragon. Far to the north beyond the divine realm lay a land where all that was lost drifted ashore, an isolated island at the very edge of existence that after 10,000 years had become the resting place of a god returning to the divine realm. That island was surrounded by a cult known as the Apostles of the Divine Dragon, an illegal organization that worshipped the divine dragon and openly defied the 3 gods. Vala recalled that Phoenix had once scouted the north, but he realized that reinvestigating the area under Odin's orders had been the right decision, as he finally discovered the hiding place of the divine dragon Ragna. He found it strange that such a large organization could remain hidden for so long, knowing it should have been caught in the 3 gods' net somewhere, which made the situation feel deeply unnatural. The island was protected by a barrier that completely blocked the divine dragon's energy, meaning such secrecy would have been impossible without an extremely powerful leader guiding them. A cloaked woman addressed the gathered followers and declared that the time had come, announcing that their great god had returned to the realm and thirsted for sacrifices to complete his resurrection. She explained that preparing those sacrifices was the mission of the apostles and praised Vritra and the others for displaying their power during the war with the human realm. She claimed that human negative emotions were the finest nourishment for the divine dragon and revealed that 6 had slipped past Odin and Fenrir's watch, abandoned even their original forms, and caused enough calamity to awaken Lord Ragna. She urged her followers to destroy the human world before the Sword Saint and the 3 gods could unite, and before human defenses grew stronger, declaring that fear and death would allow the divine dragon to fully revive. As she removed her cloak, her true identity was revealed to be Phoenix. Vala was struck with horror, as he realized that one of the 3 gods had betrayed them, and when Phoenix noticed him, he tried to escape but was immediately attacked by monsters. He fought back desperately and, surrounded on all sides, resolved to warn the others no matter the cost, knowing this truth had to reach Odin without delay. Phoenix then spoke coldly, declaring that Sword Saint Agito's dream of sacrificing no one was an ideal that could never be achieved, claiming it might sound noble now but would eventually collapse, and before that dream could break him, she vowed to grant him salvation through death and destruction as countless portals opened around her. Agito once again asked Odin about the condition of the divine dragon, and Odin replied that they were still investigating, though he admitted that something about the situation deeply troubled him. At that moment Vala suddenly tried to contact Odin in great urgency, causing Odin to shout his name in alarm. Soon after, an emergency report arrived stating that all communication with Vali, who had been investigating the far end, had been completely severed, and at the same time multiple gates had opened across the human realm. Massive enemy forces were pouring out, calling themselves the Apostles of the Divine Dragon, and the report revealed that their leader was Phoenix, one of the 3 gods, sending shock through the divine realm. The scene shifted to downtown Tokyo, where Special A-rank Sakagami Unit Lieutenant Ichikawa Hauda desperately urged everyone to keep moving toward the guild headquarters, reassuring them that S-rank members were defending the perimeter, and that they would be safe. Inside, however, he panicked as he realized the monsters were each as strong as Ruble and that there were far too many of them. Before he could react, monsters attacked, but Shin suddenly appeared, activated his soul gear, and cut them down, sharply telling Ichikawa to calm himself and stop panicking. Shin then noticed a massive captain-class monster entering the battlefield and ordered Ichikawa to evacuate civilians while he handled the threat alone, and Ichikawa quickly obeyed and rushed away. As Shin fought, he struggled to understand what was happening, wondering how the situation could have changed so drastically when the human realm and divine realm were supposed to have reconciled after Odin summoned the Sword Saint. The monster blasted Shin with a mana beam that forced him backward and declared that both realms would perish as salvation granted by Lord Ragna. Shin answered with fury, slashing off the monster's arm and swearing never to forgive anyone who harmed the human world, then unleashed his Kajura-style spear technique and pierced a beam straight through the monster's body. Catching his breath, Shin realized that while weaker enemies were manageable, the captain-class foes were dangerous, especially with how thin divine energy was in the human world, yet he boldly declared that as long as he stood there, none of them would advance any further. Suddenly countless mana beams struck the monster at once, and Shin stared in shock as reinforcements arrived. Rusha appeared and calmly mocked the enemies for thinking broken warriors could bring them down, while Hattie commented that their plan was far from clever. Shin stared in disbelief as Hattie snapped his fingers and opened numerous portals, releasing warriors onto the battlefield under Fenrir's command, with Vegna ordering everyone to move out and Skull shouting for the enemy's slaughter. When Shin asked why they were there, Rusha explained that they had received an urgent message and that further details should be taken from his commander. At that very moment another portal opened, and Agito stepped out onto the battlefield, apologizing for arriving late. Shin immediately bowed his head with respect and addressed him as commander, firmly stating that when it came to their leader, there was no doubt that it was Sword Saint Agito himself. Agito quickly checked on Shin and asked if he was alright, and Shin explained that monstrous creatures had suddenly appeared everywhere, realizing that these demons had invaded directly from the divine realm and demanding to know what was happening. Agito revealed that Phoenix had finally shown her true nature and explained that she was the true leader of Gloria, the cult that worshipped the divine dragon, and that she had always planned to offer humanity as food to the dragon while deceiving the other gods. Shin understood then that Phoenix had viewed humans as nothing more than nourishment from the very beginning. Agito unsheathed his sword and declared that their first priority was to break through the current situation, calling out to Odin to be ready, and Odin answered confidently that this was exactly why he had come to the human world in spirit form. Agito then released overwhelming mana and unleashed his 8-sword-style god of war combat technique Supernova, sending violent waves of power across the battlefield and blasting enemies away. The shock of the attack was felt far beyond, as members of the Magician Guild North American branch reacted in awe, realizing that half of the monsters had been erased in a single strike and that a strange power was now flowing into their bodies. At the Tokyo headquarters of the Magician Guild, the sudden surge of energy caused confusion and shock, with Nagi recognizing it as Odin's divine aura and Udo shouting in excitement that Odin had appeared just as expected in a crisis. Fueled by confidence, Udo charged forward and unleashed his maximum attack, convinced that with Odin and Mitsurugi on their side, victory was possible. Sakagami smiled as she sensed the Sword Saint's presence, and Shin felt the overwhelming power and confirmed that it belonged to Odin. Agito nodded and explained that the gods had lent him their strength, knowing that Odin's divine aura greatly enhanced all abilities and gave them some room to breathe. Still, he understood that the natural gap between the divine realm and the human world was far too great for this to be a true solution. With clear resolve, he concluded that the only way forward was to strike down the enemy leader, knowing it was the one path that could end everything. Shin sensed no fear or hesitation from Agito, and wondered if he truly believed he could face the divine Phoenix head-on. Agito ordered Shin to protect the civilians and told him to leave Phoenix to them, then turned his full attention toward her. Phoenix calmly declared that Agito would still stand in their way and claimed that Lord Ragnar's belief that destruction brought salvation was never meant to be understood by everyone. Agito firmly rejected that idea and stated that salvation through destruction could never be accepted, but Phoenix dismissed his words and said he could speak that way only because he had never seen the truth. Phoenix's power came from her vast divine energy, and her soul gear, forged from that energy, rivaled the combined might of Fenrir and Odin and was capable of wiping out entire nations. She unleashed her technique and sent waves of fire toward the city, revealing the terrifying scale of her strength. The three gods normally could not fully manifest in the human world due to a divine rule created to prevent reckless action, and it was Phoenix herself who had once proposed that rule. She mocked Odin by saying that only with Lord Ragnar's protection could she take physical form, while Odin had been forced to appear only as a spirit, questioning whether he truly believed he could stop her. The Dragon Slayer acknowledged Phoenix as a powerful enemy, and declared they would fight with everything they had, but Odin stopped him and insisted that as a member of the three gods, this was something he had to settle personally. Agito accepted this and offered his body to Odin, asking him to make Phoenix face the truth, and Odin agreed, determined to force her to explain why she had betrayed them and sided with the dragon god. Mana surged as Odin prepared, knowing that in spirit form alone he could not defeat a fully manifested Phoenix, so together with Agito he chose a pseudo-materialization through reflection. Agito and Odin merged through the god of war materialization technique, and Agito noted that the sensation was not unpleasant. Odin immediately countered Phoenix's flames with his god of war fighting technique and clashed violently with her power, shaking the ground as mana collided. He declared that he would question her betrayal later, but for now he would strike her down, charging forward with overwhelming force and attacking her without mercy. Long ago, the war god Odin had given a fragment of his divine essence to human heroes who had helped slay the divine dragon. This was a once-in-a-generation honor because ordinary humans could not use divine power effectively. Unexpectedly, Odin's divine essence had been passed down through a clan, and whether by instinct or choice, they believed their divine bloodline must never disappear. From this lineage, the 8 swords Agito and the sword Saint Agito were born, and the person in the clan who could manifest the god of war's power the strongest was called the Reflection. Phoenix revealed that in the end, they were just humans, and although she had realized this, she had let them live, but now admitted she should have finished them off earlier. Odin shouted that going rogue was forbidden among the 3 gods, and he accused her of waiting until a force strong enough had emerged to challenge her. He explained that the 3 gods system had always been a careful balance, with Fenrir able to target him, the strategic weapon, while his physical ability ensured that even Fenrir's speed could not overwhelm him. Phoenix, however, said that Odin, who could only rely on brute strength, had always struggled against her divine energy manipulation, and she prepared to attack him, using her technique elegant to bind him. Odin realized that merely touching this technique made it harder for him to bind or destroy her, understanding that she had deliberately chosen a method he was weak against. Determined not to falter for the sake of those who looked up to him, mana flared around him as he launched his attack toward Quake. Phoenix responded immediately, blocking the attack with her own technique Chain Concerto, and the 2 powers clashed violently, shaking the battlefield. The Dragon Slayer watched in shock as Phoenix took the full force of Odin's attack and wondered if she had truly gained enough divine power from Ragna's blessing to withstand the god of war's hammer. He realized that as long as Phoenix had Ragna's blessing, this fight was no longer just a feud among the 3 gods, but a battle that would determine the future of both the divine realm and the human world. He urgently called to Odin to use him, trusting that Odin understood the situation better than anyone. Odin admitted that even after 10,000 years, the Dragon Slayer still spoke with the passion of a preacher. When Phoenix attacked him with fiery chains, he broke them with his technique Valhalla Reaper and accepted that he would follow the advice of his comrade in arms after all this time. He charged at Phoenix, demanding to know why she had changed from someone who once rejected human sacrifices to someone who now accepted them, asking what had caused her shift in thinking. Phoenix responded that even if he knew, he would not understand, and challenged him to force the answer from her, launching her ultimate attack Apocalyptic Soul Gear Requiem. Agito noticed the attack approaching and warned Odin about its danger. Odin explained that it was Phoenix's ultimate move, resembling the Soul Gear beasts used by Fegna and Sakaki, and that it could not be stopped even by killing Phoenix once activated. The attack included a barrier made from countless divine energies that automatically defended her body and soul beast with incredible precision. Agito analyzed the attack and saw that it was not entirely invincible. He noticed that for just a moment a gap appeared in the barrier, and he realized that if he timed his slash perfectly, he could strike at that exact moment. Odin admitted that he was not good at precise control and warned that if he tried to intercept Phoenix's ultimate attack himself, he might destroy the entire planet. He returned his body to Agito, telling him to somehow cut the attack down and asking if it was truly impossible. Agito's physical abilities were already extraordinary for a human, but with the soul of the god of war, his divine energy, attack speed, and perception went far beyond normal limits. It was like being forced to master a completely alien and powerful machine from day one, yet Agito remained determined. Agito smiled and declared that as the sword saint who inherited the god of war's soul, he would give it his best shot. The blast from Phoenix shook the ground, and maintaining her requiem required extreme concentration, leaving her almost completely immobile. Her auto-defense barrier made her nearly untouchable, but Agito realized that if the requiem was destroyed even for a moment, all the damage would rebound on her. Phoenix acknowledged him as a strange human, impressed that he understood the danger fully yet did not panic or give up, recalling that he had been the same at the 3 gods meeting. Agito explained that his mental fortitude came from regret. 100 years ago, he had killed Vritra with a mutual fatal blow, and tried to console himself that he had saved the world. After reincarnating, he realized he wanted more time with his friends, to see more of the world, help rebuild, relax, and grow old peacefully. He admitted he did not understand why Phoenix had betrayed Odin and the others, thinking she must have struggled with the decision herself. Still, he could not accept the destruction she was trying to bring. With that resolve, he attacked her with a sharp beam of mana using his 8 swords Art X God of War style fighting technique, while Phoenix blocked it with her technique Burst Flare.